Hi, Crime Junkie Jurors. Good morning. Good morning. We are here for day 7 of Karen Reed's second trial. It is Wednesday, April 30th, 2025. This is day 7. We are making it through. I need to put my headphones on because they're going to be coming live any minute. We have Good morning. Good morning. Yes, so Tinsley reported for jury duty early this morning and she is exhausted. It has been a long, long jury duty for her. So she brought her little baby in, her little toy. She brought that in so that she could um come in and do her jury duty. She's super cute. So she is ready. Lucy is ready. There are no cats that I know of under the couch at this moment, but that could change too. So we'll see. But we are ready. Yesterday, if you missed it, we had Jen McCabe on the stand. And today she is expected to be back on the stand at first. Well, she'll be doing direct first because they didn't finish her direct yesterday. So at first she'll be doing her direct, and then we are expecting to have Alan Jackson do the cross-examination. And the reason that we know that is because he was the one making the objections yesterday. Anytime you hear an attorney making objections, that's the attorney that's going to be handling the cross-examination. So anytime there's one that we always want to know, we're always like listening, like whose voice was that? Whose voice was that? So that is going to be interesting. I had a lot of people asking me yesterday if her testimony was the same this time as it was last time. Here's the thing with the testimony. Her testimony and her husband's testimony last time were so similar to the point where it was to me, let me know what y'all think. My perception of it, it seemed like, we know that she made a timeline and put everything in there, and put whatever like little details and stuff. And to me, with the amount of detail that was in there and like just even the smallest details, like, oh, he wanted a snack and he got cheese. And then, she wanted to watch a TV show and he didn't. And she went upstairs, and the amount of details, people don't remember that kind of detail. And if they do, two people don't remember that kind of detail and repeat it in that way. So to me, that is a clear sign that it was like kind of, I don't know if rehearsed or coached or memorized, whatever the word you want to use. It was prepared, using probably the timeline that she had talked about that they made. So you could tell that it was definitely kind of, scripted. Now, having said that, this testimony from this year is very similar to last year. The problem, and what we're going to hear a lot of on cross-examination, is that last year's testimony and this year's testimony are very different from all of the previous, uh, reports and grand jury testimony and all of those things. So that's where the problem is going to come in. The uh, the way that everything was so, because okay, like me and my husband were talking about this last night. Like I can barely remember. Like if you ask me, about getting home after a night of drinking last week, I'm not going to be able to tell you details about like I wanted a snack and I got cheese. And then he's going to be able to tell you like, yeah, she wanted a snack, so she got cheese. And then she wanted to watch a show and I didn't. Those aren't things that you normally recall after, a night of drinking. And then for them to recall the same stuff so similarly, it's just from based on what we've seen before in other, cases and other trials, it just looked very scripted. But we do know that she made the timeline. So it's not a surprise that it sounded kind of scripted, because we know that they made a timeline and they were going off of that. And Carrie Roberts even said that some of the stuff that she said came from, the timeline and not from her own memory. So, yeah, they wrote a timeline. So I think my personal opinion, that's my opinion. My personal opinion is that that's where that came from and why it's so similar. It is Tosh's birthday. Tosh, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Our Zoom feed also, FYI, our Zoom feed down here is just a couple minutes, not a couple minutes. Nope. It is about 10 to 15 seconds-ish faster than the court feed. So that's why you see some stuff that's not quite in real time. But y'all wanted the defense table feed, so we have it up there as well. Hi, Tinsley. Hi, Tinsley. Tinsley says hi. I can probably move this. Oops. Not the whole thing. Oops. Maybe if I move this up here and then move us down here. Well, nope, that won't work better. Just trying to make it a way to where, no, I guess it has to stay like that. I'm trying to arrange things. I'll work on it a little bit. There's not a whole lot happening at the defense table. Discard changes. There's not a whole lot happening at the defense table most of the time. They're just kind of watching, but it's good to have the feed. Happy birthday, Tosh. Happy birthday to our mod extraordinaire, Tosh. Happy birthday. Where is the rest of the zoo crew? Emmy is out there with Chat Daddy, and Lucy is under my desk. She's snoozing right now too. Here, I can show you Lucy. See, this is a little bit different than the regular cam at the condo, like the Lucy cam at the condo, because this one I have to kind of move around, because instead of having just Lucy in her little bed, I have a whole zoo. A whole zoo. But aren't they cute? Aren't they cute? I was talking to some people last night on Discord, and they were completely convinced that Karen is guilty. The one thing that sold it for them was that she mocked John's mother in that video clip. And that is terrifying, because if you think that jurors are ever going to base things on emotions instead of evidence, or, a burden of proof, which is exactly why Brendan showed that clip. I told you, he's slimy. He knows what he's doing. Not a fan.
Now open ABC.
Not a fan.
Commonwealth versus Reed. Counsel had asked to see you before the jury came over, Your Honor.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
So what is it you wanted to see me about, Mr. Brennan? I was handed clips 12A and 16.
I think it's 12 and 12A that you should have.
Oh, okay.
You have 12 from yesterday? You have 12 from yesterday, 12As in addition. This is regarding the evidentiary issue of Jen McCabe's phone call to John O'Keefe when she was giving directions, and she identified the location by pointing out Bella's mom's house.
Okay.
I believe that those two clips will have statements of the defendant, which will establish the predicate for allowing in that statement by Ms. McCabe. And then I expect to play those clips after Ms. McCabe's testimony concludes.
All right. What do you say, Mr. Jackson?
That does not cure the hearsay aspect. I understand Mr. Brennan's argument about the relevance to this case of what Ms. Reed said and her statements. That's obviously admissible as a admission of the party opponent and defendant's statement. That does not do anything to cure the hearsay that was being asked or requested by this witness to address the statements that was sought yesterday. Here's hearsay. If you want to give clips in to do so, I would go direction to that as long as they were in context. And if they passed the relevancy test, but it doesn't appear that hearsay.
So Ms. McCabe testified, my notes for whatever it's worth said, at the end of the day, one of the things she testified to was the defendant on the morning when they were driving over to Fairview saying, could John be cheating on her? Could he be with Bella's mom?
Yes.
So that's in evidence. You want more than that? What do you expect the testimony to be?
I expect if allowed to testify, Mrs. McCabe would testify that she had a phone call with John O'Keefe before John O'Keefe and the defendant arrived at Fairview. And John O'Keefe and the defendant were lost. And in giving directions, she offered to John O'Keefe, which was heard by the defendant, the house is near Bella's mom's house. That is evidence of motive.
All right,
Oh,
just
God,
that
that's a
she
stretch.
said, yeah, I'm going to allow
I
that.
don't have a problem with that. Yesterday, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought Mr. Brennan was trying to get in the nature of the relationship between Bella and John, which would be hearsay. I have no problem with this offer of proof.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than yesterday.
Okay.
All right. And I understand the loop you'll make eventually, but
Right.
this is all you intend to get through Ms. McCabe now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because I don't think from what I heard, she knows of that relationship at that time.
Okay.
So I don't think I should ask that.
Okay.
Just that she was giving directions and.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And then those clips can come in.
Great, fantastic, thank you.
All right. So we'll bring the jurors over.
The only thing I would ask is the clips not be played with Ms. McCabe on the stand.
Agreed.
Okay.
All right. Let's bring the jurors over. Do you need me to take a recess? Okay. Why don't, yes, yes.
You are
Motive. Oh, what a stretch. Okay, so remember yesterday when Jim McCabe was on the stand and she said something about Bella's mom's house, being over there, whatever. So Brennan is wanting to bring that in. Jackson was saying whatever he wanted to bring in yesterday when they had the little sidebar, whatever he wanted to bring in yesterday is, I guess, changed today because Jackson's like, oh, yeah, I don't have a problem with that. But whatever it was yesterday that he was wanting to say, he said is hearsay. Y'all. Motive. I gave directions and used Bella's mom's house as a landmark. And that's motive. Bless it. Bless it. Yeah, their whole thing is like that she got in a jealous rage because Bella's mom lives in the area and they got into an argument over it. And these people are nuts. These people are nuts. Okay. Interesting. Quickest sidebar so far. Yeah, it's like every time they come to court, it's like, welcome. And also sit right there. We got stuff to talk about. We're going to go to sidebar and then have a recess and then have a break. We'll come back for 7 minutes and then have lunch. And then we'll come back for 4 minutes and then have luncheon. And that's all after brunch, of course. And then we'll have 6 minutes and then we'll have a sidebar and then we'll have an afternoon snack. Yeah, it's like kindergarten. Poor Bella's mom just trying to live her life. Look, shout out to Bella's mom. Sorry you're getting drug into this. I would be like, why am I getting national attention? Because I dated someone years ago and they used my house as a landmark. Yes, upset about Bella's mom, and then she didn't take her shoes off. Guilty. The shoes thing annoys me every time I hear it. I'll be honest. Oh, I don't have Discord. I don't know how to work it.
Hear. All persons
I've
having
tried.
business before the Honorable Beverly Codoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the country of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court Court is now open. You may be seated.
Yeah, they're saying that this is motive.
All right, good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. We appreciate you being prompt and ready to go this morning. There was something I needed to discuss with the lawyers to help streamline the evidence that'll be presented to you today. So I appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. Could we have Ms. McCabe back, please?
Miss McCabe is coming back. Are we ready for this?
Good morning, follow me, please.
Mr. Cape, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
May I proceed?
Good morning, Ms. McCabe. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Before you take us back to Fairview Road, I want to ask you a couple of questions about John's house at Meadows. Are you familiar with his house?
Yes.
Have you seen the front of his house before?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with his driveway?
Yes.
Are you familiar with whether there's any surveillance system at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, we were going to guess on how many
Okay,
objections
showing
were
you what has
crossed.
been previously marked as Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's John O'Keefe's house.
Could we provide Exhibit 6 for the jury, please? On that screen, is that Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked as Exhibit 8. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
That is the side of Mr. O'Keefe's house, the two garage doors.
Is there any indication of surveillance?
Is this a Ring camera right here? Looks,
Is that what John O'Keefe's side of his house looks like?
yes.
I want to show you Exhibit 10. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the driveway at John O'Keefe's.
You see a car to the left?
Yes.
Do you know whose car that is?
Yes, that's Miss Reed's.
Is that where you left it the night before? For those early morning hours when you drove to Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 11. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, Miss Reed's vehicle.
Is that the vehicle that Ms. Reed showed you with the broken missing taillight that morning?
Yes, it is.
You mentioned earlier in the night, you spoke to John O'Keefe when you called him or he called you about directions to Fairview Road.
Yes.
And you also shared that you had a phone conversation offering directions.
Yes, I did.
Did you tell John that the house at Fairview was near Bella's mom's house?
Sustained as to form, Mr. Brennan.
Okay. What did you tell John as far as directions to Fairview? How did you mark it for him?
I told him to go by past Bella's house, the Bella's Street, and then to follow it down to the end.
Now I want you to take us back where we were yesterday when we left off.
That was it.
You had brought us to Fairview Road. You had found John.
Yes.
You shared with us that you were trying chest compressions. Before the chest compressions, did you make a phone call?
I called 911.
Your Honor, I'd like to move to introduce a copy of that 911 call.
Okay. Do you have something physically to, thank you,
Ms. McLaughlin does.
thank you,
This audio is hard to hear, but
thank you.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play Exhibit 45.
Yes.
No, this is for Law&Crime.
Yes, I need someone to come to 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Mass. There's a man trapped out in the snow.
You can't, hold on, but you can't really stop. You can't get it off, okay?
Yeah, I don't know why I did that.
You have to tell us that's dead on.
I think he's like, he's in that area in 15, okay?
I'm going to dead on, because it's,
Okay. I know. Where's the blanket? I don't see blanket, Harry.
911, what's your emergency?
I need someone to come immediately to 34 Fairview Road, Canton, Mass.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
In the south, 34?
Yes, 34, the Albert resident, yes. I just pulled up and found it.
Okay, 34 Fairview?
34 Fairview, Canton, Mass, yes.
911, that's on your bulletin, where's your emergency?
I don't know.
Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry, can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
a man unresponsive in the snow.
What else?
He's gonna get here, okay?
Okay, what's going on? Is he face down?
We just flipped him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone?
Flip it over.
That's his girlfriend, his name is John Keith.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and
Is he breathing?
a couple of hours.
He got out of the car.
I don't. I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to. It could be heat and then hysterical.
Okay, can you just try asking? I know it's tough, but we have to get the side camera going, they just gotta know.
Okay. Is he breathing, you guys? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to attempt CPR?
Yes, you guys do CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we have the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys upside?
I'm afraid I'll find him. I know, I'm on the phone with the Andrews. I know, honey, I know. So, Carrie, you gotta get off of me. Carrie, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there's any alcohol or drugs involved?
He hit an hour.
They've been on drinking.
Yes, but I'm talking hours about maybe, and I don't know how long he's been in the snow.
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe his head out?
Yes, possibly, I think he's bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face, all right.
Yes.
And how big's the pool of blood, if there is any?
So I think I have to know that one of the ones that is doing CPR.
Okay, one of them is doing CPR?
Yes, we're working on him.
All right, if she wants CPR, and just let me, just give us a call back if he becomes responsive, right, but we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McCabe, describe your mental state when you were speaking to 911.
I guess the best way to describe it was I was in shock. My heart was racing. I was trying to be as helpful as I could and get the information to the most important information out as quick as I could to the 911 operators. But also the scene there with Karen and Kerry was a bit chaotic between the two of them. So I was just trying my best to be as calm as I could, to get help there as fast as I could, and to answer their questions the best that I could.
Before you told the 911 operator John O'Keefe's name and his age, you said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
I think I just wanted to get out the most specific details. So a man in the snow versus, John O'Keefe and into a story. I think I just was get the details to them as fast as possible to get help there to him as fast as possible.
When you told the 911 operator that your friend John O'Keefe was the person lying in the snow, how did you know his age?
We used to joke because he was a couple months older than me. So I would, say, oh, well, you're older than me. It was a silly little thing between friends.
When you called the 911 operator, had Kerry and the defendant already been around or near John?
Yes.
Do you know if they had begun trying CPR before you called 911?
I'm not sure if they had, because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up, and then Kerry was yelling at her to get off. And I think when Kerry got the blankets and was trying to put him under John, I think as she started to move him and wipe him, blood started to come out. And then Karen was afraid that he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side. But then Kerry was yelling at her, we can't move him. And this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
You described what you saw, and you said at some point he was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
Before he was moved, did you see any active bleeding?
No.
After you call 911, what do you do next?
I think I called my sister and she didn't answer. And then I think I called her as I was walking over to John and she didn't answer. And then I immediately got down on the ground and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to help John for?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
How long were you and the defendant and Ms. Roberts there before someone else arrived?
Police officer was the first to arrive. In the moments, it seemed like a long time, but I think it was fairly quick that they arrived.
Any point during the time when you tried to help Mr. O'Keefe and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
When the police officer first arrived, do you remember what happened next?
I remember it was very chaotic, but there was talk about a spotlight. And I remember, I think I got up and ran to kind of wave to get the police officer's attention so he could see where we were.
And then what happens?
The police officer, not sure specific, I do remember him asking about John. I think he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
And what's the environment? What's going on around you?
Karen's just running around crazy, like just yelling, screaming, kind of like a ping pong.
What are you trying to do?
I was just trying to talk to the officer. I guess I just went into this like type of mode of, all right, I have to just talk to him, get the information out, figure out like how we can best help John and like what happened to him and try to save him ultimately.
And what happens next?
More officers begin to come, fire and EMT. So the scene becomes active with a lot of different presence. John, I think they lift John onto a board at one point. The officers are asking us questions. Karen's kind of coming over, talking to the questions, and then kind of just running away. And then she just runs back over. She's doing a lot of screaming, a lot of repetitive, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Kerry, I think, Kerry's off kind of making phone calls, I believe, to John's family.
Do you know what time the first responders lifted John from the ground and put him on that bed?
I don't know a time, but it was
Okay, that's the only question.
okay.
I do.
You heard your 911 call. Do you know the time of that 911 call?
Not off the top of my head, no.
I do.
At some point, did you talk to a number of different people at the scene?
Yes.
And who were you talking to?
The first officer was Officer Saraf. I know I spoke with him. I spoke with an Officer Lank, an Officer Good. There were other officers. I don't remember their names. There were EMTs. I don't remember their names either.
You have lived in this area for a long time?
Yes.
You're active in the community?
Yes.
Did you know Sergeant Good from before that night?
I knew of him. I didn't know him personally.
Did you know Detective Lank?
Yes, I knew him.
How did you know him?
We were friendly.
Your children ever associate with each other?
Not until recently.
After you had a chance to speak to some of the officers, did you move around at all yourself?
Yes, I kind of, the officers would talk to us here and then a little bit over to the side. I tried to comfort Miss Reed. At one point, Miss Reed was very upset. And one of the officers thought it would be best if maybe she went and just sat in one of the cruisers for a little bit because she was just doing a lot of screaming and yelling. And I think they were just trying to, get, work on John and make the scene a little less chaotic. So I went into the back of the car with her, and Kerry Roberts came over. And then we all were just sat in the back of Karen and I kind of were scrunched and sitting in the back, and Kerry was at the door of the cruiser.
Why did you get in the car with the defendant?
She was crying. She asked me to get in. We held hands. We prayed. She did have blood on her hands, and she said, could I have gotten my period? Who's going to take care of the kids? She just kind of was all over the place. And then at one point, we saw them moving John towards the ambulance. And at that point, Miss Reed started yelling to Miss Roberts, go check on him. Are they working on him? Is he dead? Is he dead? And at that point, myself and Miss Reed got out of the car, and she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, to die in the cold.
When the defendant first asked you to Google an inquiry about hypothermia, were you still inside the police cruiser or were you outside?
Outside.
What was the weather? I know it's an obvious question, but how cold was it?
It was very cold, windy. The snow was blowing. As I stated, I have multiple sclerosis. So when I'm out in either extremely hot or cold temperatures, I lose the feeling and sensation in my fingers, which obviously made the Googling very hard for me to do because of my, motor skills.
So when you were outside of the car with the defendant and she had asked you to do a search regarding hypothermia, did you try to do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the exact time from your memory? Not from reading or learning, but from your memory. Do you remember the exact time you did that?
No.
Was it after the police came that morning?
Yes.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia any time before that moment, that morning?
No.
Or that day?
No.
That week?
No.
Was this the first time that morning after the defendant asked you to search that you searched that phrase?
Yes, it was.
And did you complete your search and get a result?
So I don't know what came up because I think as I entered it, I think I misspelled things. And so then I think I tried a second search. And And again, I don't think I even paid attention to what came up because we were already on to the next thing. Karen was already moving and screaming about, the next thing to Kerry. Are they working on him? Is he dead?
Did the defendant move somewhere from the point when she first asked you to try to Google about hypothermia to something else?
She was next to me, and then I think she took off. Like, she kept kind of running off.
And what did you do?
I believe as they were I think I stood there, I believe as they were putting John into the ambulance, I went back kind of to the original spot where we had been talking to the police. And at that point, a new officer might have come because I remember talking to multiple officers there.
At some point, did you go back towards the area of Miss Roberts' car?
Yes, that's where I'm referring to. Sorry.
At some point, were you with the defendant when she spoke to an officer and a first responder?
Yes.
Do you remember if the first responder was a man or a woman?
I remember there was a woman right next to us. Yes.
Remember if that was before or after the defendant asked you to search about hypothermia?
I'd be guessing if I then don't.
Don't guess.
Mm-hmm.
When the defendant was speaking to the first responder, the woman, were you near?
Yes.
Did you hear or do you remember the defendant saying anything to the first responder?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told the first responder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
When she told the first responder, I hit him, how did you react?
I was like startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Did you say anything to the defendant?
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy. And I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying to look out for her?
Yeah.
Sustain. I'll strike it. You can ask it differently.
What was your motivation for trying to interrupt the defendant making the statements to the first responder?
Karen was hysterical, irrational, kind of.
I'll move on.
Oh, okay, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
So here's the thing. Here's my issue with this, and these are the kinds of little things that just make this come across as a certain way in my perception. The way that she's saying, I don't know, I think I Googled it and I think I may have spelled stuff wrong. She knows exactly what she did. And the fact that we all know that she knows it, this has been like, it's stuff like that that makes the whole thing feel super scripted. And I think that it seems disingenuous because of stuff like that. And then it makes you just start questioning everything else. But keep in mind, the jury doesn't know what we know. So, to them, this is probably very, impactful. And to us, it's curated.
Yeah. After you made the search at the defendant's request for an inquiry regarding hypothermia, did you have a chance to speak to the officers further?
Yes.
Did they ask you to do anything or go anywhere?
Yes. Officer Lank asked me to go into my sister's house and to wake them up.
And your sister's name again?
My sister, Nicole.
And that is the house you were in the night before?
Yes.
And after you spoke to the officer, they requested you go in to speak to your sister, did you?
Yes.
Was there any directive on what you should speak to your sister about?
No.
After the officers asked you to go into the house, did you?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what door you went through?
Yes, I went through the front door.
Was the door locked?
Yes.
How did you get in?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said, was it unlocked?
No, I asked if it was locked.
Oh, sorry. It was unlocked.
As you're approaching the house, were there any lights on?
No.
Was it dark?
Yes.
Any sign of any movement inside the house before you went in?
No.
Take us through walking through the front door. What happens?
So I went in the front door. I opened the door. I walked up the stairs into their hallway, and then I think I knocked on their door.
Bedroom door?
Their bedroom door. And then I opened the door. I went in and I walked over to the bed and I was like, Brian, Nicole. Because I was like, I was in a position where I felt like the world was going on around me. So much was happening. But I also was aware that I was just about to wake up two people that are sound asleep, and they're going to see me standing over their bed and be startled, wondering, what am I doing here?
So what happens?
So it took a minute or two, and then Brian woke up and he immediately was like startled and was like, Jennifer, what's going on? What are you doing? And then I believe I tried the best I could to say what was going on. I think I said, we found John.
You don't need to describe
Okay.
again, but I want to know their reaction and your interaction with your sister and Brian Albert.
They woke up startled and confused.
Did you have a conversation with them?
Yes.
How long was that conversation?
Brief. They got up, got dressed. I spoke to them.
And where did you go and where did they go?
Then all three of us went down the stairs.
The upstairs to the downstairs?
Upstairs to downstairs,
And
yes.
upstairs is the second level, is downstairs the first level?
Yes.
As you come down the stairs, can you see the front door?
Yes.
Is there anybody in the house at that point?
I saw Officer Lank.
In the house?
Yes.
Do you know if he had been invited in?
I have no idea.
When you came down the stairs and saw Officer Lank, where was your sister and Brian Albert?
They were walking with me down the stairs.
And did you see whether or not the officer spoke with your sister and your brother?
He did.
Brother-in-law? I'm sorry.
He did. He did. Yes.
Were you there during that conversation?
No.
How long was that conversation? Do you know?
Not sure.
Where did you go when the officer was speaking to your sister and your brother-in-law inside their home?
I was standing at the front doorway, and then my husband, Matt, had just arrived.
What happened next?
I started talking to Matt, and almost immediately Officer Lang came, got Matt, and asked if he could talk to him outside.
Okay. At this point, I want to go back and show you some video. Have you seen video in this case before?
Yes.
I'd like to ask the court's permission to display Exhibit 4, and I would like to walk through some of the video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you kindly put on Exhibit 4. I'd like to start at 6:09:57.
What she just described is very different than last year on what was described. Last year, remember Brian Albert, didn't he testify that she like busted in their bedroom door and she was hysterical? She's saying that she went in and she was very aware that she was about to wake up two people and startle them. So
Ms. Gilman, if you can take us to the arrival at Fairview.
So that's, let me look at my spreadsheet.
Could you stop there, please? Ms. McCabe, do you recognize this scene?
Yes.
Is that morning?
Yes.
The car directly in front of this dash cam, do you know whose vehicle that is?
Kerry Roberts.
On the left, we see somebody with a blue Parker or jacket. Do you know who that is?
I believe that's me.
Can you continue to play, please?
Yeah. I'm pulling it up on my spreadsheet now. The testimony from last year is very different for that part. That's a weird thing to change. Very odd.
Can you stop there, please? Does that fairly depict your first interaction with law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you see the flagpole in that video?
Yes.
And is that the area where you found John?
Yes.
I'd like to move forward in the video. If we can move forward to 6:14:45, please. Could you stop there? Can you identify people on that video from right to left, if you can?
I don't know the officer. That's myself. I believe behind me, that's Miss Reed.
And this is about, well, let me get the time correctly. 6:14:47. And do you know where John is at this point?
Are they lifting him to the left?
Okay. Could you continue, please, Ms. Gilman? Could you stop there? The person all the way to the left near the flagpole. Do you know who that is?
I believe Carrie Roberts.
And is that the area where John was found?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 a.m.? If you don't know, that's okay. Do you know what Ms. Roberts was doing at 6:15 a.m.?
My guess is
I don't want you to guess. Just if you know.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, you're over to the right. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. Is that Carrie on the left?
Yes.
Stop, please. On the right, do you see yourself?
Yes.
And which person are you?
I'm the one next to the one with the fluorescent yellow.
Is your back to us?
Yes.
To the right in yellow. Do you know who that is?
I don't.
Continue, please. Continue.
Yeah, she'll only do that on cross because she wants to check her testimony so she doesn't perjure herself or impeach herself or whatever. Say something different.
Stop, please. Do you see the defendant move from the right to the left?
Yes.
Do you see the yellow jacket?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that's the woman first responder?
I believe so. Yes.
Do you know why the officer moved the defendant over to from right to left?
I don't.
Okay, continue, please. Stop. At that part, is there a conversation between the defendant and the first responder?
Yes.
Are you listening?
Yes.
Continue. Stop. Do you see the officer that was with you in the group?
Yes.
Do you see him now turned away from the group speaking to somebody else?
I do.
Continue, please.
he's going through this to try to explain why Katie McLaughlin said that Karen Reed said, I hit him to her. And she was like, well, Seraph or whatever was standing right there and he heard it too. And Seraph was like, I didn't hear it. So now he's going through this because he's prepping us for how he's going to
Thank you.
explain
If you could
that.
move ahead to 619, please.
I'm speculating why he's doing this, but.
Is that you, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Stop for a moment. Do you know at which point you went to the officer's car and sat in the back with Ms. Reed?
I believe it's right after this.
Can you continue, please?
I just put up my spreadsheet from last year too. Nicole Albert, her sister, said that she woke up around 6 or 6:30 because Jen came bursting into the bedroom and she said that Jen was hysterical, telling her that John was found
Is that
outside.
Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
And Lank was walking in as they went downstairs.
Stop, please.
Weird thing to.
Was it
Change
before or after that moment that you sat with the defendant and Ms. Roberts stood outside the car and you prayed?
I'm not exactly sure from
Okay.
that video.
That's fine. If we could move forward to 6:23:40, please.
What was she whispering to herself?
At this time, are you still with the defendant behind this car in some spot?
Yes, I am.
Is it during this time, 6:23 and 6:24, you tried to make those searches at the defendant's request?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you can move forward to 6:26:15. Pause, please. Ms. McCabe, did you see anybody returning to Ms. Roberts' car in that area?
Yes.
And who did you see?
I saw myself, and I'm standing outside of the car speaking to Officer Lank. I saw Kerry go up and near her car. I'm not sure if she went into it. And I saw someone walk Miss Reed into the car.
Is it around this time you have a conversation with Mr. Lank?
Yes.
And what does he tell you again around this time?
He's at this point, I think, asking me questions about what had happened. And then soon after, he asks me to go into my sister's house.
Ms. Gilman, if you can fast forward to 6:34:15, please.
Hey, Mama. We'll go back in a minute. It's like she whispered something. I want to hear.
Stop, please. You described that the house had no lights on. Is that a fair depiction of,
Yes.
of the view?
Yes.
Do you see a figure walking up the driveway?
Not on this pause clip, but I did see it. Yes.
Let's play it and see if you can identify.
This is when she's going up to the
Yes,
house.
I can see myself walking up.
Where are you now?
I'm walking up the path to go up to the stairs into the house.
And this is at the request of Officer Lank?
Yes.
And you described first you went in and woke up your sister and brother-in-law?
Yes.
Could we move forward to 6:39, please?
Say hi to my mama.
Stop. And do you see something happen with the house at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens?
Light went on.
I'll note it's 6:39:08. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. After first responders took John and you had gone in your sister's house, what did you do next?
Next, after Officer Lank spoke to my husband, Kerry Roberts, her and I had a conversation. She was going to go pick up John's parents in Braintree. At first, I had told her I would go with her. But then Officer Lank said that one of us had to stay at Fairview to speak to the, I believe it was the state troopers that would be coming.
Did you stay at Fairview?
I did, yes.
What was your mental state at that point?
Again, I was in shock. The best way I can describe it is the feeling of I'm present and everything's going on around me, and I'm just trying to process and make sense of everything.
Did you speak to your sister about what happened?
Yes.
Did you speak to your brother-in-law about what happened?
Yes.
And were they giving you any comfort or support?
Yes, they were being very comforting and supportive.
As you were waiting at Fairview, did anybody else come to the house?
Well, my husband, Matt, had arrived. A little while later, Julie Albert had arrived. She was dropping something off, and then Brian Sr. called her in.
Is Julie Albert the wife of Chris Albert?
Yes, she is.
And Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers?
Correct.
When she arrived, did you talk to her?
Yes.
Were you in a group? Were you talking to people privately?
No, we were all sitting around the kitchen table.
And why were you talking to everybody?
We were trying to figure out what had happened. They were trying to be supportive, trying to help me.
What was your mood?
I was extremely concerned. I was calling Kerry, trying to get updates about John. I was worried about John, his family, about Kaylee.
At that point, did you know whether John was going to live?
I had a very strong, I think deep down I knew that John was gone. But there's, until you hear it, I think there was that little bit of hope maybe.
Did you speak to anybody but Kerry, who was not at the home that morning?
I believe I spoke, yeah, Miss Reed.
You had a conversation?
Yes, I spoke to her when she was in the ambulance.
Did you speak to her again later that day?
No, I think I texted her asking her for Kerry's number because I didn't have it.
Did you hear back?
No,
Did you ever speak to Miss Reed again?
no, I've never spoken to her again.
When you were trying to get information from Kerry and you were in Fairview, did anybody else other than the people you've described arrive at Fairview?
Chris Albert, Brian Higgins showed up, and Chris Albert.
Did you know Brian Higgins?
I knew him as a friend of Brian's.
Did you see him at the waterfall that night before?
Yes, I did.
And after you arrived at Fairview that night, after leaving the waterfall, was Brian Higgins one of the people there?
Yes.
And did you talk about what had happened in front of Brian Higgins as well?
Yes.
Was there a group discussion?
I wouldn't say discussion. I would just say, like, for instance, someone would ask me a question because everybody this didn't make sense to anybody. No one knew what had happened.
Agreed.
So just move on.
And so was there a lot of questions about what you saw and heard?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that you felt like you were in a state of shock. Did you feel like you were still in that state, or were things changing mentally?
Little by little, as I sat there, I started things started coming back to me that had been said to me earlier.
Did something significant come back to you about what happened earlier or what you heard?
Yes.
And what is that?
When Miss Reed stated to myself and the female, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And did anything else over the course of that morning come back to you about that moment?
Throughout, when I was still at Fairview, or throughout the day?
Still at Fairview.
I believe that was maybe the main thing. I can't be sure what time, what memories came back.
When you remembered the defendant's statements to the first responder, did you decide to do something with that information?
Yes, Officer Lang had said if I, remembered anything or needed anything before the state, the state police came, to give him a call.
Did you?
I did, yes.
And you knew Officer Lang?
I did, yes.
Were you comfortable calling him?
Yes, I was.
Did you tell him the information that you had remembered?
I just asked him to come back to Fairview.
Did he?
He did, yes.
When he came back, did you speak to him?
Yes, I did.
Were you with the group or were you alone?
No, it was with the group.
And did you tell him what you had remembered?
I did, yes.
How long did you stay at Fairview for?
I believe somewhere between 11:30. I'm being approximate with my times. Officer Proctor called me from the state police.
Do you know how he got your number?
No.
Did you have a discussion with him?
He said he would like to come by and question me, and I'm not sure if he said at your house or if I said I need to go home because I had 4 kids at home that were still sleeping, and I knew that I had to go home to them and eventually break this news to them and comfort them, and I knew that was going to be a whole nother situation to deal with.
Did you speak to him on the phone before you went home or after?
A quick phone call. I'll see you at my house.
At that point, did you share any information with him?
No, not on the phone.
Did you return home?
I did, yes.
Do you remember about what time that was?
I'm going to say 11:30 or after. Approximate.
General?
General, yeah.
Okay. When you got back home, did you have a meeting or speak with Mr. Proctor?
I did, yes.
Was it a phone call or an in-person conversation?
He came into my house with Officer Buchanan.
Okay, him and Trooper Buchanan came in?
Yes.
Was there anybody else at your home?
My husband was home, and my brother-in-law, Brian Albert, came over.
Did you speak to them?
Yes.
Did you tell them any additional information at that point?
The troopers or,
The troopers.
yes, I know I had said what Karen had said to me, and then she had said, I hit him. Could I have hit him? I told them how she showed up at my house. I just basically gave them the events of that morning.
At that point, did you mention anything about the defendant's broken taillight?
At that conversation, no.
Did they leave?
They did leave, yes.
At some point, did they reach out to you again, or did you reach out to them?
At some point, I had another conversation with them a few hours later. I'm not sure if they called me or if I called them.
Do you know what generally the content of that conversation was?
Yes, I had remembered that Karen had told me about her taillight.
As you're processing that morning, are you trying to think and recreate the event, or are you trying to put it out of your mind?
I couldn't get it out of my mind.
Tinsley's trying to cover her ears.
While you were at home, did you receive any updates from anybody, Kerry Roberts or anybody, about John?
Yes, when I was still at the Alberts, Kerry had given me word that, John had passed. Then once I got home, I know different friends who was starting to hear.
Without content, were you receiving contacts, calls, text
Yes.
messages from other people?
Yes,
And were you reaching back out to other people?
some, yes.
At some point, did you go over to Meadows Road?
On Sunday, I did, yes.
Was Sunday the next day?
Yes, it was.
Why did you go over to Meadows?
Kerry and I went over with my daughter and her daughter to see the family and to offer support and
You
our
said you-
sympathy.
You said you and Kerry. How did you get there?
Kerry picked me up.
Prior to that evening, you and Kerry, you described, weren't friends or familiar.
Correct.
Were things changing?
Yes, rapidly.
When she picked you up, who else did she pick up with you?
My daughter, who is Kaylee's friend.
And was anybody else, or any of Miss Roberts' family in the car?
Yes, her daughter was in the car as well.
So it was you, Miss Roberts, and your two daughters?
Yes.
You said you went to Meadows.
Yes.
Why did you go there?
To offer our condolences, sympathy, support, to be with the family. I love them.
Were they staying at Meadows?
They were at Meadows, yes.
When you went there that next day, can you describe the traffic and the people that were there?
There was a house full of family, friends, coworkers, loved ones. The car repairman, like anyone and everyone.
Did you ever see the defendant?
No.
While you're at the house, did you have a chance to speak to Miss O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
At some point that day, did you leave the house?
Yes.
Who did you leave with?
Kerry and my daughter stayed to be with Kaylee, and we left with her daughter.
Where did you go?
We were heading home, but then we ended up dropping off her daughter at her friend's house.
Now, who's her daughter? Don't give me a name. Kerry's daughter?
Kerry's daughter, yes.
And was Kerry's daughter friends with any of the Lanks?
Yes, Kerry's daughter's good friends with Mike Lank's daughter.
When Miss Roberts drove over to Mr. and Mrs. Lank's house, did you meet anybody?
Yes, her daughter, Kerry's daughter, went in the house, and Mrs. Lank came out. Her and Kerry are very good friends, so she came out to offer support and condolences.
Was it still cold outside?
Yes, it was freezing.
When she was offering her support, was she inside or outside of the car?
She jumped into the back seat.
During that time you spent with Officer Lank's wife, did you ever go into the house?
I have a faint memory. I think I went in and used the bathroom at one point.
When you were having the conversation with Mr. Lank's wife, were you talking about what had happened?
Yes, Kerry was just explaining the morning, the phone calls, the scene, things like that.
Were you trying to get any type of inside information or push the investigation in any particular direction?
No, I didn't speak much. It was mostly Kerry and Trish was just being a supportive friend to Kerry.
At some point, did you get together with Ms. Roberts and try to memorialize what you had saw or thought that morning?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Peg had asked Kerry to do a timeline. So Kerry came over and we were sitting down talking about it. And so my sister was there and she said that she would jot it down for us.
So when you got together, it was at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe?
Yes.
When she made that request of you, asked you to do that, did you question why?
No, she wanted us to do it, so I did it.
Why?
She wanted us to remember and try to jot down everything we remembered so we wouldn't forget.
So I'm going to sustain disregard. There is disregard.
You can't say what somebody else
Did you speak
wanted.
to officers further in the future?
Yes.
Speculative.
Can you count how many
hearsay.
times you spoke with police or the interviews you had?
There were a lot, or a good amount, I should say.
At some point, did any of the police officers ask if they could take your phone and copy everything on it?
Yes.
Did you have any hesitation about that?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Were you cooperative?
Yes.
Why?
I wanted to help in any way I could.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing you a piece of paper, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's my signature.
Do you know what that document is?
Yes, it's the consent form that I signed from my phone.
I can introduce this as an exhibit.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we can deal with it sidebar. I have no objection to the identification of it, moving in as exhibit. I do have an objection.
Okay, I'll see what's on that.
Sidebar. All right. So this is interesting. I think that it's hard for me let me say this. If I did not know everything that I know, I think that this would be very effective testimony. I think that knowing everything I know, you can see how rehearsed and coached it is, because it's like all of the holes that were picked in her stuff from last time, Brennan is walking through those and they are filling in each of those holes with like details. And I think that because I know that, I look at this and I'm like, this is really scripted and rehearsed. But if I didn't, I think that this would be very, effective for the jury. What do you think?
After that day when you met with Miss Roberts and you try to memorialize your memory about what had happened, after that date, have you discussed what happened that morning with other people?
Yes.
And have you discussed it with police over time?
Yes.
I have no further questions at this time.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Buckle up, Buttercup. Oh boy.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
When was the last time you spoke with Carrie Roberts before your testimony today?
She called me last night.
What did y'all discuss?
She asked if my daughters were going to be staying home from school today because her daughter would possibly join them.
Did you discuss anything having to do with your testimony?
Not my testimony, no.
Did you discuss anything in that conversation with her prior testimony?
No.
Are you aware that she testified last week?
Yes.
Did you discuss anything after that, after she testified with her about her testimony?
No.
We know that through her testimony that you had a conversation with her the morning that she testified.
Yes.
Right? Did you discuss what you anticipated to be her testimony in that conversation before she testified?
No.
Have you and Ms. Roberts ever discussed anything about either one of your testimonies, either in the last proceeding or in anticipation of this proceeding?
No.
So for the entirety of the last year, even though you both went through a proceeding last year where you both testified under oath and it was highly, highly publicized, neither one of you, your good friend Carrie Roberts and you, have ever discussed either of your testimonies between that time and this time.
No, we've discussed the case and we've discussed what happened that moment, the moments of the morning, but we have not discussed testimony.
Okay, so let's break that down for a second. I'm talking about, because the timing matters. I'm just asking at this point, if you'll bear with me, just the year from last year at a different proceeding to this year, you have discussed this case.
Yes.
With Ms. Roberts.
Many times, yes.
And you've discussed the specifics of her memory, which would be reflected in her testimony, correct?
We talked about what happened that morning.
So you were talking about what she remembers happening that morning, correct?
No, what happened that morning.
Okay, so not to put too fine a point on it, Ms. McCabe, but if you ask me what I had for dinner last night, it's my memory of what I had for dinner last night. Would you agree with that? I do.
Sustained.
Did you talk about her perception of what happened that morning during the last year?
We've talked about what has happened, yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to break it down between you and Ms. Roberts. You've discussed her perceptions and her memory of what happened, as well as, and separate and apart from, your memory and your perceptions, correct?
Correct.
So there have been circumstances in which you and Ms. Roberts have compared, by definition, what she remembers versus what you remember, correct?
I wouldn't say compare.
Now let's move to what would you say in terms of what you've discussed and why?
I would say that we've both talked about what we've discussed, but it wasn't like a comparison. We weren't comparing anything.
You've talked about what you discussed. What does that mean? Talked about your testimony?
No, we've discussed what happened that moment,
right,
and in those moments. So, when I got a phone call, and that's my story. I got a phone call in the morning, and then Carrie can say, yeah, I got a phone call as well.
As you said, that's your story, correct?
Not my story. It's
Those
the
were
truth.
yours.
It's the truth.
Okay. So for instance, when you got a phone call at 4:53 in the morning, Carrie Roberts wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
But you've discussed that with her.
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception of that, your memory of that phone call was, even though she was not recipient to and did not witness that phone call, correct?
I've told her about the phone call, correct.
As well as many other details that she was not privy to personally, correct?
Correct.
Conversations that you've had, for instance, conversations that you claim you've had with Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception is of those conversations, or your memory was or is of those conversations with Ms. Reed, correct?
Which conversations with Ms. Reed?
Any conversations, just anything that she wasn't privy to. You've discussed that with her.
Some things, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And conversely, Ms. McCabe, obviously, she's also discussed certain perceptions and memories that she has about this case, and the facts of this case, as she recalls them, that you were not necessarily privy to, correct?
Yes.
Things that may have taken place outside your presence, correct?
Correct.
And you've talked about things, she's talked to you about things, now I'm getting myself confused. Y'all have talked about things that were outside of her perception and outside of your perception. And you've shared those with each other.
We've shared our experiences. We've become very close. We both lived through a traumatic experience.
How many times would you say you and Ms. Roberts have discussed your individual perceptions of what you remember happening on the 28th or the 29th of January 2022? How many times?
It would be hard to put a number on that. We talk about it's hard. We're bonded. We talk about the trauma that we relive every day. Karen called us for help and we both answered the phone.
And that bonding is the glue that holds you two together. Is this case, correct?
Yes.
So that probably, by definition, is the foundation of many, many, many of your conversations. Would you agree?
We've grown into friends where we talk about many other things
Sure.
besides the case.
Sure, the movie you saw last weekend and what the kids are doing next week.
Yes, and yes, absolutely. We
Okay,
talk
so-
many different things, just like girlfriends do.
I'm just concerned with and asking you about the subject matter of this case and the details and the facts of this case. You two have probably talked hundreds of times, that's fair to say, about your individual perceptions, your respective perceptions of this case, correct?
This happened 3 years ago and we've talked about it time and time again. This case has traumatized us, so
And
it's a
talking
huge part
about-
of our lives.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I believe it just, I meant traumatized our lives.
Okay. It would be impossible for you two to have had so many conversations about your respective perceptions of the details of that day without that influencing the other person, correct? You've somehow been influenced by Miss Roberts's perceptions and her memories, correct?
That's where he's getting with
I don't
this.
think I would say influenced.
Would you say that she's been influenced by your perceptions and your memories?
Objection.
Would you say that, Ms. McCabe?
Manipulation.
No, I wouldn't.
Next question.
How many times have you met with anybody from the DA's office? And I'm just going to limit the time frame right now in anticipation of your appearance in this trial yesterday and today.
I'd say roughly 4 or 5.
Can you give me a time frame when those 4 or 5 meetings were?
I don't have dates. I do remember at one point I met with Mr. Brennan. He was new to the case. So I went in and he introduced himself.
How long ago was that? Weeks or months?
I can't give you a time frame. I'm sorry.
Do you think it was last summer?
No.
Do you think it was?
No, it was more recent.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
sorry.
wasn't in the fall of last year.
No,
It was in 2025 sometime?
I believe so,
You
yes.
think it might have been February, January?
Again, I can't give you an exact. I'm sorry.
All right. I want to talk about the timeframes of those conversations, then I'll ask you a little bit more about those conversations. So that was the first meeting that you had was with Mr. Brennan in anticipation of your testimony. What were the subsequent 4 meetings or so that you've had? With whom and approximately what time?
Okay, so another meeting with Mr. Brennan. Are you looking for who was
Sure.
there?
Who
All
else
right.
was there?
I mean, can I give you a general answer? I didn't write down like every meeting who was there, but
course.
generally, okay.
Was Mr. Lally there?
During 1 or 2 of the meetings, he was, yes.
Was Ms. McLaughlin there?
Yes.
Was there anybody else from the DA's office there?
The officer or trooper Tully was there at one. Trooper Buchanan was there at one. The witness advocates were there. And again, give or take the particular meeting.
Those are 2 meetings that you've talked about with Mr. Brennan and others. What about the 3rd meeting?
No, I'm sorry. I was lumping a few of them together.
Sure,
I
understood.
apologize.
How many meetings would you have? Let's just start there. How many meetings have you had with Mr. Brennan and either staff or colleagues?
So after the first initial meeting, I
Right.
would say, again, I didn't write them down off the top of my head. I can think of 2 or 3 more after that.
Okay.
Excuse me, first initial one.
So that's either 4 or 5 meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues, Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin, perhaps, Mr. Nelson, perhaps, the other employee of the DA's office, and Troopers Buchanan and Trooper Tully.
Correct.
You asked questions about at any of these meetings. I'm just going to lump them all together. Any of
Okay.
these 5 meetings. By the way, when was most recent?
Last night, I had a Zoom call in regards, I think the court asked them to
Yes, I'm going
Yeah,
to stop you right there.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to ask a different question, and if you don't
Okay.
mind, I'm just going to lead you through this question.
Okay.
You had a conversation last night. I'm not interested in that particular conversation. That was for a very specific purpose. I'm asking you about everything leading up to, but not including last night's conversation, okay?
Okay.
So let's just leave that one out. You've had, I think you mentioned either 4 or 5 other meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues and or law enforcement.
Yeah, and I might have, in the 5, included that one from last night.
Okay, fair enough.
I want to know more about the Zoom call.
Were you asked questions in those, we're just going to call them 4 meetings. Were you asked questions during those 4 meetings about your testimony at the first proceeding last year?
I reviewed I did review some of my testimony, yes.
In what format?
I
A
watched.
paper transcript or do
No, we just watched a little bit of it.
you watch your direct examination?
A little bit, yes.
Did you watch your cross-examination?
A little, yes.
Who cross-examined you?
You did,
That was me.
yes.
And did you watch the redirect or any part of it?
No,
Did you watch any part of any subsequent version of recross or additional questions that you were asked?
I don't believe so, no.
Was there a specific area that Mr. Brennan asked you to look at and review in terms of your direct or your cross-examination?
No,
Did you watch the entirety of the direct examination and the entirety of the cross-examination?
I do not believe so, no.
Were you questioned by Mr. Brennan following your review of that direct and cross-examination?
No.
So he didn't ask you any questions about any of your answers?
He showed me a dash cam and would ask me to point out who's this, who's that, a waterfall video, is this you, is this somebody? Those were the type of questions that he asked me.
What about any discussion about your demeanor and how you performed in the last proceeding?
I knew this was coming.
Objection.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. What about your demeanor? I'm using probably a poor word, perform, how you came across, your demeanor in the last proceeding. Objection.
Sustained.
Did you discuss changing your demeanor in any way, shape, form, or fashion from the last trial?
I knew this was coming.
The last proceeding to this trial, my mistake. From the last proceeding to this trial, was your demeanor ever discussed?
No, I was just told to slow down, answer the question, and, answer it to the best of my memory.
Was there any discussion about talking about your background, for instance, your family and your children and being a sports mom, as you talked about in your direct examination?
That was overkill.
No, I believe I did that in the previous one as well.
Was there any discussion about crafting your testimony in any way to suggest a softer approach?
No.
Was there any discussion about how to develop your testimony from beginning to end?
Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan ask you about, or let me ask it a different way. Did Mr. Brennan take you through a series of questions, for instance, as almost a test run of questions that you might be asked either on direct examination or cross-examination?
No.
Did you practice your testimony with any member of the DA's office?
No.
Were there any sessions where you sat and was subjected to a cross-examination, like a fake cross-examination or a fake direct examination?
No, there
Anything
wasn't.
like that?
No.
What were the things that stand out in your mind? You said you had at least 4 meetings. How long was each meeting, by the way, ish?
The first meeting, I think, was fairly quick. It was just the introduction.
30 minutes, less than 30 minutes?
I don't want to give a time because I'm not sure,
Okay.
but it was fairly quick, yes.
Okay. What about the second meeting?
Again, I don't know specific meetings, but I can tell you that there was a longer one where I did watch some dash cam video, look at different pictures, things like that.
What kind of pictures did you look at? Other than the dash cam video?
The pictures of John's house.
Okay. The same photos that we saw today?
Yes.
How long in total would you say all of those meetings were? Just taking them all together.
I really can't give you I really can't give you an estimate. I think the first one was fairly quick. The second one, one of them was a little bit longer, maybe couple hours.
Okay. Then the third one, was that also a couple hours, or was that one fairly quick?
That was fairly quick, yes.
So fair to say between 2, 3, 4 hours total meeting times?
Again, I'd have to probably go back and look at the date and the time. I really can't give you a specific amount of time. I apologize.
Did Trooper Tully or Trooper Buchanan ask you any questions during the course of any of these meetings?
Regarding the case, no, but we did briefly talk about how my kids were, how their kids were.
But they didn't ask you any questions about your testimony, about the case, about your memories, about specific facts?
I do not believe so, no.
During any of these meetings, was anybody taking notes? Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Lally, Mr. Brennan, any of the troopers?
No, I don't believe so.
So there was several hours worth of meetings with you, and nobody scribed any notes that you saw?
None that I saw, no.
And these meetings were not recorded?
I do not believe so, no.
Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about your family because I just want to make sure it's crystal clear who's who. You're married to Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
Your sister is Nicole Albert.
Yes.
Nicole is married to Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was Brian Albert's home that you were at 34 Fairview that you arrived at.
Real quick, the reason, for those of you who didn't watch the first one, the reason that he's going through all of this is because during the first trial, it was very highly publicized, and there were a lot of people who picked up on a lot of different things, especially her demeanor, and she got really snippy with AJ, look, I'm not saying like AJ got, snippy with her too. Like there was no love lost between the two, but there are specific things that people, like the public, really picked up on. And this time around, it seems like this version of Jen McCabe testimony and her demeanor and stuff is very different than last time. So she has obviously taken notes from everything that has been said about her on the first trial, which is why AJ's going through all of this. So for those of you who didn't watch the first one, that's why we just went through all of that.
Where John's body was found, correct?
Yes.
The same home where that late night gathering was on January 28th going into the morning of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Would you consider yourself to be close with your sister Nicole and Brian?
Yes, very close.
Your families it's not just you and Nicole, your whole families are close, correct?
Yes, we have a very close family.
How long have you known Brian Albert?
Since I was in kindergarten.
You consider him, even though he is not blood related to you, you consider him family?
Yes.
In addition to Brian and Nicole Albert, you're also very close with Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
Yes.
Just to be clear, and I'm going to do this slowly.
Okay.
Brian Albert's younger brother is Chris Albert, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is married to Julie Albert.
Yes.
You consider Chris and Julie family, even though there may not be a blood relation as well, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is a Canton Select Board member, is that right?
Now he is, yes.
And the Canton, that's in Canton? I said Select Board member. Did I mention Canton Select Board member?
It is in Canton,
Okay.
yes.
All right, obviously it's in Canton. The Canton Police Department reports to the Select Board, correct?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware of that echelon?
No.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Albert, your friend of, I'm not going to say how many years, but since kindergarten, was a Boston police officer.
Yes.
He had been a lifetime law enforcement officer for some 30 years before he retired recently, correct?
Yes.
He's a trained first responder, obviously.
Yes.
Brian Albert and Chris Albert have another brother named Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert is a detective with a police department, correct?
Yes, I believe that's his title. I'm not
Which
100%.
Which police department is Kevin Albert associated with?
Canton.
And you've grown up in Canton your whole life, you indicated.
Yes.
Your entire family has grown up in Canton, correct?
Yes.
And you, Ms. McCabe, have 3 sisters. Nicole, we've talked about. You also have a sister named Shelley, is that right?
Michelle, yes.
Michelle?
Mhm.
And Denise, who you mentioned in your direct examination.
Yes.
Nicole is also known by nickname, is that right?
Yes.
What is Nicole's nickname within the family?
Coco.
Coco.
Does Shelley also have a nickname? Well, I guess Shelley is the
Yeah,
shortened
Shelley
name from
is.
Michelle, correct?
Yes.
What about Denise?
She's Dee Dee.
Dee Dee?
Yeah, like Deedee.
I think she's trying to come
Your
across
father lives
as like,
close by in a neighboring town, correct?
Yes.
Don't tell me the town, but it's relatively close to Canton.
likable.
20 minutes, yes.
Okay. His name is Tom Weeks.
Yes.
Like trying to come across as friendly because last time there
are,
friendliness
I'm
between
not
them.
going to go through all of them right now because the family tree is getting large, but there are children, cousins, second cousins, nephews, aunts, uncles. There's a combination of familial relations within that set of folks that I just talked about, Chris and Brian and Nicole and you and Matt and the folks that we've just talked about.
Yes.
That family, that large family, celebrates holidays together, I'm guessing?
We don't typically, celebrate with Kevin and Chris, but my family does, yes.
Along with Brian, Albert, and Nicole?
Yes, of course.
Birthdays are celebrated within that family?
Yes.
Go on vacations together, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Gatherings like the one on the 28th?
He's getting that they are
Yes.
all a
Special
very
events.
close family, and
Yes.
Karen
Spend
Reed is
weekends
not family.
together?
Yes.
You mentioned a lot of sporting events. There's a lot of sporting events that y'all go to together.
Yes.
So it is very, very easy to see that it's an extremely close-knit family.
Yes.
And naturally, you're very protective of your family, as anybody would be.
Yes, I love my family.
You also said that you knew, and your words, liked Karen Reed, my client, on the 28th of January 2022, correct?
Yes.
But she very much is not family, correct?
Correct.
She certainly was not as important to you as your actual family, the Alberts, the McCabes, the folks associated with them. Is that right?
Yes.
On January 28th, 2022, members of the Albert family and the McCabe family all went to a bar together, had drinks together that night. Waterfall, we've heard a little bit about that, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, you went back to your sister's house for the after party that we've heard so much about. That was at Brian Albert's house, is that right?
Yes.
You've been interviewed, I think you indicated multiple times. You didn't even give a number of how many times you've been interviewed by police in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
Your family is connected to people at Boston Police Department. We've just talked about that. Brian Albert, is that right?
Well, was a Boston police officer.
Right. So when I say connected, there is some familial or family or friendly connection to that police agency, Boston Police Department. It'd be Brian Albert in this case,
Objection.
correct?
The objection sustained.
There's also a connection to the Massachusetts State Police through your family. Is that right?
Objection.
So define connection.
Julie and Chris Albert are very, very close to you. Correct?
I'm close with Julie and Chris, yes.
You're aware that Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, is basically best friends with Julie.
No, I'm not aware of that. She's best friends with Julie's sister, Jillian.
Okay, so Courtney is best friends with Jillian, who is sisters to Julie,
Yes.
who's married to Chris, who's an Albert, who's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Yes.
Okay, and Canton Police Department. There's also some connections there as well, Kevin Albert being the most obvious of them.
Objection.
You know what? I'm going to allow that. Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department?
Not with the department, but with Kevin Albert.
Right, who's a member of the department.
Yes, but my relationship's with him.
Understood. You've indicated that you've been interviewed by law enforcement agents associated with Massachusetts State, with Canton Police Department. That'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
Can I
and
stop
Officer
you for a
Good.
second and see counsel at sidebar, please?
Sure.
So right now, I'll skip to the live because I paused a minute ago. Right now, he's walking through all of the connections of the Alberts and McCabe's to law enforcement, to state troopers, to Canton Police Department, to select board, to all of these things. So right now he's kind of trying to establish for the jury that y'all are all one big, close-knit family with connections to each other and to all of these, law enforcement agencies, powerful, positions, et cetera, et cetera. And then Karen Reed is the outsider. She's not only not connected to y'all, but she's not your family. And so he's kind of setting up the scene for the jury to show why or how it would make sense for people, all these people to kind of be, working together or covering up. Somebody said I need a family tree. I have one with all the pictures and it kind of lays out everything on 13thjurorpodcast.com. So if you need visuals, because there are so many people, there are timelines and family trees on there. And it helps to have it when you don't know who they are. So, interesting moment though.
So we'll see in about 20 minutes.
Morning break.
Please rise for the jury. Jurors, right this way, please, with your notebooks and chairs.
So here's the thing. There are let me think of how to say this. There are certain things that made their way all over these true crime internet streets last year when she testified. There are specific things that people pointed out that she has obviously heard, taken into consideration, and adjusted this time around. So Jackson's kind of walking through that. So that's why he's saying, and I was like, oh, he did not just say performance, did he? What do you call it? How she performed in the last proceeding? Let me highlight that in my notes because that was a moment. Anyway, so he's saying, and he's like, well, maybe performed is the wrong testimony. So, or the wrong word. So last year during her testimony, she didn't kind of give this, like she did go through some of the same stuff, but like this whole thing about like, oh, I'm just your typical small town mom. It was a little bit overkill this time, to me. But what do I know? And it was just a little bit more, I don't know. It just kind of came across as like a little maybe overdone. I think that a lot of times you can tell when somebody is like trying to like sell something too much. And to me, that's how it came across. But also I have been in this for too long and I have other testimony and stuff to compare it to. So, and the jurors don't. So to me, it comes across this way. And but to others it won't. So interesting. But yeah, she got a lot of attention for some of her behavior and her mannerisms and stuff in the last trial. And she was incredibly, incredibly defensive as soon as Jackson took over. So it like this way that she's like, now she's like, oh, I'm so sorry. That's not what I meant. Oh, my bad. I misunderstood. Totally different than what she was last time. So she is not a fan of Alan Jackson. We all know that, but she is behaving in a way that kind of maybe tries to disguise that a little bit more, I guess, for the jury, like trying to, not get as angry. All right, where was the whisper? Let me look and see. I put a timestamp for that, I think. 51. Um,
And I
it was during the dash cam stuff.
The scene,
yes,
is that morning?
no, the officer.
Before or after that moment that you sat with the defendant and Miss Roberts stood outside the car and you prayed?
I'm not exactly sure.
What is she saying?
I'm not exactly sure from
Okay.
that video. I'm not exactly sure from
Okay.
that video.
That's fine. If we could move forward to 6:23.
I don't know. I can't understand what exactly she's saying, but you want to hear it again? Yeah, I can go again.
At first, I had told to go up to the stairs.
6:24, you
I'm not
What did he ask her again?
stop, please.
If this is when she prayed, right?
Before or after that moment that you sat with the defendant and Miss Roberts stood outside the car and you prayed?
I'm not exactly sure from
Okay.
that video.
That's fine.
That's what it
If we
sounds
could
like.
move forward to 6:23:40, please.
Or maybe she's saying, was it before or after that moment? It sounds like Proctor, but if we didn't know Proctor's name, would it sound like Proctor to us? Or is that just our own? It sounds like maybe was it prior or was it prior or was it before? I don't know. Like, this is the time when I want to like phone a friend and be like, can you tell her to repeat that, but louder so we can hear it? They don't ask me. See, it sounds like Proctor, but I'm wondering if we didn't know Proctor's name, if we would think that it said that, or we like, because it could also be like, was it prior to that? Because that's kind of what he's asking. So, or was it before? Yeah, we can clear it up. We'll do that after this, or somebody. I'm sure somebody will already have it done by the time I finish streaming and have it to where we can hear it. But okay, one more thing. Let's talk about this. Why is the testimony about going into the going into the her sister's bedroom last year? This is such a weird thing. Okay, and I haven't had time to think about what it means yet. Last year in the trial, I have in my notes, her sister said, because I remember thinking like they said that she like busted in the room and, you know, was hysterical or whatever. And Brian Albert had said she like had used the word hysterical and said that she was hysterical and said that John is dead. And he said, John who? And Nicole Albert, I have in my notes that she said she was woke up around 6 or 6:30 when Jen came bursting into the bedroom. She said Jen was hysterical, telling her that John was found outside and they got to get up because police want to talk to them. and Lank was walking in as they walked downstairs. So my confusion is this testimony she just gave about how she went upstairs. She went upstairs. She thinks she may have knocked on the bedroom door, opened the bedroom door, walked in, and she was very aware that she was about to wake them up and they will be startled. But why is, like, that's such a weird thing. And I know the only thing I can think of is that last year everybody was like, okay, if you go busting into a bedroom, then Chloe would have been going crazy. And I remember they said that Chloe was in the closet or something, which I still have questions about, but they said Chloe, I think, was in the closet or something, right? So that's the only thing I could really think of as to maybe why that changed. Like, to say that, I don't know, that whole thing changing is just, it's such an odd detail, right? The only thing I can think of, because it's like they are definitely going through, and all of the holes that were poked last year, they are walking, like Brennan is walking her through these to fill them, fill those specific things. Like, even, I made a note on here, even with the, because one thing was like, okay, you said that y'all were, in the back of the car, and she had asked you to Google how long to die in the cold, but then it's not on the audio. And so this time that detail was added in about, and then we got out of the car, and then we were standing outside of the car, and then she asked me to do it. And one of the things she said was, last time, was that, as the stretcher was going in front of, like, as they were taking John on the stretcher in front of her, that's when she asked, and I pulled it up on the timeline, and I was like, well, that's not possible, because he had already been in the ambulance for a while before that was Googled. So then that one was cleared up. So it seems like it's just, these are not things that the jury will know, though. These are not, none of that stuff. This is her walking through, all the jury can see is her walking through this timeline. And knowing what we know, for those of us who did watch the first trial and know the timeline so well, knowing what we know that that's not a natural progression of the storytelling. That is walking through and filling in all of those holes. So it's very interesting to see. It is very, coached or practiced. And, maybe she had so much pressure on her from the way that her cross was handled last year that she wanted to avoid that. So she made sure to, fill in those holes so that she doesn't have to go through that again. Maybe that's normal. They don't know. We know that they know we don't know. Friends reference. But she wasn't coached, Brandi. Come on. She was either coached by someone else, or she practiced herself a lot. Because the way that she and Brennan walked through that, it was very scripted. I want to know more about the Zoom call last night too. Why are we Zooming? Why are we Zooming in the middle of testimony? What was that about? I want to know. He said that was for a very specific reason. So I want to know. I want to know. Tell me. I'm all ears. Yeah, her whole demeanor changed, which is funny because then as soon as he starts talking about demeanor, my first thought is, what was her demeanor? Jen. Every time anybody asks me anybody's demeanor for the whole rest of my days, that will always be my answer. Always. Could it have been about the couch? Yes, Couchgate 2025. Is that what the Zoom call was about? Cue cards. Oh, wouldn't that be like just you know how I know it's scripted? Let's just be real with each other right now. You know how I know it's scripted? When she's talking about the Google searches, that's how I know it was scripted. And I'm not saying it's wrong one way or the other. If, you know, she felt so much pressure from last year and she wanted to prepare herself this year, more power to her. But here's how I know it's scripted. When she's talking about the Google search and she's like, yeah, I think, you know, yeah, I Googled it and I don't know, I think maybe I misspelled something the first time and then I tried it. You know, ma'am. And you know, we know. And we know, you know, we know. And we all know how long to die in Kickdy and then how long to die in cold. We all know. We all know. And you know. And you know we know. And we know you know we know. So to get up there and say, oh, I think maybe I spelled something wrong. That's why I know it's rehearsed or scripted or memorized from timeline or however you want to say it. That's how I know. I'm not saying that that's, you know, wrong one way or the other. She wanted to be prepared. But that's how I know, because that was disingenuous, because we all know that she knows. Pivot. Which surprises me that they got a jury that doesn't know, because I'm in Indiana and I know. And I know you know. And I know you know I know, and we know. Too much. She did so many, I think, and it could have been. Yeah, and which is also funny because when Crash Daddy Dr. Wolf got up there and was like, I think, Britta was like, we're not here to think. Think back. You need to know. Can't wait for a recap today. Oh, I'm already making my notes for it. Yes. I have some thoughts. And before I do it, I want to go back and I want to see exactly what was said in the last trial about her coming in, because I just think that's such a strange thing to change. I met 5 people last night in Chicago and they had never heard of this case, not just the oh. They are like, doesn't it feel weird that there are people that don't know? What are they doing during the day if they're not at jury duty every day? What are they doing? It was also fast. She had every answer ready to go. Yeah. The CPR thing, I wanted to go back and check too, because that is not something I remember. Like her doing chest compressions is not something I remember. I remember the 911 call where they asked her about doing CPR and she said no, because she thinks he's already gone and he's already passed. What's happening with the Zoom call? We don't know. Yeah, the car repair guy at John O'Keefe's house the next day. Um, and then she left with Carrie and the daughter. But what is the Zoom call? When they asked her the last time she talked to them or had some kind of meeting with the DA's office, and she said, well, last night there was a Zoom call. And Jackson, they were like, oh, no, not that. Jackson was like, that was for a very specific reason. So that's not what we're talking about. Interesting. I want to go back and check that though. And it could just be that I don't have it in my notes, which is why I want to go read it, or go watch it rather. You can't live in this state and not know about this case. Yeah, it's all over. It's all over. Verdict Mel went back and found it. She did say it in the last trial after she hung up with 911. She took over chest compressions. See, I don't have that in my notes, so I totally missed that and don't remember it at all. Because I specifically remember her saying that, you know, she wasn't going to do CPR because of like thinking that he had passed already or whatever, but I haven't had a chance to rewatch it yet. I really want to know the specific. Me too. I'm nosy. I want to know. I think it's about the harassment, not to bring it up. That could be. That could be. It was on CPS Mornings today. I heard it as I was walking out of the house. It's making national news. Oh, yeah. John is in the snow at my sister's house. Why not just say that? Yeah, that was one thing that they made a point to kind of go over today, too. She said that because he asked, because that was one of the big things. Like everybody had an issue with her saying there's a man in the snow. Because if it's your friend, it's a strange choice of words because you think about how you would say it and how you would, and you never really know in a traumatic situation exactly what you would say, but a man in the snow is not the first thing that comes to mind. And that was a really big deal for a lot of people with her saying that at first it was a guy and then it was a man. So when they were doing the questioning today, he made it a point to say, you know, why did you choose that question? So it's basically like he made a list of all the things that everybody, you know, all the online jurors and sleuths have pointed out and, you know, kind of walked through each one of them one by one to address it. So her reason was that she wanted to give as much detail as possible. But I'm sorry, but my friend who's a Boston cop is a little bit more detailed than a man. I don't know. No one has mentioned Colin Albert yet. Yeah. Well, the judge had ruled that no third-party culprit evidence or whatever, he can't be introduced as a third-party culprit. They just ended the Zoom for court. My friend would be the first thing. I would think so. So far, X thinks the whisper was, I suppose, but don't know. It's so hard to hear. I mean, like you can kind of make it out, but it's whispery enough to, is whispery a word? It's whispery enough to where, like you could hear a couple different things depending on what you. Has anyone seen where the rock came from? I still have not. I have not, but I have not looked. Do you record and post the live feed later? This live feed, yes, this live feed will be up on Crime Junkie Jury. I made a playlist. Somebody had asked me to make a playlist with all of them together. So it is on the playlist. And then the recaps are on there as well at the end of the day. The rock is from Hawaii. Thank you for that. Different rock. We are talking about Rocky Albert, not Dwayne Johnson. Different rock. But I love the enthusiasm and the knowledge. Why was the Ford Edge on the street at 3 a.m. by the flagpole? These are things we wish we knew. These are definitely things we wish we knew. Closed captions just said classical teacher. That's random. The podcast is how I got immersed in this. It sucks you in, doesn't it? Because it's like you have so many questions and then you want to know. A fake TikTok account from The Rock sent me a DM last night of all nights. That's so funny. So funny. She said 20-minute recess. However, then the Zoom just ended and it's been more than 20 minutes. So I don't know what's happening. Where are the pups? They're sleeping. They're lazy. Brunch break. I have my whole office into this case now. We are watching from my personal laptop stream to our office meeting TV. That's so funny. I posted on my Instagram this morning. I think Instagram and Facebook, I posted pictures where people have been sending me, where they're watching it at. So I posted that and I said, if you post it and, tag me, I'll show some of them on break. So post a picture of where, like, of watching or whatever and tag me so I see it and I'll show some of them when we're at lunch break. Brunch or brunchin'? Two different things. Do we know why none of the Ring cameras were working? Nope. On Instagram, I think is where I put it. When did I start doing YouTube, etc.? About a little more than 2 years ago. Good morning. Good morning. Am I going to CrimeCon this year? Yes. I will be at CrimeCon. Yeah, that is on Facebook too. So you can tag me on either and I'll pull some up when we're at lunch. Does anyone feel conflicted about Alan Jackson's beard? It's so funny how many people have like, this has become such a big discussion. So funny. I keep saying that Jen's I think is very different than I remember. Is AJ just getting started? Yeah, he hasn't been doing it long. And then they took a break, and then the Zoom feed ended. Not sure why. Everybody's saying team beard. Team beard. Yeah, I'm pretty much always team beard, to be honest. Like, for not just for Jackson, but for anybody, like, I always joke, like, I haven't dated, anybody without a beard since like 7th grade. So I'm pro facial hair. Welcome back. Welcome back. I keep hitting the wrong button. Season 2, Jackson. Does the jury have to take all their own notes, or will they get a copy of the phone logs and temperature reading? So they take their notes for testimony, but then everything that they say, when you hear them say, we're going to enter this into evidence or whatever, like enter this as an exhibit, all of those things they'll have access to. So there are a lot of things that they will be able to see. Anything that's like from testimony and stuff like that, they don't get like a copy of transcripts or anything like that. So they have to just rely on their own memory. And then I remember last year, that was one of the things they asked for, is they asked if they could see the CERT team, like the CERT report. And they were like, no. But also, the CERT team didn't really do a report. There was a report done later, but they didn't have all that. I love this has turned into like a whole Brandy's handsome husband. My husband's so handsome. I have morning meetings. Nope. Let's try that again. I have meetings all morning, so I missed this morning. How are things going in court today, y'all? So far, so good. It has been a little bit scripted, I think is the word we've kind of agreed on. Maybe rehearsed, maybe. So very different testimony this time around than last. Not very different testimony. Let me rephrase that. Very different demeanor during testimony this time than last time. So, and Jackson kind of called that out. But Cross has just gotten started for a little bit before break. They haven't really gotten into a whole lot yet. I think it's going to get a lot more aggressive. Yeah, AJ called it performance from last trial. What would you, let's say you had, let's try to put ourselves in this situation. If you had testified in a trial that got a lot of media attention and people picked up on certain things, do you think that you would make it a point to go through all of those things and kind of get it together and behave differently the next time around to avoid that? I'd be on the next plane to Vietnam like Donna Adelson. Practice, practice, practice. Oh. Oh. Something's happening. Something's happening in the courtroom. So apparently something's going on. They kicked all of the jurors out and moved someone to the first floor. No idea what's happening. No idea. Jessica said this has been an extended break. The families and counsel have been called back in, and then everyone on the second floor was told to move to the first floor. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on. Well, they ended the Zoom feed, which is always like a weird sign. Media is now being kicked out. Media is now being kicked out. What is happening right now? I need to know. I need details. What is happening? Couldn't be a bomb threat, because if it were a bomb threat, then they wouldn't move them to a different floor. They would get them out. Aiden is in court for his witness intimidation case. The jurors were removed. I need to know. Me too. There's a private meeting in the courtroom with Judge Cannoni, the prosecution, defense, and members of the O'Keefe and Reed families. And everyone else was asked to leave the courtroom for that. Families and attorneys are meeting in the courtroom. What is happening? I'm looking for, this ain't good for my blood pressure. Chat Daddy in the house. What could they be? Okay, let's speculate because speculating's fun. What could be happening right now with families, lawyers, and the judge? I'm on the edge of my seat. I need to know. Anxiety. Turtle Boy does have a hearing today. But, and he's like, he can't be around the people in the indictments, but that's not till later, right? Because it's like almost 11:30. Okay, Turtle Boy's at 2. Yeah, and it's only 11:30. So I wouldn't think that it would have anything to do with that. With the families and Jen and the attorneys and judge. Jurors kicked out, media kicked out. Oh, this is not good. I wonder if it has anything to do with that Zoom call last night. Couldn't script this. Look, if you tried to script this, nobody would believe it's true. Like everything surrounding this case, if you tried to put this in a script, nobody would believe it's true. I left for 5 minutes. What is happening, please? Well, we don't know. The jurors have been kicked out. The media has been kicked out. The attorneys and families are in the courtroom talking to the judge. So they had like everybody leave the courtroom and move to the first floor. We don't know what's going on. Yeah, private meeting in the courtroom with Judge Cannoni, the prosecution and defense, and the members of the O'Keefe and Reed families. Everyone was asked to leave for that. There was the regular break, and then that turned into this extended break. And they had everybody in the hall that was waiting they had them all move downstairs. Phone's blowing up. The court clerk told reporters to leave. They say the judge wants to talk to the lawyers and immediate family only. The courtroom door closes. Paul, Aaron, and Peggy O'Keefe got off the elevator and stepped into the courtroom. The door closed again. Court officer told everyone on the second floor they need to go to the first floor, except the attorneys waiting to enter an adjacent courtroom. Karen Reed's parents exited the courtroom. But what is their demeanor? I can describe it for you. It's Jen, Jen, Jen. What is happening? Who was the Zoom call with? They said that there was a Zoom call for Jen McCabe last night, but Jackson said it was for a very specific reason. Reporters and members of the public are gathered in the downstairs hallway. The courtroom camera shows the spinning fan. The courtroom Zoom feed is not active. Maybe change of court, because it doesn't seem normal for them to just change. I don't know what's happening. The prosecutors are now downstairs. What is happening? Why are the prosecutors downstairs? What is happening? Paul O'Keefe just left the DA's office. Hank Brennan is out of the courtroom. He just entered the DA's office with Paul O'Keefe, who was smiling. no sign of Karen Reed or her lawyers. And then right after that, Paul O'Keefe left the DA's office. I don't know. I'll go back and read what we know. Yeah, Paul was there. Okay, so they were in recess, and the court clerk told reporters to leave, that the judge wanted to talk to the lawyers and immediate family only. So the courtroom door closed, and then Paul, Aaron, and Peggy O'Keefe stepped off the elevator and went into the courtroom. The door closed again. Court officer told everyone on the second floor that they need to go to the first floor, except the attorneys who were waiting to enter an adjacent courtroom. And then Karen's parents exited the courtroom. Reporters and members of the public are gathered in the downstairs hallway. And then Hank Brennan came out of the courtroom. He entered the DA's office with Paul O'Keefe, who was smiling. No sign of Karen Reed or her lawyers. And then Paul O'Keefe left the DA's office. I don't know. I have my phone. We have people in the courtroom, or not in the courtroom anymore, but at the courthouse. So I'm getting texts, and then I'm also following like every reporter who's there. Both Paul O'Keefe went into the DA's office with Brennan. Both have now left the office, and Brennan went upstairs. I mean, unless like maybe they just had D&E pizza delivered. Could be. Who are the reporters I'm reading on X? Oh gosh, there's so many of them. Hold on, let me look. Sue O'Connell, Jessica Machado. Oh,
Sure. Counsel, sidebar, please.
we're back. What is happening? And they'll tell us nothing. And then we're going to sit here and speculate all day.
Yes, please. Oh, these?
They're smiling. What is happening? Press is no longer allowed to stand and must be seated. The jurors are being brought back in. What is happening? They're at Sidebar. Yeah, they're saying that the jurors were told that, I mean, not the jurors, the media were told that they are no longer allowed to stand. They must be seated.
Jurors, thank you for your patience. Sometimes there are matters that we need to address, and that's what happened here. So I appreciate your patience. Mr. Jackson, could we please have Ms. McCabe back in here?
Okay, that's not good enough. I need answers. I need to know what's going on. I have questions. What did we talk about? Why were people moved? Like, thank you, we just had things we needed to address is not good enough for me. Why aren't they allowed to stand anymore? I have questions. I have questions.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. When last we left off, we were talking a little bit about some of the familial connections that your family has with certain law enforcement agencies. We talked about Boston Police Department, obviously, Brian Albert. We talked a little bit about Massachusetts State Police and knowing friends of friends with regard to Chris and Julie, correct?
Yeah.
Knowing friends of Chris and Julie?
Friends of friends of Chris and Julie.
Is that your relationship?
With who?
I'd asked you about, I'll ask you a different question.
Okay.
A little bit vague. Courtney Proctor is friends with Julie's sister.
Yes.
And obviously Courtney also knows Julie and Chris, correct?
Sustained.
And there's also a connection to Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert. Is that right?
Yeah.
Can you answer that? Is there a connection? Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert?
Not with the police department, but Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother.
Right. And Kevin works for whom?
The Canton Police.
Thank you. So you've been interviewed many times by different law enforcement agencies, be they Massachusetts State Police, Canton Police, or otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those interviews have not just been over the period of weeks, it's been over the period of weeks and months and even years since this occurred, correct?
Yes.
You were contacted by another law enforcement agency that was not Massachusetts State Police and not Canton Police Department at one point in April of 2023. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about that series of interview or that interview. You were contacted at your residence by these members of this law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
All right. Later that same day, you did sit down with those same law enforcement officers for a formal interview.
On that
same day that you were contacted by them, they also went into your home and actually interviewed you, correct?
Yes, it was brief.
All right. Those law enforcement officers identified themselves as being associated with an agency that is not Massachusetts State Police. You understood that?
Yes.
And you understood that they were not involved with Canton Police Department either, correct?
Correct.
Completely separate agency, is that right?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, those officers informed you very specifically, Ms. McCabe, that it is a crime to lie to them even during an interview, correct?
Yes.
Those law enforcement officers informed you that they were investigating certain circumstances attendant to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
They were very vague on what they were. I
Understood.
don't know what they were investigating.
But you did understand that it was having something to do with your involvement at 34 Fairview on January 28th, 29th, 2022,
Objection.
as a witness or otherwise.
Objection.
Sustained as to certain terminologies.
Sure. Let me see if I can rephrase that, Ms. McCabe. You were aware of the subject matter of their interview, right? They weren't interviewing about a car you bought last year, correct?
Correct.
They were interviewing you basically about what you're testifying to here, correct?
When I first spoke with them, the conversation was pretty vague.
But the subject matter, vague or specific, was about this subject matter.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
This is the FBI, but they can't say FBI.
They first contacted you telephonically, called you on the phone. Is that right?
Actually, they walked up to my car.
They walked up to your car.
Yes.
Okay, that was the very first introduction, correct?
Yes.
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something. So I was like, oh, no, I'm not the homeowner.
Fair enough, fair enough. However, after you said, I'm not Jennifer McCabe, you walked into the house, they then called you on the phone.
Yes.
They were
Correct.
still sitting outside your house.
I don't know where they were, but they did call me.
They were close by.
I'm not aware.
Well, the call came almost immediately after you walked back in the house, correct?
I'm not sure how much time had passed.
Give me an idea. It wasn't an hour. It was
No, it was
5 or 10
soon
minutes.
after. I'm just not sure. I can't tell you where they were located. I'm sorry.
Okay. They told you that they would, at that point, they identified themselves as being law enforcement agents, correct?
When they called me, yes.
And they told you at that time that they were not with Canton Police. You knew at least they were not with Canton Police Department. They were not troopers with Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they told you that they would like to have an interview with you. They'd like to have a sit-down talk with you, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you would be willing to submit to an interview, but you needed about 10 minutes to get ready, correct?
Yes.
You ultimately did allow them into your home, and you did sit down for a formal interview with them, correct?
Yes. Brief, but yes.
And it was during that formal interview inside the home that it was explained to you that it would be a crime for you to lie to them on any material issue, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your interview, your husband, Matt McCabe, came home. Is that right?
Yes.
As these law enforcement agents continued to question you, as law enforcement officers continue to question you at some point, you informed them that you did not feel comfortable with any further questioning and you suspended the interview, correct?
Yes.
Lucy's awake.
Before leaving, however, those same law enforcement officers asked you if you had contacted anyone in those 10 minutes when you indicated, I need 10 minutes to get ready, between the time they called you and the time that they showed up and came inside your house, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
Yes.
which is why he came home, right?
Yes.
And you told them that you had called Carrie Roberts before they interviewed you, correct? At that moment.
I'm not 100% sure, but if you have it, it seems like something I would do, but if you have it, could show me.
Absolutely.
See, even the way she said that, every time she said it last time, it was like, can you show me that? Her demeanor is very different this time.
Let
And
me have
also,
just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
this is new information. This is not this is all new. So they walked up to her car at her house and she was like, nope, I'm not Jen McCabe. I'm not the homeowner. My name is Nicole.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
And then they called her and then she knew it was the feds and she was like, oh, okay, well, I can talk to y'all, but I need 10 minutes to get ready. And during that 10 minutes, she called her husband and Carrie
Ms.
Roberts.
McCabe, if you recognized that as being a report of that interview, just generally, yes or no?
It appears to be, yes.
May I approach approach the witness stand and stand by the witness stand for a couple of questions?
Yes.
I can have that.
Sure.
I want to direct your attention, if I may,
Look at them being so friendly now.
Court Counsel, page 3 of 4, starting with the second to the last full paragraph, going into page 5, top full. I'm sorry, page 4, top full paragraph.
Her and AJ are going to be
Review those 2 paragraphs. Read them
besties now.
to yourself, and then look up and let me know when you're finished.
There. I had to move dog time because Lucy moved. So she called her husband, then called Carrie, and then talked to them for a brief amount of time, and then ended the investigation or ended the interview. They said the judge is like swiveling back and forth in her chair right now.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
Did reviewing those paragraphs refresh your recollection as to whether or not, as to what you told those agents initially? I'm sorry, what you told those officers initially from that other law enforcement agency, that about who you contacted in that 10-minute interval?
Yes, I told them.
He said,
And you told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
Yes.
and Carrie Roberts.
Correct.
I want to stick with that for just a quick second. One of the first calls you made after being contacted by these other law enforcement officers from a different agency, one of the first calls you made was to Carrie Roberts. Is that right?
She was the first one.
That's what I'm asking. One of the first 2 calls you made, your husband,
Right.
come home, there's law enforcement outside my door, I'm guessing is what you said, correct?
I don't remember my exact words now, but I did ask him to come home. Correct.
And
Yes.
Carrie Roberts.
Okay. Yes.
You wanted to let Ms. Roberts know that you had been contacted by certain officers from a different agency, correct?
I was curious if they had already been to her.
That was my next
Oh,
question.
yeah.
You also wanted to find out had these law enforcement officers from this different agency contacted her, correct?
Yes, because typically if you
just
enter
asked
our
yes or no.
town, she's.
Ms. McCabe, yes or no?
Oh, sorry. I was just trying to
That's okay.
explain. I'm sorry.
Is that why you contacted her, to find out if in fact they had contacted her before you? Yes or no?
Yes.
And you also wanted to find out what she told them, if she had been contacted by them, correct? That was your motive in calling her.
No.
So you just wanted to find out, had she been contacted?
Yes.
But if she had said yes, you weren't going to say, and what the hell did they say? What did they ask you?
Well, I can't say what I would have answered, what I would have asked her, but I know I was calling to see if they had been there. Yes.
That was
correct.
your intent.
that's a good answer.
I called to ask her if they had been there. Yes.
So that was your intent. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Your motive in calling Carrie Roberts at that moment before your interview was to ensure that your story would line up with her story, Ms. McCabe. Isn't that right?
No, that is not.
You wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them, so that your story could somehow align, or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened, and that's
So-
it.
So if that's true, Ms. McCabe,
Mhm.
you have no reason to call Carrie and ask her if she had been contacted by these law enforcement agents, because it's just the truth, correct?
We're going through this whole experience together. We call each other about everything.
There would
That's
be no
nothing
reason
more
to
than
actually-
that.
So
I'm
let her
sorry.
let her finish her answer. Go ahead, Ms. McCabe, you can finish that.
There's nothing more than me calling and saying, hey, did they come to your house? That's what we did when the media showed up, when Miss Reed's private investigator showed up. We just give each other the heads up, hey, somebody's coming, because we're just like normal moms. We're not used to this.
And that's helpful in making sure that the stories she tells are consistent with the stories you tell to different law enforcement agencies, correct?
No, we are not telling stories.
So let her finish. You said no what?
I said, no, we're not telling stories. We don't have to compare.
And if in fact, what you're
I'm a
telling
cool
is
mom.
just the truth, there'd be no
Different
reason
movie.
for you to inquire about who's contacted her when. Would there be no reason?
There's no inquiring. It's like when when the ice cream truck was at the street next door and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's really that simple.
So you asked a question,
Not about an ice cream truck.
an argumentative question, and she responded in kind. Next question. Mr.
Thank you.
Jackson.
You also testified in your direct examination, staying with Ms. Roberts for just a second, about a timeline that you and Ms. Roberts put together, correct?
Yes.
That's another example of the two of you talking about your own perceptions and comparing and contrasting those perceptions and putting it down on paper, correct?
No,
Is that yes or no?
it's a no. Can I explain or no?
I'm sure Mr. Brennan will have follow-up questions. After you gave that answer to those law enforcement officers at that separate law enforcement agency,
She doesn't call Hank out for anything.
they asked you, was there anyone else that you contacted in that 10-minute period before we got a chance to talk to you? And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
It wasn't a lie. No.
Was it true? Was it
I-
the truth or a lie?
It wasn't a lie.
Okay, so it was the truth. You had not spoken to any other person between the time they contacted you telephonically and you said, I need 10 minutes, and then they came in the door. During that arc of time, you didn't talk to anybody else or contact anybody else other than Matt McCabe, Carrie Roberts. Now you're testifying that was a true statement. Yes or no, ma'am?
I can't answer that yes or no.
It's pretty binary. Had you talked, well, let me ask you this. In point of fact, you did talk to other people. You contacted others in addition to Matt McCabe and Carrie Roberts, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So when you said no to the answer, did you contact anyone other than Matt and Carrie? That would be, by definition, Ms. McCabe, a lie, correct?
No.
It's not a lie? Is there some shade of lie that I'm not aware of?
It's the way you're asking the question. If I
Okay, let
could
me ask it a different
explain, if
way.
I could explain,
Let me ask
it
it a
will
different
make
way.
more sense to you.
The agents asked you, I'm going to go over this one more time, then I'm going to move on. The agents
Okay.
asked you, in fact,
Agents,
did you contact anyone between the time we called you and set up the interview and the 10 minutes before we walked in the door? They asked you that question, correct?
The objection sustained. Watch the choice of language.
I'm sorry. I meant the law enforcement agency. That law enforcement agency, the members of that law enforcement agency contacted you.
Mhm.
Sorry. They asked you who you had contacted between the time they first telephoned you and walked in the door 10 minutes later, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Data point number one. Data point number two, you told them Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
you had actually contacted, they then asked you, did you contact anyone else other than Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
And you said no. Is that correct?
At that moment, I said no, yes.
Correct. At that, or any moment?
No, at that moment, because they had just come in my house.
I asked you,
Only one person can talk at a time.
you said the word no.
She
correct?
was finishing her answer. Finish your answer.
I had said no because I was in a situation where there are two officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or they had said, can I come in and ask you questions? At first, I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest. I hadn't brushed my teeth. So I kind of made some phone
Objection, Your Honor.
calls.
This is
That's
non-responsive.
so. Next questions.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, after you said no, that you hadn't contacted anybody else,
Mhm.
those two law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them, they left, correct?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, Mr. McCabe, your husband,
Objection.
Sustained.
they left you their card so you could call them if need be, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you in fact did call them back, correct?
Yes, I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McCabe?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you call them back and say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me
Objection.
that I lied to you and I'd better clear that lie up?
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before that only answers to questions are evidence? Be mindful of that.
May we
Next, yes.
Oh gosh, this is okay. So this is going well. How are we feeling? What are we thinking? I feel like this is the part where the tension starts to grow, and then we're all sitting over here like, also, side note, the agents thing, the judge was like, watch your, choice of words. Remember, they are not allowed to tell the jury that there was a federal investigation into this. So they can't say that. So he's trying to dance around those words like they did in the first trial, but that's a little bit hard to dance around when they're basing so much of their stuff on stuff that was said during the federal investigation or to the feds or whatever. So yeah, it's kind of funny because the way that they try to dance around it is entertaining to watch. And also, every time he says agents, I'm like, it's kind of like, what's that board game that you used to play where you have to describe something, but you can't use a certain word? What's that? Or was it a board game? Not a board game, a game show or board game? Was it one or the other? Was it both? I don't know. Taboo. There you go. Okay. So it's like taboo where you're trying to get something out, but there are certain words you're not allowed to say. And so every time the word agent is said, I'm waiting for the buzzer, we need a buzzer. But yeah, you're not allowed to say agents. That did not come in intentionally in the first, but Ryan Nagel did say when he was asking about somebody contacting them, Ryan Nagel did say, oh, you mean the feds?
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You ultimately called these officers back, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to them that you had been untruthful with them, correct?
I explained that I had forgotten to mention a couple of people that I had reached out to.
You had forgotten. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You had forgotten. You remembered Matt and you remembered Carrie,
Mhm.
but you had forgotten the others that you had just contacted maybe 30 minutes before.
Yes.
There were 5 people that you contacted, weren't there?
I contacted Matt.
Let's go through them. I'm just
Yeah.
asking yes or no. You know the
I
number?
know 4 off the top of my head.
Okay, let's go through them.
Okay.
You contacted your husband, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Peggy O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Then, Ms. McCabe, you contacted the district attorney's office, correct?
My witness advocate.
The district attorney's office.
My witness advocate who works
Miss-
for the district attorney's
Thank
office.
you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
And you also left out that you contacted Brian Albert himself, correct?
Yes, my brother-in-law.
For some reason, your brother-in-law, who's the 30-year Boston police detective, correct?
Yes.
And on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found dead or dying,
Objection.
I'll allow that.
correct?
Yes.
For some reason, you did not want these officers to know that you had communicated specifically with Brian Albert, the homeowner, just before you talked to them, correct?
No, incorrect.
There was some reason that was important enough for you to lie about that, even though you had been admonished that it's a crime to lie about that to those officers, correct?
Incorrect. I didn't lie to them. I had forgotten who I had called.
And all of a sudden, you had an epiphany right after they walked out the door?
Yes. Matt said, who have you spoken to?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It's out. You're not to go any further, Mr. Jackson.
Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention to January 28. You had gone out drinking with your family at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
I went with my husband and met my sister, yes.
And met the other family, correct? The other family members, meaning
My niece.
Matt McCabe, Nicole, Chris, Julie, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned Tristan was there as well.
Yes.
You were later joined by Nick and Karina Kolakithis, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, Brian Higgins showed up
Yes.
and Brian Albert showed up.
Yes.
You previously indicated that Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, left early for whatever reason. He had errands to run or had to get to bed early for some reason. Is that right?
He left before us, yes.
So he didn't stay through the shank of the evening.
Through the what?
The shank of the evening, through the course of the evening.
Oh, okay. Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, at the waterfall,
Not the shank.
John O'Keefe and Miss Reed showed up as well.
Yes.
You didn't see any tension at all between John O'Keefe and Karen that night, did you?
No, I didn't.
They appeared to be getting along,
Yes.
sort of a normal couple having a nice evening out together.
Yes.
Neither John nor Karen Reed appeared drunk or inebriated, out of sorts.
No, I wouldn't categorize them as drunk or inebriated.
And not.
But again, I don't know what the definition of drunk is.
Well, that's a fair statement. I'm
Yeah.
not asking for their BAC, but they didn't appear to be stumbling around, falling all over themselves and sloppy drunk, correct?
No.
Why
Out of
is it
control,
when
nothing like that.
No.
Okay.
why is it when sober people say the word inebriated, they always sound like they are themselves inebriated?
You did see Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at a high top table sort of together through the course of that evening, correct?
We were all kind of around like a long high top table.
And John O'Keefe, and as you look at I'm going to use the perspective of the video that we've seen, that camera angle that we've seen. John O'Keefe and Miss Reed were sort of further off in the corner, closer to the bar rather than to the tables, correct? Along with the Kolakithises and those, and you, as a matter of fact.
Yes. At different times, everyone was kind of moving around. I spent the majority of that Karen and John were there speaking with Karen.
And that was sort of over toward the bar.
We weren't in the bar, we were at the table. So it was one side of the table and the other. It wasn't
enough.
like far away.
Right.
Kind of, yeah.
I'm using the bar sort of as a landmark for nothing. I didn't mean you were sidled up to the bar, but just sort of as a landmark. You were closer to the bar than, for instance, in the foreground, which would be the high top tables in the foreground, correct?
We were just on the other, I'm confused about this. We were just on the other side of the table.
Okay. You did see on the opposite side of that high top table, that's where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were standing, talking and communicating with each other. Is that right?
I believe so. I was talking to Miss Reed. I wasn't really paying attention to them.
Did you ever see those two men get physical with one another that night?
I did not that night. I did not see that.
Have you ever seen a full review in all the hours that you've sort of prepped for your testimony? Have you been shown that waterfall video from the time you got there until the time you left?
Not the full video, but I have seen a good portion of it, yes.
Okay, and you've certainly seen the portion where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins get up from the table and sort of get physical with one another, correct?
I would say more like play fighting, and Nick Kolakidis was a little bit like doing it with them as well.
Okay, so the physical part is, all I'm asking is, did they touch each other? Yes.
I guess, yeah.
And you described it as play fighting, correct?
But if we could watch the video, it might explain it better than I could.
We probably will.
Oh, okay.
But right now, I'm just asking about your memory.
Yeah, this is what Matt McCabe called grab-assing.
Squaring off on one another.
And then we all got
squaring off on one another.
I don't remember them
grossed out.
Squaring off. Like I said, I just watched the video. I don't remember it from that night, and I didn't really pay attention. It looked like foolish, like guys. Just I don't even know how to describe it.
From your perspective, having watched the video, it appeared that they squared off on each other and sort of took a fighting stance.
I didn't look at it that in depth, so I could not say that.
Did you see them walk up to each other and grapple with one another? Like they didn't notice punching each other.
Right.
I get that. Were they grappling with one another, like faking punches to each other?
I don't know.
Almost like sparring a little bit.
I don't honestly know.
But you did see.
I saw them together. It's blurry, and they're I don't know really what they're doing.
Okay, but they weren't standing there holding hands.
Oh God, no. No.
They weren't on their phones, right?
They were engaging with each other, playfully grabbing at each other. I don't really.
Playfully grabbing at each other, play fighting, correct? That's my point.
I'd have to watch the video to categorize it as play fighting.
You don't have that in your head?
I didn't know. It was a quick clip. I wasn't like focusing on Brian and Brian. I was just identifying that was myself in the video, and there was Miss Reed. And I believe Miss Reed actually did some play fighting to Matt.
There was, in fact, to Matt.
Yeah, I feel like she was about like this to Matt at one point. Yeah,
okay.
In the video.
So let's talk about Brian and Brian Higgins and Brian Albert. Those two men, very large in stature, correct?
They're big guys, yeah.
Big boys. A lot bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
They took a fighting stance with each other and started grappling, playing, coming toward each other as if they were engaging in a fake physical altercation, correct?
I did not see that. I'm sorry.
Okay. You didn't even see it on the video.
I saw them on the video grabbing at each other. I didn't see stances but again, I didn't pay much attention to it.
And that's your best memory as you sit here today?
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, your husband, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Nicole, Caitlin, everybody went over to 34 Fairview at the end of the night,
yes.
Correct? The bar closed at, I'm guessing, midnight.
Okay.
Is that right?
I think we were wrapping up around then. I don't know what time it actually closes.
When you left Waterfall, the people that were still there included Matt, your husband, and John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes.
You walked out with Karina Kolakithis and Karen Reed.
Yes.
And you said to Miss Reed something along the lines of, "You're coming with me," correct?
I said, "Why don't you come with me?"
Okay, fair enough. You were prompting her to join you for the ride over to 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
You even went outside and sort of waited in the cold. There's a video. Have you seen the video of you outside? The surveillance video of you outside in the cold?
Yes.
and you're sort of waiting there, moving from foot to foot like it's freezing out, which I'm sure it was, correct?
Yes.
In a big puffy coat of some kind, right?
So the question, was I moving foot to foot in a coat? Yes.
My question is more, did you see yourself waiting outside in the cold?
I saw myself convert. I believe I was in a conversation at that point when I was standing out there with John and Karen.
And that's when you were asking Karen to come with you?
No, I had asked Karen previously when we were at the door to come with me because I didn't know how long Matt and John were going to be in the bar because they were in there still.
And that would have, by definition, brought Karen to 34 Fairview separate and apart from John O'Keefe if Karen had come with you.
Yes. Mhm.
Ms. Reed ultimately declined your invitation and did go with John. Is that right?
John ended up coming to the door, so they just went together. Yes.
And finally, you walked away and went with your husband, Matt, over to 34 Fairview in your personal vehicle, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview, were you the first among the group that we've just talked about to arrive, or had others arrived before you?
Others had arrived before me.
When you walked in to 34 Fairview, where was everybody generally located? Give me a layout of the interior of the home, how you walked in and where everybody was located, the people that were there when you walked in from the waterfall.
So I walked in through the front door. I took a right into the kitchen. And then there were people sitting around the kitchen table, Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert. My sister was over more towards like the counters and the sink. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were, there's like a room right off of the kitchen, like a TV room. And they were in there just talking. I think Nicole had like put up some new pictures. So, or maybe the sun and the Marines, they might've been looking at a picture. Vaguely have a faint memory of that.
You indicated that you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Yeah, it would be hard to remember all that stuff.
Sure.
But also, she's looked at
Can you just take a look
a lot of this
at that
stuff.
photograph for just a quick second?
Yes.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize that photograph as being?
It's my sister's house.
34 Fairview?
Yes, sorry, 34 Fairview.
Brian Albert's house as well.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as marked for identification. There's a
Identification's fine.
thank you. If I may. What would be the next in order?
Exhibit F for identification.
Thank you. Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
What exhibit number is that, Mr. Wolf? 3. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to show a different exhibit until the other issue can be resolved. With the court's permission, it's Commonwealth Exhibit 3. Permission to publish?
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, could you highlight or enlarge the house as much as you can? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this photo? I know it's a little bit of an angle.
Yes.
What is that?
That is 34 Fairview.
Okay. Can you, I think this laser will work. May I approach?
Yes.
Can you use that laser and point to the front door that you entered when you walked in the house? Okay, that's directly in the middle of the just to the left of the flagpole for this purposes of this photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another entry door on the house that you may not be able to see, but you know the general area?
Yes.
Where's that door?
So that would be, see where these two windows are?
Yes.
The door would be kind of behind that right there. So it's right to the left of those two windows.
And Ms. McCabe, just staying with doors for a second, is there another door associated with the garage?
Oh, actually, yeah, there is, right there.
Right there next to that side door?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
You didn't go in the side door, you went in the front door that night.
Yes.
You indicated that once inside the house, you were sort of in the kitchen area. Is that right?
I was in the kitchen, yes.
You weren't paying special attention to Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, what they were doing. As a matter of fact, I think they went into a different room. Is that right?
There's a room, kind of the kitchen opens up into the TV room. So they were in there.
So the only two that you recognized at this point in the night, not being sort of with everybody else, were Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, separated out in the family room or whatever that room's called, living room.
Yeah, if you like just right there, you know, right where they are, just
Okay.
kind of right in the next room.
When you first pulled up, did you notice any vehicles in front of Brian Albert's house?
Yes, I did.
What vehicles did you notice? Vehicle or vehicles did you
Just
notice?
one.
What was that vehicle?
It was a Jeep.
Can you describe the Jeep for us, please?
I really can't. All I can say that when I pulled down, the Jeep was on the parked on the street in front of the mailbox, and I turned into the driveway.
Okay. Did the Jeep have any special features on it that you remember?
This is a
That
problem.
you can describe?
Not that I can recall.
Big giant snowplow on the front?
Again, it was dark. I didn't really pay much detail to it beyond I just asked, whose Jeep is that?
And did you learn whose Jeep that was?
I did, yes.
Whose Jeep was it?
It was Brian Higgins' Jeep.
And you said that it was parked in front of the mailbox. Is that right?
Yes,
So as you're looking at the house, the mailbox would be closest to the driveway. Is that right?
yes.
Rather than, for instance, the flagpole on the other side of the lawn.
Correct. So if the flagpole's here, there's the lawn, and then here's the here's the mailbox, and then the driveway's over here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does to me.
Okay.
Thank you for that. You've previously indicated that the back edge of of that vehicle, Brian Higgins' Jeep, was at the side, basically, of the driveway, which is what you've just described. It would be blocking the mailbox, the rear end associated with the driveway entrance, correct?
Yes.
The Jeep is something that
Have you ever
everybody has different
discussed
answers
having
for.
seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else in this case?
Her husband.
Is that including previous testimony or?
It is. At any time, before you testified at the previous hearing, had you discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else? For instance, your husband?
She said at the last trial that she had discussed it with her husband. They had like the exact same.
Was there any other car on that curb line, if you will, other than the Jeep when you pulled in?
Not that I remember.
And Brian Higgins, if it's his Jeep, he's in the house, that Jeep's not moving, correct? So it stayed where it was.
Yes.
At some point, did you observe Miss Reed's vehicle pull up to the driveway? I'm sorry, pull up to the house.
I was told there was a vehicle outside, so I went and looked.
Where
Yes.
was that vehicle? When you looked that first time, where was Miss Reed's SUV?
When I went to the front door and looked out, it was straight ahead.
So that would be parallel, actually in line with the Jeep, correct?
Yes.
Directly in front of the Jeep.
I don't know the distance, but yes, you're correct. It was in front of the Jeep.
So if the Jeep was it's a full-size Jeep, correct?
I don't know what size it is.
Certainly the SUV is a full-size SUV.
Yes.
All right. So that would take up much of the room of the curb area in front of 34 Fairview, between the Jeep, assuming there's a snowplow,
Right.
and a full-size SUV, correct?
I'm not really sure of the whole area, but there was the Jeep and then there was the car. I just don't know the distance between them.
You gave a description of the vehicles that were out in front of 34 Fairview in your January 29, 2022 interview with Trooper Proctor, correct?
He came to my house and asked me questions, correct?
Real quick, for those of you who didn't watch the last one, the reason why this is a big deal and the reason why this one is so important is because in the last trial, nobody had a clear answer for where Higgins was parked. Jen and Matt McCabe said that he was parked like right in front of the house, in front of the driveway. Hold on, let me show you. The driveway, or I'm sorry, right in front of the mailbox. Okay, look, here's the mailbox. So if he's parked right in front of the mailbox, that creates a lot of problems for, I mean, everything really, for all the theories. So that's the reason why everybody's kind of like, wait, what? He was parked where? Because also that's not what other people said. The cars that parked, the truck that pulled in right behind their car on the way to, like when they were turning onto Fairview Road, and then Ryan Nagel pulled in right behind her. They said, no, we pulled in right behind her. There was no Jeep. So then, it seems like everybody has a different answer for where the Jeep was. And the reason that's an issue is because this whole, theory kind of is not Siri, stop phone. Oh, Siri's perking up. This whole issue about how she went forward and then came back and all of that stuff. Higgins had not left yet when this happened. So everybody has different answers on where the Jeep is, and it's just one of those things that was never really made a lot of sense. And it had
When
a
you
plow
gave
on
that
it.
interview to Trooper Proctor, you indicated to him that you first observed Miss Reed's vehicle parked on the street by the driveway, correct?
I never said by the driveway, no.
So if that's in a report, Trooper Proctor got that fact wrong, got that
Gotcha.
detail wrong.
Sustained.
If in fact, well, let me ask it this way. What did you say to Trooper Proctor about where that vehicle was?
Miss Reed's vehicle?
Correct.
I told him it was straight out front, the window. The straight out front of the front door. Sorry.
Trooper Proctor wrote a report about his interview with you, correct?
Correct.
You've seen that report in other hearings, is that right?
Yes.
Your interview with him was
Jeep Wrangler, I believe, with the snowplow on it.
on January 29th. Do you remember the date? I'm sorry, I just said the date. Do you remember the time? My mistake.
I don't remember the exact time. I'm assuming afternoon, like after 12, or I'm not 100%. Sorry.
You had been contacted by Trooper Proctor while you were still at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, instead of coming from the Canton Police Department to 34 Fairview, you went home to your house.
I did.
To
Yes.
the Country Lane address.
Yes, I did.
And Trooper Proctor ended up meeting you there, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to you and Matt being there,
Mhm.
Brian Albert showed up, correct?
I asked him to come.
So you asked your brother-in-law to come to the interview that you were having with Trooper Proctor formally in furtherance of his investigation surrounding the circumstances of this case. Correct?
No.
But Brian Albert did show up at your house.
He did. I asked him to come. Yes.
And he was inside the house when Trooper Proctor ultimately interviewed you, correct?
He was in the house. Yes.
And you'd spoken to Brian Albert before Trooper Proctor had interviewed you formally, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
Matter of fact, several times you had to have spoken to him at 34 Fairview. You've already said that, right?
Oh, right. Yeah. We were all there in the kitchen.
And then obviously you spoke to him about the interview before Trooper Proctor got to your house to interview you on the 29th as well, correct?
We were just talking about what happened. It wasn't specifically about Trooper Proctor.
Right. Not about Trooper Proctor. You talked to Brian Albert about the circumstances of this case before you spoke with Trooper Proctor.
Yes, I had.
Do you remember exactly what you said to Trooper Proctor about the location of the SUV in front of the house?
I know what I said, yes.
Okay, what exactly did you say to him?
I said the car was straight out front of the front door. When I was looking out the front door, it was straight ahead.
Isn't it true that what you actually said, Ms. McCabe, is that you first observed the vehicle parked on the street by the driveway facing in the direction toward Chapman?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you said?
Those are not my words, no.
Okay, next question.
You've already indicated that following the events of January 28th and 29th, you have spoken extensively with your family and your friends, members of your family and your friend group about what happened that night, correct?
Yes.
And that includes Brian and Nicole Albert, is that right?
Yes.
That includes Matt McCabe, your husband, correct?
Yes.
That includes Chris and Julie Albert?
Yes.
Includes other people that were there that night, including Brian Higgins?
I haven't spoken to Brian Higgins since, I believe, John O'Keefe's wake.
But you did speak to him that morning at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yeah. Oh, yes, he was there. Yes.
As a matter of fact, he's the one that told you to call Officer Lank back and have Officer Lank come back for the additional statement that you wanted to give Officer Lank. Is that right?
He may have suggested it. I'm not sure.
So in those discussions that you've had with all these folks, you've talked to the details about that night being at the bar, the house, who was where, all of those things, correct?
Yes.
You've talked about the timing of the night, who arrived, when people arrived at 34 Fairview, when people arrived at Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
No, those really aren't details we discuss. I mean, everybody kind of knows when they came and when they left. We talk more about, living with everything that we've gone through.
Well, what about on the morning of January 29th, when everybody was still in that sort of friends and family gathering inside 34 Fairview?
When I was there with my husband and sister and brother-in-law and, then Brian's friend and Julie Albert, I was trying to piece together what had happened. They were all being supportive. They had no idea what happened. We were just kind of sitting there in utter shock, waiting to hear from Kerry about John. It was nothing more than just us being together and trying to figure out what had happened. I had gotten a phone call from Karen to help her.
And
during
that conversation, or that series of conversations, you were sharing what your observations of that evening were, what your story was, how the evening started, how it ended for you, correct? Or the morning ended for you, correct?
No, I'm not correct.
During the time that you folks were inside the house discussing this, there was no law enforcement agent or officer inside that house, correct?
Correct.
So the entire family and the friend network that we're talking about, with whom you discussed all these events, everybody was entitled to and did coordinate their statements without any separation and without any law enforcement oversight, correct?
I was with my family, my sister, my brother-in-law. It wasn't really a big group of us. As I've mentioned, I had 5 or 6 people. I was in shock. I didn't know what had happened. They were just asking me what happened.
And
questions like that, and I absolutely told them. But It was no story. There was no us being allowed to do it. That was my family. They were just there with me.
But nobody was separated by law enforcement, correct?
I don't believe there was a reason to separate us.
Nobody. Well, notwithstanding what you think was the reason, you're not a professional investigator, correct?
I'm not. No.
You're not a trained investigator.
No.
You're certainly not a homicide detective, correct?
No.
None of
Just
you
a
witnesses were ever
normal
separated,
mom.
were you, that morning?
There was no reason to separate us.
I'm not asking you if there was a reason, okay? I'm asking you whether or not factually anybody was separated in that house. Or is everybody allowed to talk amongst themselves?
I was with my family. We didn't need to be allowed.
Okay.
That's not how law enforcement investigations
Was
work.
anybody in that house separated? Were the witnesses separated from each other?
the family who are witnesses were they separated from each other by law enforcement?
At that point, I don't think anyone but myself and Matt were maybe even witnesses.
Okay. I'm not asking you what your determination of who the witnesses are.
Mhm.
I'm asking you whether the folks in that house were separated by law enforcement before you were able to have discussions about the events of January 28th and 29th. That's a yes or no question. Were you separated or not?
At one point, when Mike Lank was in the house, he had separated and talked to Nicole, then Brian, then Matt.
And then you promptly left and left everybody in the house together, correct?
He left us, yeah.
Right.
Nobody was taken down to the station, is that right?
No?
As a matter of fact, Trooper Proctor didn't even come over to 34 Fairview, the scene of the incident, to interview you, correct?
I asked him to meet at my house because I had to go home to my children.
And he accommodated you, didn't he?
He did, yes.
And he accommodated the fact that Brian Albert escorted you to the house for your interview, correct?
Brian didn't escort me, no.
Well, he went to your house at the same time that Trooper Proctor was there to interview you, correct?
He came at some point, yes, by himself.
Before Trooper Proctor did the interview.
I'm not sure if he was there, if he got there before or when.
Well,
he arrived.
You've testified in the past that
Yes.
Brian Albert came to your house alone. I don't mean you came in the same car.
Yes.
But he followed you over to your house before Trooper Proctor ever got there. And he was in the house while Trooper Proctor conducted his interview, correct?
Yes, Brian was
All
in
right.
the house for the interview.
Thank you. You've already indicated that you have been discussing this case with certain other witnesses, not for days or weeks or months, but literally for years, most specifically Carrie Roberts, correct?
The case in general, yes.
Just before Carrie Roberts testified at a grand jury proceeding in this case, you were with her, weren't you?
I don't recall what you're talking about.
Do you remember being at the grand jury?
Yes,
You remember testifying at the grand jury?
yes, the one back in
April.
April,
I think,
yes, yes.
2022.
Yes.
That sounds
Yeah, it sounds about right, yeah.
You remember being there in an anteroom with some other folks?
What's an
An
anteroom?
anteroom, a waiting room?
Oh, yeah.
Waiting for your
Mhm.
testimony?
Yes,
You remember Carrie Roberts being with you in that exact same anteroom?
yes,
And that was right before her testimony, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So in answer to my question,
Mhm.
you two were together literally just before she testified at the grand jury, which was the first formal under oath testimony that she ever gave. Is that right?
Yes,
This is the same thing you walked through with Carrie Roberts about how they were together so much before any police
When she
interaction
testified
or
at
testimony.
the grand jury, was that before or after you two had gotten together and created this timeline?
we did the timeline right after John had passed.
So she testified, the answer is she testified after the timeline was created, correct?
Yes,
Brian Albert and his family had a dog on January 29th, 2022, did they not?
yes, they did.
What was that dog's name?
Chloe,
What
Chloe
kind
has
of dog
entered
was
the chat.
Chloe?
German Shepherd.
Was it do you know if it was a purebred German Shepherd or a mix of Malinois and German Shepherd, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Big dog,
Yeah, good sized dog, yeah.
70-pounder.
I don't know its weight.
Wasn't a little munchkin dog, though. It was a
No,
full-size German
It's a
Shepherd.
full size, yeah.
On the morning that you described going into the house, January 29th, 6:40 a.m. or so,
Mhm.
you indicated that you burst into the bedroom to wake your sister and Brian Albert. Is that right?
Yes, I went into the bedroom.
It's still dark out, correct?
Yes,
There had been relative chaos on the lawn for a number of minutes, from about 6:10 until at least 6:40. When you went in, there were still emergency vehicles with lights on and engines running. Chaos, relative chaos, bedlam as somebody has said, on that front lawn, correct?
Was more on their side lawn and down the street, kind of like all the cruises. A lot of them were behind their lot.
Right in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Well, that's not accurate.
To the
based on what-
side, in the side yard of 34 Fairview, yes.
And on the lawn of 34 Fairview,
Yes,
where first responders were responding, correct?
yes,
And you said my client is screaming to the top of her lungs, is that right?
yes, she was.
And Terry Roberts was screaming back at her,
Yes,
shut up or shut the fuck up, right?
yes.
Then at 6:40 a.m., under the cover of darkness, you walked in the front door of the unlocked front door of Brian Albert's house, correct?
I went into my sister's house, correct?
It wasn't Brian Albert's house?
And Brian Albert, yes, I'm
Right.
sorry.
You then climbed the stairs up toward the bedrooms, correct?
Yes,
You
Mulaney was
walked
part.
into the bedroom door where Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, according to you, were sleeping. Is that
Yeah.
right?
yes,
So you would agree that you unexpectedly, in terms of their view, unexpectedly walked into their house basically in the middle of the night, middle of the morning.
yes,
You indicated that when you went through their bedroom door, you sort of burst through, correct?
I opened the door. I don't know if I used the word burst.
You previously indicated that when you went through the door, it was chaotic because you were so amped up from the events. Is that right?
I don't know if I used those words.
Would you say that you were loud or quiet?
I think as I explained earlier, I was like where everything was going on around me, and I was kind of like in just a state of shock. And I remember thinking, I don't want to startle them, but I have to wake them up, because obviously when I wake them up, they're going to be panicked and think something terrible happened.
Well, why didn't you want to startle them? Something terrible had happened.
I didn't want to give them a heart attack when I woke them up.
But you didn't walk up and just nudge them and say, hey, Nicole, honey, can you wake up? There's something we need to talk about. You didn't do that.
No, I was like, Brian, Nicole, wake up, wake up.
Okay, exactly. But you weren't saying it in that voice either. You were saying, Brian, Nicole, get up.
I'm not sure if it was that loud, but I definitely was. You definitely like trying to wake them up. Yes.
What was the dog's reaction?
I don't recall seeing the dog.
So, according to you, to the dog at least, we can get in the mind of a dog, a relative stranger walks in the front door, climbs a set of stairs, the house is completely dark, walks into a bedroom door and starts barking. The person starts barking, get up, wake up, Brian, Nicole. And you don't remember seeing or hearing a dog at all.
Objection.
Sustained.
As you indicated, it's not that the dog wasn't reactive, it's that you don't remember the dog even being there, correct?
I have no memory of the dog, no.
But you do know that that dog sleeps in Brian and Nicole's room, correct?
It may, I don't know for sure.
The reason you don't remember the dog being there is because the dog wasn't there, was it?
I don't remember the dog.
Right. So when you walked out of the room, when you walked in the house, didn't see the dog?
No,
When you walked up the stairs, no dog?
no,
Walked down the hallway, no dog?
no,
Walked into Brian and Nicole's bedroom door, no dog?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
I realize that.
Mhm.
Dog or no dog? No dog.
I don't remember seeing the dog. It doesn't mean it wasn't there or it was there. I just don't remember seeing it.
Well, no dog came up to you and barked at you, correct?
No,
You didn't see or hear a dog whining or howling, did you?
no,
You didn't hear or see a dog scratching at the door?
no.
There's no sign of a dog at all in Brian and Nicole Albert's house at 6:41 a.m. when you walked into that house, correct? Or 6:40?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
And this was a 70-pound German Shepherd, correct?
I don't know the weight of the
Have you ever
dog.
heard the Have you ever heard a description given about that dog by Brian Albert, anybody else? That dog was not good with strangers.
Yeah.
Did you know, as you said, you're very, very dear friends, and obviously dear friends with Brian Albert, relations with Nicole Albert, your sister. Are you aware that that dog was not good with strangers?
Object.
Do you know that?
I don't. It wasn't good with other dogs is what I knew, so I could never bring my dog over there. That's all I know about the dog.
Right. Had some aggression, correct? At least with other dogs.
Possibly.
Possibly with other dogs.
Yeah.
That's our next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could remind the jurors, in your memory, who was the last person to leave the house, 34 Fairview, on the early morning hours of January 29th?
I believe Caitlin left after us, my niece.
Thank you.
That's where the theory comes in about Caitlin taking Chloe with her when she left.
At some point, we've already talked a little bit about this. You said you looked out the front door glass. Was it a window or is the whole door glass?
The whole door was glass, I believe.
Is it like and pardon my ignorance, is there like a wooden door that is open and there's a storm door that's all glass that was closed? Is that what we're dealing with?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Mhm.
Can we take one more glance? I'm going to back up for a quick second.
Okay.
Can we take one more glance at that exhibit 3?
So now we're going to get back into who was parked where and when, because this, of course, makes a difference. Caitlin is Brian and Nicole Albert's daughter.
And can you enhance that just a little bit, please? Thank you so much. May I approach?
Yes.
Forgot to ask you, and I apologize, Ms. McCabe.
Thank
One
you.
more point of reference.
Mhm.
Can you please show the jurors where Brian and Nicole Albert's bedroom window is in that photograph?
Sure, it's right there.
Uppermost left window, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Go.
Let me get back on track. You indicated that you looked out that storm door and saw Miss Reed's vehicle, her SUV, directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
That was the first time you noted or clocked that SUV being there?
First time, sorry.
The first time you noted the SUV, in other words, that you visually saw it, it was directly in front of you. It was not back by the mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Did you still see the Jeep parked back by the mailbox?
I looked out the window. I saw the car. I really didn't pay attention to details of other cars. I just looked and saw her car.
When you first looked out that window and looked out the door
Mhm.
and saw the SUV, what time was that?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Does the time 2:23 a.m. sound familiar?
2:23?
I'm sorry, 12:23. My mistake.
I'm not sure.
When you looked out the door, did you see any other vehicles at that time, other than the Jeep, other than Miss Reed's SUV?
I believe I saw lights. Oh, sorry. Lights like over here somewhere. If the Jeep's there and the car, is there.
Okay, can you describe for the record what you did? The theirs don't come across on the record.
Oh,
so
sorry.
to your left
Yes.
is
Straight out would be Miss Reed's vehicle that I looked at.
okay.
I kind of looked at that. I remember my peripheral vision seeing lights over there to the left. Sorry.
All right. So the way that you're describing this, and that's lights to a vehicle, correct?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you know what vehicle that is.
I do. Yes.
What vehicle is it? Describe it for the jurors, please.
It's Ryan Nagels.
Ryan Nagel's what? Car,
The-
truck?
I believe he has a truck.
Okay. So what you're describing is you looked out the
Mhm.
window, you saw Miss Reed's SUV directly in front of you. Right behind that, in line, was Brian Higgins' Jeep, and behind that was Ryan Nagel's truck. Is that right?
I'm not sure where his truck lines up. I just remember seeing lights. I just quickly saw Miss Reed's car and went back into the room. I wasn't, I apologize, paying attention for like specific details about cars.
At some point, you did become interested in exactly what time Ryan Nagel's truck arrived, correct? This is after the fact, well after the fact, months after the fact.
Yes, I did.
As a matter of fact, you took it upon yourself to ask Julie Nagel, Ryan's sister, to send you something, correct?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her to send you?
I ran into the two of them.
I didn't ask you who you ran into, just what did you ask her to send you?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. A text message.
A screenshot of a text message.
Yes, a screenshot of a text message between Julie and Ryan Nagel.
You knew at the time that Miss Nagel, very obviously, was a percipient witness in this case, correct?
I believe so. It was very early on.
Well, I mean, she was in the house. Ms.
Yes.
McCabe. She was in the house when Miss Reed's vehicle appeared, correct?
Correct.
She was in the house when you were looking at the vehicle.
Correct.
She was in the house when everybody came home came to 34th Fairview from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Correct.
She was interacting with those inside the house at the very time we're talking about, right?
Yes.
She went outside at some point to talk to her brother outside the house, right behind the SUV that you're describing as Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that she was, and you knew all this when you asked her for that screenshot.
I was trying to piece together.
You knew all this when you asked for the screenshot. You
Yes.
knew what her position was in this case, correct?
She had no involvement. What happened outside
I didn't ask
is
you if she had
different.
involvement.
Objection.
Let her finish her answer.
Go ahead.
Ms. McCabe, finish that answer.
What happened outside was separate from anything that happened inside.
I'm going to ask you again. You knew all of that information, that Julie Nagel was a percipient witness in this case, as was everyone else inside 34 Fairview, when you asked for that screenshot, correct?
Yes.
That is another example of you coordinating information with other witnesses in this case, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Were you ever advised by Michael Proctor not to coordinate information with other witnesses in the case? Did he ever say, don't do that?
I don't recall.
So you don't recall, or he didn't?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. If he did tell you not to coordinate with other witnesses, this would be a breach of that agreement, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Indeed, once you got that screenshot, we'll talk about that in just a second. When you got the screenshot, did you ever share that with law enforcement?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
You never provided that to Michael Proctor or any other investigator, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
As a matter of fact, Ms. McCabe, the only reason we know about that screenshot is because of the extraction on your phone. Isn't that right?
If that's how you know about it, I'm not sure.
You asked for that screenshot for your own personal use, for your own personal information, for your own personal coordination, correct, of what happened that night.
What are you asking? There's 3 questions there.
Did you ask for that screenshot for your own personal use?
Yes.
And indeed, you do know what time it was that you looked out and saw Ryan Nagel's truck, because the screenshot told you that, correct?
The screenshot told me when Ryan Nagel pulled up. It didn't tell when I saw.
And what was the time when Ryan Nagel indicated that he pulled up?
I'd have to look at the screenshot.
2:23 a.m., 12:23 a.m., sounds right?
If you have it and that's what it says, absolutely.
It's the phone extraction is the reason they know about it.
Mary,
Yeah, I think she's.
take a look at that transcript, that call. You can read that to yourself, the highlighted portion to
I'd
yourself.
like to be heard.
All right, why don't you come to council? Why don't you council come to us?
Sidebar. See, as soon as they start getting her annoyed, now it's sidebar. All right, I'm gonna skip forward because we paused a minute ago. Okay, so here's the thing with this. He's walking through all of this. There were some inconsistencies with some of this stuff, whatever, which he pointed them out last time. So Karen Reed saw, or goodness gracious alive, Karen Reed's car was directly in front of the house, is what she said. And then she saw lights from Ryan Nagel's truck. She had testified before that she saw Higgins' Jeep in between them. And then Ryan Nagel and everybody in the car with him was like, no, there was no Jeep right there. So then at the trial, she said that she wasn't sure about the Jeep being between the two. And then so that was one of the things he pointed out last time. He's like, well, you're saying you're not sure now, but you testified before that there was a Jeep in between Ryan Nagel's truck and Karen's SUV. So then she had all the details in the previous reports about how she said she sent the first text message to John O'Keefe when she saw Karen Reed's car. And she said she sent a text when she saw, like, as she saw the SUV drive away. So it's just, he's trying to nail it down because that's changed so much. It has not changed from the last trial. It has changed from all of the everything that ever happened.
Thank you. Look at the highlighted portion and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we've been discussing.
Is the page available
I'm sorry,
before this?
just a yes or no, does that refresh your recollection about anything that we've been discussing?
It's just what we've discussed. It doesn't
Okay.
really refresh.
So it does not refresh her memory. Next question.
I don't think that's what she said.
Is that's what you?
Yes, that's what I said.
That was her answer.
That does not refresh your recollection?
Objection. has to
That
be-
was her answer. Next question, Mr. Jackson.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Take a look at the bottom of that page and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we were just discussing.
Oh. Commonwealth has filed a motion to revoke Turtle Boy's bail, apparently.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, having seen these, does this refresh your recollection about what we were just discussing concerning that conversation?
Regarding me asking Julie Nagel for the time?
Correct.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what time did that was attendant to a screenshot that you asked for, correct?
Yes.
And that time was what?
Objection.
Do you remember the time?
Can I look at the paper? I was reading everything. I didn't
So
look at the
the
exact
question is
time.
whether you remember the.
Oh, do I remember it? I don't remember the exact time, but I can read it off the paper. That's different than a memory.
That's different. Next question.
So this does not refresh your recollection as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot.
I can read the time, but
That's
in
not
my
question.
memory.
That's not my question. I have to do it this way, Ms. McCabe.
Okay,
So
sorry.
Does it refresh your recollection as you sit here, having read this, as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot?
I don't, sitting here today, the only reason I know there's a time is because of what's on that paper.
But you did ask for a screenshot from Ms. Nagel, correct?
Yes, I
And that-
did.
And that screenshot said something to the effect of outside. Is that right?
Withdrawn.
Just that question. The screenshot said something about outside.
Is that right?
I believe it said here, yes.
Or maybe it's here.
Yes, something
And it
similar.
was it was a screenshot from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel indicating that he had arrived.
Can you?
Yeah, hold on. It's like the dubbing is off. Hold on.
It was a screenshot of a text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel saying, I've arrived. In other
Yes.
words, I've arrived at 34 Fairview.
Yes, it was.
Because he was intending to give her a ride home, which she had asked for. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You did see Julie Nagel go outside and approach the vehicle, correct?
I never saw her go near the vehicle. I saw her go outside.
Got it. Did she ultimately come back indoors?
Yes.
Did she come back in with anybody else?
No.
About what time would you estimate that to have been in the course of that evening?
When she came back inside,
When she walked out and then came back inside?
soon after she went out, she talked to her brother. She came back inside.
And about what time of day was that? If you know.
I mean, this was all happening while we were at my sister's house.
Right. Was it 12:15, 12:30, 12:45, 1 o'clock?
Well, according to that paper, it would have had to
That's
been.
not what I'm
Not
asking.
according to.
Do you have an independent recollection of about, if not down to the minute, about what time that was?
I could say I'd have to be. I wasn't looking at my watch that night, so it's very hard for me to give a time just off of my memory. I know what I've seen, but
Okay.
it's hard.
You did see both Ryan Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV in front of the house at the same time, correct?
I saw his lights in my peripheral vision on the
Right.
left.
But the lights are attached to what?
The car, but it wasn't out front. Miss Reed's vehicle was out front.
Right. When I say in front of 34 Fairview, we're going to talk about the spacing in just a second. I just meant out in front of the house.
Yes, over to the side, correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're indicating that, and I want to be clear about this,
Mhm.
as you're looking out that storm door window,
hmm
going from right to left, it was Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Then Higgins's Jeep. Is that right?
His Jeep was in front of the mailbox.
Then behind that, was there a space? And then Mr. Nagel's truck, or was the truck right behind the Jeep?
That's what I can't tell you. I just remember seeing lights. I didn't look over and pay much attention to it. I was just quickly looking at the Miss Reed's car,
Do
and
you
then I
remember-
went back and sat down.
Do you recall testifying at a prior hearing that it was?
This is what I was just saying.
Your perception was Miss Reed's car, her SUV, the Jeep,
hmm
a space, and then Mr. Nagel's truck from right to left.
I remember Mr. Nagel's truck over to the left in my peripheral vision. I can't give you an exact location.
But there's no question in your mind as you sit here that Brian Higgins's Jeep was between Brian Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV. You remember that very clearly, correct?
I know that this Miss Reed's vehicle was here, and there were lights in my peripheral vision over here. I wasn't, I just was looking quickly.
So let me ask you the question again.
Okay.
Assuming that the lights are attached to something, Brian Nagel's truck, we've already established that.
Mhm.
What you're looking at, when you look out the storm door window, is Miss Reed's truck,
Mhm.
or SUV rather. So just behind that is to the left, as you're looking at it, Mr. Higgins' Jeep, correct? And behind that, Mr. Nagel's truck. You remember the Jeep being between the truck and the SUV? correct?
I remember looking out the window. It was dark. I remember seeing lights over to the left. That is what I remember.
Where was the Jeep as it relates to the lights?
I'm assuming the Jeep was still parked at the mailbox.
You saw it there. I mean, it's a 5,000 pound Jeep, right?
It was dark. I wasn't studying outside. It was a quick thing I did. I looked, I saw it, I went back to the table.
Okay. And I'm asking for what the saw it part was. Let's just slow down on the saw it part.
Okay.
You looked, you saw Brian Nagel's truck, then you saw Higgins' Jeep, then you saw Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
I saw Miss Reed's SUV parked straight out front, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights that, yes, must have been attached to a truck, but I didn't study the lineup of cars. I'm sorry.
All right, so
And I have one more question.
one more question.
Where was the Jeep? Was it in front of the SUV, behind Mr. Nagel's truck, or was it between the two of them? It's a simple question.
You're asking what I saw when I looked outside. I didn't. And I'm telling you exactly what I saw. It was dark. It was Karen's car there. And in my peripheral vision, I saw lights. And then I went back to the table.
Okay, that's the last question. We're going to break for lunch. All right, jurors, we'll take our lunch and recess. And Ms. McCabe, you can follow up right behind the jurors and we'll see you up here in 45 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Jurors, right this way.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Peace out. Okay, so what are we thinking? How are we feeling? This is a little bit, let me put luncheon recess until 1:45. This seems, pin message. There we go. This seems a little bit tedious, but here's the thing. He's trying to nail this down because this is something that has been a big problem in the other hearings and in the previous trial and then the reports. And it was one of those things where everybody gave very different stories about what happened and what they saw. And, there were like in some of the original reports, it said that, at 12:45, she looked out there and, saw the SUV drive away. And now, of course, we know because now there's more information than there was then. And now we know that that's not possible because she was connected to Wi-Fi at John's house at 12:36. So it's just, everything is kind of conjumbled. Is that a word? We'll go with it. And that's not surprising coming from a bunch of people who had been drinking. Are we surprised? No. The problem is that the stories / testimony / recollections have now, a lot of them, gone from, oh, I remember this, to I remember this, and then it's something different. Or it's gone from, I don't remember, to, oh, now I remember and it's this. So when he's trying to get in on these details, it's it's a lot. He keeps asking over and over, but that's the reason he keeps asking over and over. Now, he can't just come out and say, you said this and this and this and this and this, and you're lying. What he has to do is walk through this entire line of questioning to get her to say, well, do you remember saying this? Okay, well, can you refresh your recollection? He can't just hold up the paper and say, see, you said this in this report. He has to ask her questions about it and go through the whole process. So it's a lot. It's a lot. And he did ask about the busting into the room, which is something that I had pointed out too. I sound muffled. Y'all said I sounded muffled yesterday at lunch break too. Let me check my settings. Audio. It's like my mic gets tired at lunch and is like, look, give me a break. Is that any better? That's all new. I'm assuming it probably came from one of the TUI requests. Muffles not any better. I don't know then. I don't know. I'll have to try to, I don't know. They did it yesterday at lunch too. Y'all said, I don't know why. My microphone wants to take a lunch break. All right, so we're going to take a lunch break. I will leave on OnlyFans. Yeah, it's like on a timer to mess up. No clue why. All right, I'll give you Beach Cam and OnlyFans, and I'm going to take a little break and come back in a moment. And then all of you that shared your pictures of where you're doing your jury duty, your pictures, watch me. For those of you who shared those and tagged me, I'll pull those up too when I come back. Beach Cam. It's the luncheon break. Let's find, one fun live cam that they do in my little town too. They have, there's this maze right down the road from me, and they have a camera that, like a live cam over the maze, so you can watch people that are lost. Let me find a good one. Let's see, there's Sharpies, Palmetto. Ooh, that one's pretty. Lucy's mad. Some of these cameras I don't like. I'm not even gonna be watching it. I'm just getting very picky over this because I just want the best for y'all. And that camera is not pretty. Let's try this one. Try to get y'all a good view. Ooh. There we go. All right. This is Shell Island. I love Shell Island. All right, so you get Shell Island. When Jen asks, when AJ asked Jen a yes or no question, how can the judge say let her finish her answer? I don't know. It's normally not allowed. She just rules seem to be different in Canton, so I don't know. All right, y'all. I'm going to take a little break and take Lucy out. Oh, she just perked up when I said that. Hold on. And then I will be back in a few minutes, and I'll share some of the pictures that y'all tagged me in when I come back. And hopefully my mic will be well rested by then. See you in a minute. Real quick. Here, let me do it this way. All right, I want to show some of the pictures that I have. Oh, I don't know what I just did. Stop pressing buttons, Brandi. All right, here's one. I'm showing. Oops, I'm not very good at this. Um, there's one. Let's see. Here's one. Cute. The dog and the pub sub. Love it. Here's one. This is where I'm showing where everybody's reporting to jury duty. I told everybody to send me the let's see. Here's one. Let's see. Here's one. With the 13th Juror Cup. Love that. Love that. It's, that's Candace Hoff on a Hoff day. We love a good Hoff day. There's Phyllis. There's that one. Let's see which other ones I've got. Here's one with Lucy. There's that one. I love these. see what other ones we got. I love this. Luncheon recess. Gosh, look at that water. Mic is still muffled. All right, hold on. I'm going to refresh. It might turn black for a second, but just ignore that. Does that sound any better? Does that sound better? Better? Okay. Good. Let me give you your only fan back. Because we can't be here without the only fan. And extra camera, I got to shut that door to the office when we get going. So, I love this one too. Look, we got another one here. Look at the pooch. That's a cool view too. In Jacksonville. Thank you. Thank you for lunch. I said thank you for lunch. Do we show this one? What else we got? Here's one. Let's see, which ones have we not seen? Saw those. It like keeps shuffling them out of order. Oh, Port St. Joe. I love Port St. Joe. Kansas. Cute. I love it. Let's see. Let me check the ones on Instagram. Oh. I don't know my login. I don't know my login. Hold on. I'm logged in on my phone. Let me pull up. Oh, I love this one. Let me see if I can hear. I'll screenshot it and just email it to myself. This is way more complicated than I thought it would be. Okay. Screenshotted them. Mail. But I want to show y'all's jury duty setups. All right. I'll try to be more prepared tomorrow because I just posted that this morning. So tomorrow when we do it, I will uh, get some together and make a little slideshow before we get going. So tag me on, do a post or story or whatever, and tag me on Facebook or Instagram, and I'll show them tomorrow during lunch. I'll make a little slideshow. What are you doing, you psycho? Chad Daddy just took Lucy for a walk, so she's feeling all loose and free. Acting like a little psycho over here. What are you doing? Now she's behind me. Trying to. Lucy. She's got the zoomies. Lucy. Did you have fun on your walk? Little psycho. All right. So I did not get any of the work done that I've been trying to get done on lunch break, so that's fine. Let's snoop. Let's see if we can find stuff about this morning. I haven't seen. Shit notifications. I know. I want to know what happened too. I want to know. I'm so nosy. Mm, no, there's no court tomorrow. Yeah. No court tomorrow, which I'm okay with because I will be able to, because this is going to be a big podcast episode because of all the ARCA stuff and Jen McCabe, of course. So this is going to be a big episode. So I will be able to work on it tomorrow so that y'all can still have the episode out for the weekend. Yeah, there's still nothing else that I've been able to find about what, if anything, happened that made everything go a little haywire today. So I don't know. I would like to know because I have questions. Yeah, everything that I'm looking at. Everything that I'm looking at is basically just like, mm. I know every time I say theory, like Theory, then it turns into like everybody's phone's waking up and trying to listen to what's going on. He did move his seat. I know. That's a lot of people are saying that it might be that. Remember in that interview that Paul O'Keefe did, he said that, he sits right there. He wants to, let Karen Reed know that, how did he word it? Something about let her know that, still there, not going anywhere or whatever. However he worded it. That's not a verbatim quote. So it might be that. We debrief about Turtle Boy. So for those of you who are asking, Turtle Boy is Aiden Carney. I've talked about him in the podcast before. He is one of the most divisive. Like, a lot of people either love him or hate him. He's a journalist who's covered this. His style is just very like. What did I say in the interview? What did I call? I think I said aggressive is the word I used or whatever. But so he has pending indictments, or he has indictments in like pending charges or whatever for witness intimidation in relation to this case. So he is in the courtroom a lot, but he can't be in there when any of the witnesses testify that are part of his indictments. So, and Jim McCabe is one of those. So he can't be in the court for this, for example. So there's, I guess, a motion to, let me see exactly what it said. I think it said there was a motion to revoke his bond. And he has court today at 2, so soon. He helped bring attention to this case, and I can't fault him for that. Yeah, love him or hate him, he has put a lot of eyes on this that wouldn't have seen it, and it's interesting too because a lot of the people who feel very strongly about like, oh, Karen Reed is guilty 99.9% of the time when I've had people tell me that, it usually the conversation almost immediately goes to Turtle Boy and how they hate Turtle Boy, which is interesting. I told him, I interviewed him a while back, and I told him, I was like, yeah, I said you ruined this case because of the way that, and when I say ruin this, I mean, like, obviously, yes, he got a lot of eyes on it, but when I say ruin this, I mean ruined it in a way that a lot of people can't talk about what their thoughts are on the case because they automatically go to like talking about how they're mad at him, and that has made like discussion on evidence like impossible for some people. So that's what I mean by ruining that, and he agreed. But it's interesting for sure. Jen's testimony is not over. They are at lunch. She will be back. I don't foresee them finishing today. They go till 4, and that's only that's only like 2 hours. So why do we have black screen? What happened? We go till 4, and I don't foresee this ending in the next 2 hours. I think that it will probably, we're out of court tomorrow. It'll probably continue on Friday. After, obviously it'll continue in a few minutes. And then whatever they don't get done, they'll finish it. Why no court tomorrow? It's law day, I think is what they called it. Well, first of all, tomorrow is also May Basket Day, which is something we learned this week, where apparently people give little mini baskets full of treats to people. And I have spent my entire life not knowing that this was a thing. And I'm kind of bummed out that I never knew. Baskets of treats. Why did I never know about this? I like baskets of treats. I want a May basket. Babe, if you're watching me from the living room, I want a May basket. No, I can't ask my husband for anything else because honestly, that man does everything for me. I can't ask for anything else. Why would, well, so course not canceled for the basket thing. That's just something that we all just learned about. Well, some of us knew about it. And by some of us, I mean y'all, because I didn't know anything about it. Some of y'all knew about it and filled us in on this, like the world's most like exciting secret that we never knew about, little tiny baskets full of treats. But we just found out about that part. But that is not why they are, thanks, babe. That is not why they are not having court tomorrow. Tomorrow it's law day is I think what they called it, right? Law day. Karen's like, my kids just got Easter baskets. We're done with baskets up in this house for the next year. You got a basket. You can wait. So a fuse blew in the courtroom, which is why we're at black screen. Never heard of it either, but my cats think it's cat baskets every day, right? They get treats every day. It's like mini Easter baskets. Why did I never know of this? Olivia Walker said, I do a lot with law day for my job and students sometimes go to the courthouse to learn about law. Could be why. That's so cool. Okay, I didn't know that, Olivia Walker. Tell us all about this. I have questions. How cool is that? Like they get to go to the courthouse to learn about law. Is this field trip like exclusive? Can we all go? What if we go and show up with little baskets full of treats? Is that like, can we get in then? I have questions. I think that's so cool. I don't think I've ever heard of it. If I've heard of it before, it is no longer in my memory and it feels like the first time all over again. They do mock trials for high schoolers. That's so cool. I think that's really cool. I love that. Get them young. Teach them why the law is important and get good prosecutors. I was talking to my stepdaughter about that too. I was talking to her about like, we were talking one night around the kitchen island and I was saying something about like, how important it is to have like good attorneys, like good ethical attorneys and talking about it. She would make a good one. Was it Hank's fuse? Was it Hank's fuse that got blown? It could have been. It may have been. Who, if anyone, is allowed to attend? Googling now, May Basket Day. Why was I never told about this? Do you think this case will be made into a film when it's all over? Who would play the main characters? Yes, I do. And our guy fixed fix the feed. Ben for the win. Oh, yes, it will. And it is also going to be a mini series. Do you think all the lawyers hate each other, or is all fair in love and trials? I feel like some of them low key, like, really despise each other, but I think mostly it's like, I always make the comparison of like when you're, you know, at the end of a basketball game, like on the field or on the court or whatever, like any kind of sports thing, you know. I feel like the attorneys are kind of like that, like the sports team. It's like when you're out there, your enemies, you're going against each other, whatever. And then afterwards, like everybody like slaps each other on the butt and they go get, you know, ice cream or a beer or whatever people do. I don't know what they do. Disney World. I don't know. But I feel like that's kind of how the attorneys are. It's like when you're in there, you're each fighting for what you believe in or your side or your client or whatever you are fighting for. And then after it's over, everybody's cool. But I do think that there are some that are like low key, like Brennan and AJ will never like just go get Chipotle after court. You know, like that's not going to be a thing. I think that there's like, that's not going to be like a, you know, hey, want to, yeah, that's not going to be a thing. I wonder what you would put in a Mayday basket for Hank. I think it's better if I not answer that. Snickers. Isn't that what's supposed to make you not so cranky? I think I'm just gonna. Maureen Hancock for Bev, definitely, 100%. And then what's the guy from Mayor Kingstown? That dude would have to play Turtle Boy because they look and talk very similar. Anna Kendrick and Karen Reed, I could see that. Matthew McConaughey as AJ. I love him as an attorney. Like he's one of my favorites. That is like he's played an attorney in a few movies, and I love him as an attorney. I think it'll be fun to see you play Bev. You do a good reenactment. Look, I can. I'll allow it. See, I got that down. But Maureen Hancock would be much better than me because she also like looks like it. Who would get the money from the movies? The kids, the company that puts it together. Courtney Cox, that one would work too. Kerry Washington would do Jen's demeanor so well. Jen. Plot twist, get country singer Alan Jackson to play attorney Alan Jackson. I could see it. I could see it. I'm behaving myself. Jeremy Renner. Yep, that's the guy from, yep, that's the one. one of the Suits guys would need to play one of Karen Reed's attorneys. Oh, I love that show. You know, they have the like California version of it now. Have you seen that? Reese Witherspoon is Brandi. That I'll take that compliment. Her screaming Jen has ruined me and my name forever. Jen Devka, every time I see you in chat now, I'm going to go, Jen, Jen, Jen. Can you imagine me like just out in the real world, like meeting people and somebody introduces themselves as Jen? I'll be like, did you say your name was Jen? Jen, Jen. Who plays the dog? Who, if anyone, will play Chloe? Lucy? Lucy wants to audition. Creepy time. Are we on break? Yes. Still on break. Let's see. They're in court right now for they are just now in session for Carney. I hope if I were ever in a traumatic situation, people would be nicer than Jen and Carrie were to Karen and not telling me to shut up. Yeah. Okay. So I've thought about this because they're all like, yeah, we kept telling her to shut up and that she's batshit crazy and all of that stuff. So it was interesting because then it's like, then you have the first responder who's like, yeah, I told her that she has a support system, and she's like, oh, if you knew them, then you know you wouldn't say that. And I'm like, okay, but also like they're like, oh my God, you didn't take your shoes off, while they're panicked looking for John, and then they kept telling her to shut up and calling her crazy. So, but they also weren't her friends. Like they weren't her friends. They were John's friends. So no mention if the apron was clear yet. How will we know? We'll have to refer to our last trial. Let me see. Let me check on. Um, they're getting ready to come back, it says. They always run late. Yes, I know. I'm looking. It looks like I'm zoned out, but I'm reading 17 different things, trying to get everything together. So I didn't think about that, but I'm sure sometimes y'all are like, is she broken? Is she okay? What happened? Is she frozen? Has she malfunctioned? No, I have so much going on right here. So I'm keeping up with like all of the different updates, plus the chat, plus the streaming stuff, plus the Turtle Boy stuff that's happening, plus taking my notes. So I have 3 monitors. My monitors start over here and go all the way over here, and it's full of stuff. So sometimes when it looks like I've just like my batteries died and I'm just here waiting, it's because I'm looking for updates. Oh, there you go. Check out the behind the scenes photos in the community post. Yeah, it's a lot for. It says they're coming back. I'm sorry, I keep saying TB. Who is TB? TB is Turtle Boy / Aiden Carney, not slash. I just added that in. I just made up his name as slash. Turtle Boy, who is also known by his government name, Aiden Carney. The jury's coming back now. Rocky Albert. I'm keeping up with updates so I can update y'all on what happens.
Sorry about that. Let's close the session. Please be seated.
The
Hey,
community
can we have
post.
Ms. McCabe back, please?
While she's coming in, maybe we close
The community tab on the YouTube page. So if you go to Crime Junkie Jury YouTube page, like the homepage, there's a thing that says community. If you click on that, then you'll see it on there. Yes, there are recap videos that we do at the end of every day. Who, if anyone, we've heard so much less who, if anyone, what, if anything, this time, and I'm kind of missing it a little bit. Court officers asked Paul O'Keefe to move to the second row of family seating just now. That's Christina Rex, who so yeah, it's kind of wild. I don't want to speculate, but also I'm literally over here speculating. Like I said, he said in that interview that, he sits there with intention, like to, let her know that they're right there and this isn't over, however he worded it. So maybe it became an issue. Let me see if I can find anything else.
All right, sorry about the delay, jurors. We were told that we blew a fuse, and that's why we couldn't get started on time. So these old courthouses. So, all right, we appreciate your patience.
These
Go
old
ahead, Mr.
courthouses.
Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, when you first saw Ms. Reed's SUV pull up, very shortly thereafter, you sent a text to John O'Keefe, correct?
I walked to the door, saw the car, and that's when I sent him a text, yes.
Right. So you walked up to the door, saw the SUV outside, and then texted him something at that, basically while you're standing at the door.
I believe so, yes.
What did you text him?
Here?
Okay. That was, do you remember the time?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to look at a series of text messages contained in a Celebrate report? I think you've seen this before.
Sure.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I ask one foundational question before
Okay.
I give this to the witness? Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you about a series of text messages. It's not a memory contest in terms of the timing. I'm going to ask you about probably 5 or so. All of those purport to be contained in here. Do you remember the times of those 5 texts?
I don't off the top of my head.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to look at all those in one felled swoop as you look at this document? So I don't
Sure.
have to go back and forth?
Are these in evidence?
This is not in evidence to my knowledge. Not yet.
Would it help you to remember?
Yeah.
Okay, why don't you bring it to Ms.
Thank you.
McCabe?
Thank you.
Thank you. This is just nice. This one was, yeah, I think that, I just think it's all. Sure. I might turn to that. Ms. McCabe, if you wouldn't mind, take a look at the tabs, not that whole document, it's too dense. Take a look at the tabs and go in reverse chronological order and see if that refreshes your recollection about the time and content of text messages that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe those early that early morning of January 29th.
Okay. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm not going to have to remember the exact times of all 5, am I?
I'll help.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McCabe, did you see a text on here that was consistent with your memory that you texted here?
Yes.
And was that at 12:14, I'm sorry, at 12:27 a.m.?
I don't know if exactly, I'm assuming if it's on that paper.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
So we went over this a lot in the last trial because of some of the text from
Why don't I
the
see
statement.
counsel at sidebar for just a minute?
Some of the text from the some of the texts between her and John were brought up in the last trial, of course, and also in the statements, because there were some in the police statements that said, she different times that she looked out there and different times that she saw the SUV. There was let me see, let me look at my notes to refresh my recollection. Yeah, she described tire tracks and back and forth tracks that she said did not lead to her car. They argued about the Jeep being testified to.
Ms. McCabe, we're going to make it a little easier for you, okay?
Thank you.
And then saying that she saw the car at 12:31, it had moved forward. She said, pull behind me and all of that. So he's trying to nail down like what she remembers about.
May I?
She sent.
Your Honor, I would offer the following stipulation at 12:14:27 on January 29th, 2022. Text message from Jen McCabe to, text message from John O'Keefe's phone to Jen McCabe's phone. Where to? At 12:27, all these are on January 29th, 2022, at 12:27:33 from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Here, exclamation point, question mark. Same date, 12:31:47 from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Pull behind me. Same date, 12:40:31 from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello.
They're stipulating to the text coming in. So basically both sides agree this
12:42
happened.
and 9 seconds. Text message from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Where are the letter U?
Where?
Okay, thank you.
Finally, 12:45 and 53 seconds from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello. I would offer the stipulation that those are correct times and dates and contents of the text messages between John O'Keefe's phone and Jen McCabe's phone on January 29th, 2022.
All right, and that's what you're agreeing to, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, Your Honor, is contained in the Celebrate report.
Okay. All right, folks, so I told you yesterday about a stipulation when I talked about something in the front line. This is similar. So what you just heard, both lawyers agree that that's information contained in a Celebrate report.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I continue?
Yes.
At some point, you indicated that, and by the way, Ms. McCabe, at 12:27, it's now been stipulated to, you texted a single word, here, exclamation point, question mark, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You indicate that you saw the SUV move up after it was in front of the 34 Fairview residence. It moved up some number of feet, correct?
The next time I looked, it was at a different location.
Right. Now, you did not see the white Jeep move from the place that you originally saw it in front of the mailbox, correct?
I never looked out at the white Jeep.
But you never saw that move ever?
No.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Higgins, that Jeep was in the same spot while Mr. Higgins was inside the residence until he left, correct?
That's what I would assume, yes.
Okay. And you never saw him go out and move his car and come back in or anything like that?
I never did, no.
After you, it's fair to say that once you noted that the SUV, Ms. Reed's SUV, was in front of the location, you started paying some attention to it.
I went to the door a few times to look out, yes.
As a matter of fact, in the course of about 19 minutes, you went to the door no fewer than 5 times, correct?
I'm not sure if it was 5.
You've indicated in previously that for every time you went to the door and saw the SUV, you texted something, which are the texts contained in the document that was just stipulated to. Is that right?
I did text 5 times, you are correct.
Okay, so it's fair to say if you texted 5 times, then you went to the door 5 times, if those were associated with one another. You walk up, look at the door, see the SUV, and text something. Here, pull behind me, where are you? Those texts, correct?
I remember going to the front door, seeing the car and texting here. when I went to the door the second time, the car had moved up towards the flagpole, and I texted, pull behind me, because I thought, did they not know where to park? Did they think they were at the wrong house?
So my question is this: every time you went to the door, you texted something.
I'm not sure that I did, yes.
Do you remember
I'm not sure that I did, sorry.
Do you remember a year ago testifying that every single time you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something?
Am I aware that I said that?
Correct, that you testified to that.
Could you show that to me, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Pointing this out, kind of like, look, she was only out there for a short time, and you looked out there
Portion.
5 times and then texted. It kind of narrows down that time frame of when something would have been able to happen as far as Karen having time to hit John O'Keefe.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection about the issue we were just talking about?
I see what's written down, yes.
Okay. Did you testify in answer to the following question? And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct? Answer, correct.
I answered correct to that,
Okay.
yes.
So if you looked out, I'm sorry, if you texted 5 times, that's all I'm getting to, you went to the door about 5 times.
I'm not sure. I remember definitely going twice. And again, if I misstated or I said I went 5 times, 4 times, I apologize.
Well, do you think this testimony is in error?
No, I don't. I'm thinking with my memory, it was 3 years ago, and I'm thinking that maybe I wasn't clear on that detail of how many times that I went to the door.
And
What I
certainly,
can tell you I'm clear on is that I did go twice, and I saw it. I saw it straight ahead. I saw it at the flagpole, and a third time further up. I cannot say with certainty with my memory today that I was up at that door every single time. I'm sorry.
She's
And then-
smart.
and by the way, when you testified, as you just saw, that was a year ago, correct?
Yes.
A year earlier and a year closer to the event, correct?
Yes, it
So
was.
your memory would have been a little bit fresher then than it is now, a year later.
I don't think I can compare my memory then to now.
You can't compare your memory. Do you think your memory gets better with time or fades a little with time?
Well, some things, unfortunately, I think about every single day with this case, the trauma of it
Sure.
and what I experienced and went through. And there are some things that I am certain I will never forget. And I know for sure where the car was, and I know for sure I sent those 2 texts, but I apologize if I misstated. I went up more than I did. I'm just trying to give you what I remember today.
Let's talk about those texts and and you looking out the door. You did approach the door and you saw that the vehicle was there the initial time, correct? That's 1.
When I texted here, yes,
And you texted here, exclamation point, question mark. Is that right?
correct.
And you indicated that when you first saw the vehicle, it was straight out ahead of you in front of the front door, and it was stationary. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Then you said you went back to the door and you saw that it had moved up, quote, a little bit. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Toward the flagpole. Is that right?
Was that the flagpole? Yes.
And when you saw that it had moved up toward the flagpole, then you texted again at 12:40, which has been stipulated to hello. Is that right?
Hello.
When I saw it move up to the flagpole, I believe I texted pull behind me.
Hello.
When you
Is it me you're looking? Different hello.
when you went the second time, and by the way, it's my mistake. I got I jumped over one. It was 12:31:47, which we stipulated to pull behind me. That's when the SUV was up closer to the flagpole, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Then you went yet again at 12:40 and saw the SUV yet again and texted hello. It was the second hello.
I'm not sure if that was when I texted hello.
But you did see that the SUV had moved again.
Yes.
Now where was it?
At first, it was straight ahead. Then it was at the flagpole, and then it was further up.
Then at 12:42, 2 minutes later, you texted, where are you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, it was still up by the flagpole?
No, I'm not saying that it was still outside.
Where was it?
I'm not sure where the vehicle was.
At 12:45, you texted yet again, hello. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
You've indicated that was, you texted hello the last time you saw the vehicle. Is that right?
I'm not saying that today, no.
Well, did you say it previously?
In my testimony, did I say that the last time I texted? Do you have that written that I could see?
You just read it.
Well, that was your question that you had read to me. I never came out and said that.
Ms. McCabe, I asked you if you testified to that a year ago. That's my question. Did you testify to that a year ago, that when you went, every single time you went to the door, you texted something because seeing the vehicle prompted you to text something to John?
That's a summary of maybe the,
Did you testify to that a year ago?
to what? That when I went to the door? Yeah, different times when I went to the door, I did text, yes.
And then you testified as well that you went to the door a final time and saw that the SUV was gone. It had left, correct?
Yes, at one point I did.
And that was just a couple of minutes after your last text at 12:45. Is that right?
I'm not sure of the time.
Matter of fact, you've testified previously that it was around 12:50 that you last went to the door and noted that the car was completely gone. Is that right?
I'm not sure of that.
You're not sure of that?
No, if you could show me, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, so here's the thing. In the
At
last,
some point, did you note that the vehicle was gone? Let's get to that.
real quick, in the last trial, Lally was very all over the place about when they say it happened. So now the prosecution's theory is very much more narrowed down, and they're saying that this happened at like 12:32 or whatever it was. And so he's trying to nail her down on her testimony from the last trial, where she's saying that she looked out there at 12:32 or he said it happened at 12:31 or whatever. And he's trying to nail her down, like, say, you said you texted every time you went out there, and you said you texted at 12:32 and you saw her, because this time around they are much more specific on the time than Lally was. Lally said like 12:45 in the openings last time. So that's why this is a big deal.
Yes.
Around what time was that?
I do not know.
12:45, a little before, a little after?
I'm not sure. I can't give a time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at how you testified to that particular time last year?
Sure.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. The highlighted portion,
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe?
I'm going to skip, oops, while she's reading that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to what time last year you indicated that you went to the door and saw that the SUV was gone?
It says on the paper that I was asked if after 12:45 it was gone, and I answered correct.
Okay.
I never gave a time.
All right. And that coincides with the last hello that you texted to John's phone, correct?
Again, I don't have that paper in front of me. And then Brian Sr. called her in.
What just
Is
happened?
Julie Albert, the wife of Chris Albert,
Yes, she is.
and Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers.
The door and noted that it had
Aliens.
moved and it was now closer to the flagpole, correct?
We've just asked two questions.
Hold on, let me back that up. I don't know what just happened.
Then you saw it in position 2. You went back to the door and noted that SUV had moved and it was now closer to the flagpole, correct?
We've just asked two questions.
It had moved closer to the
The
flagpole.
first question is, you said I saw it and I sent a text or two. I know I just said one here.
Okay. Then you saw it a second time
Correct.
and now it's closer to the flagpole.
Yes, correct.
And there's texting going on. I'm not getting down to the minute of the text, but there's texting going on. You're sending texts.
I'm sending, yes.
Okay. Then you went back to the door a third time and saw that it had moved beyond the flagpole, correct?
Correct.
Then, according to your testimony last year, you went back to the door at least a fourth time to see that it was gone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so at bare minimum, based on your testimony today, you were at the door, looking out the window at that portion of either the yard directly in front of you, and in front of the house, or toward the flagpole, or beyond the flagpole, 4 times, correct?
From last year's testimony, but what I remember today
No,
with
Ms. McCabe, that's not
certainty
my
is
question.
twice.
You need to let her answer the question. Answer your question, please.
Go ahead.
Okay. What I remember certainty is looking at it out front, at the flagpole and beyond. I don't remember how many times I went up to the door. I was back and forth.
Right, but according to you, you saw the car in 3 different positions, correct?
Correct.
So that's at least 3 times to the door, correct?
Correct.
And you saw the car gone, right?
Correct.
3 plus 1 is 4, correct?
Correct.
So now you're telling us that you went to the door a minimum of 4 times and looked across that yard at the SUV, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You had a clear view of that SUV as you looked out that storm door every time you went to the door, didn't you?
It was dark and snowing, but I could see a vehicle out there, yes.
As a matter of fact, you've indicated that it was a clear view. There was nothing obstructing your vision, correct?
No, there was nothing but the weather conditions.
And you indicated that, and by the way, the blizzard had basically just started. There was a dusting on the ground.
It was snowing. It was accumulating.
Right, but it was early in
Correct.
the storm.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Right. And when asked about whether or not you had a view, well, let me ask it a different way. In terms of your view of the SUV and the distance from the storm door to the SUV to that curb line, there was nothing obstructing your view. You had a clear view of that, a good view of the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the window, I could see the SUV in front of me, yes.
At no time during any of this interaction with the door, meaning going back and forth to the storm door, texting, looking outside, seeing the SUV in position 1, seeing the SUV in position 2, seeing the SUV in position 3, at no time did you hear any noise that was unusual, did you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't hear any screaming?
No,
You didn't hear any yelling?
no,
No loud voices?
no,
No foul language?
no,
You didn't hear a door slam?
no,
You didn't hear a verbal argument or a fight of any kind?
no,
You didn't hear a revving engine?
no,
You didn't hear the squealing of tires or the scraping of tires on the pavement?
no,
You didn't hear a collision take place
no,
or a crash
no,
or screams for help,
no,
moaning, groaning as if someone was in distress?
no.
As you looked at the SUV the first time, you've already indicated that you had a clear view straight out the door, right? It's right in front of the front door as a crow flies, right? It's not at an angle.
Right there. Correct.
Okay. You also previously indicated that you saw tire tracks in the roadway.
Yes.
In that very, very light dusting of snow, the accumulation that you talked about, you saw tire tracks of some sort.
Yes.
So that's down on the ground, beyond the yard, somewhere in the roadway.
In the street. Correct.
You had a good view of those tire tracks as well, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were able to describe those as sort of almost a wave, I think you once said.
Yeah. Across the street. I could see it because of the street light that was across the street.
Okay. And that presented at least enough illumination based on your view. You could see the tire tracks in the snow.
Yes. Over to the left. Yes.
The tire
And you
tracks.
detailed not just the shape of those tire tracks as being sort of like a wave, but where those tire tracks were, correct?
No, with this. Yeah.
Where did you see them?
I believe over to the left. If I'm looking out straight. Oh, sorry. Straight.
So if you're looking outside at the SUV, I'm just going to turn my back to the jurors for a second for perspective. If you're looking outside the door, when you say straight out, the SUV is straight outside. When you say to the left, you mean to the left of the SUV on the ground. That's where you saw the tire track.
Yes.
Like somebody might parallel park or something.
Kind of a wave, yeah. I can't really explain
That's
what
always
it
been
was.
a,
I just saw it.
You weren't
Saw
paying
it.
special attention. You weren't looking for tire tracks, were you?
No, when I glanced out, I saw it.
You weren't looking for anything in the roadway at that point. You just glanced out. There was something in your peripheral vision, and you made note of it.
Yes.
that was something I've always said.
And the only thing
When you see
between
tire
you
tracks,
and the
not a whole
SUV as
person.
you looked out was the lawn.
Correct.
There's no ditches or hills in that lawn. It's a flat lawn, correct?
I wasn't looking at the ground. I was just kind of looking like I am at you
That's
right
not my
now,
question.
straight.
You know that lawn. You've been in that house 100 times, 500 times. There's no ditches or berms or hills or mountains on that lawn. It's just a flat lawn, right?
I guess you could categorize it as flat, yeah.
Can we take a look?
And the jury at this point has seen the yard because they went on the view.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
They saw it. They saw it when they went and saw Rocky Albert.
Okay. Can you take a look at that
Sure.
photograph for a quick second? Tell me if you recognize it.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that as being?
34 Fairview.
That's the same photograph with just a little modification on it that you saw a few minutes ago.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that that be marked as identification.
Okay.
Wish to publish?
Not for identification, no.
I'm happy to read it as,
Your Honor, if I may, if it's marked for identification, I wouldn't object to showing it.
Okay. All right.
It's a chalk at this point.
Okay.
May I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go. Mr. Wall, can you make that? There you go. Thank you. What's depicted in that photograph?
34 Fairview.
Do you see the front door that you went in?
I do, yes.
Can you point it out for the jurors, please?
Sure. Right there.
Okay, the one with the brick steps leading up to it.
Yes,
Now, with this perspective, can you point out the side door?
sure.
That looks like a screen door just to the right of the hedges.
Yes.
With that perspective, can you point out the garage door?
Or that one. Sorry.
That's just to the right of the window inside that recess of the home?
Yes.
Okay. And does that fairly and accurately depict the lawn as it was on January 28th, 29th, other than the fact that it's different weather? The
Right.
shape of the lawn?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We can put that down, Mr. Wall.
So what was that marked as, Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
Your Honor, I would ask to move that in evidence. If we need to take a minute on that, I'm happy to, but that is my request.
Is there an issue?
No, I won't object.
Okay.
46.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
The first time you looked out over that lawn to the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe, did you?
No, I did not.
He was not outside that SUV.
No,
He was not standing or sitting.
not that I saw.
He certainly wasn't on the ground, was he?
Not that I saw.
The second time you looked out and saw the SUV, now the SUV is more toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And you had a clear field of view between you standing at that door and the SUV. You've already described that view, correct?
I can see the SUV, correct.
Correct. And you could see everything in front of the SUV as well, couldn't you?
I just would go to the door and look at the SUV. I wasn't taking in all the surroundings of.
Right. But just like you weren't taking any surroundings, specifically looking for tire tracks, we saw the SUV sitting right in front of you, you saw that through your peripheral vision, you know, the tire track.
Yes, and that's lighted where around the SUV was very dark.
I haven't asked you about lighting yet, we'll get to that.
I'm
You know
sorry.
the tire tracks, even though you weren't looking for tire tracks, right?
Yes, I did.
Something stood out to you in your peripheral vision, just looking out, there they are.
Yes, absolutely. Hmm.
That second time you looked directly at the SUV with no obstruction between you and the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the SUV.
No,
He wasn't sitting down.
no,
He wasn't lying down.
no,
You certainly did not see his body in the snow toward that flagpole.
no.
And you would have been looking directly toward that flagpole, correct?
I was look-
Directly.
I was looking at the vehicle.
Directly toward the flagpole, Ms. McCabe.
I was looking in the direction of the flagpole
Right.
at the vehicle. Yes.
And you saw no body in the snow, did you?
I didn't look for a body in the snow.
I didn't ask you if you looked for one. You weren't looking for tire tracks either, were you? But you saw those.
That's
I
a
did
valid
see
point.
those, yes.
And you did not see a body in the snow.
No, I did not.
John O'Keefe, 6'2", 216 pounds, brawny guy, big boy, right?
I don't think I'd refer to him as a big boy, but he was tall, yes.
All right. You certainly didn't see him prostrate in the snow the way you found him the next morning, correct? Later that morning,
I didn't see anything on the ground, no.
correct? The third time you looked out toward that SUV, it's still in the direction of the flagpole, but a little further up, a little deeper to the right, correct?
Yes.
Again, looking directly in the direction, at least, of the flagpole and that area of the yard, you were looking beyond that to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
You did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the vehicle?
I did not, no.
He was not sitting outside the vehicle,
No.
and he certainly wasn't lying on the ground, was he?
I didn't see him.
And the last time you looked out, Ms. McCabe, this is now 12:45 or so, the last time you looked out, the SUV was gone. Is that right?
Yes.
But you were still looking in that direction because that's the last place you saw the SUV. Is that right?
I looked out the window like this. I wasn't searching anywhere, but just glanced out the window, and I didn't see it.
I'm just asking you direction, not whether or not you were searching. I know you didn't see that search party. That's not my question. My question is, were you looking toward the area where you last saw the SUV around 12:45 a.m.?
Yes.
That would be directly across the lawn, directly past the flagpole, and directly into the street where you last saw the SUV, correct?
I glanced out. Yes, correct.
And the same way you glanced out at the SUV, to use your words, glanced out and saw the tire tracks, right?
Correct. Yes.
But you did not see John O'Keefe standing on the lawn.
No.
You did not see him sitting on the lawn.
No.
And you certainly did not see his body lying on the lawn, did you?
No. No, I did not.
Ultimately, you left the location that night, the gathering at 34 Fairview. Is that right? You didn't spend the night there?
No, I went home.
About what time was it that you left the location?
Approximately, it was after 1:30. Approximately 1:30, 1:45.
So this is maybe an hour later, later than what we've just been discussing.
Yes.
Seeing the SUV. Who did you leave with?
I left with my husband, Matt, and Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
Who was driving?
Sorry, my husband, Matt, was driving.
And where was Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel sitting in that SUV?
They were in the back seat.
By the way, what kind of SUV were you in that night?
A Yukon.
Four-door,
yeah,
extended
big,
seating?
Yes.
When the SUV pulled out of the drive, it was in the driveway?
Yes.
When the SUV backed out of the driveway, doing a three-point turn, backed out of the driveway, did it go toward Chapman or did it go toward Cedar Crest?
It went towards Chapman.
So as you backed out of the driveway, you would have been heading toward the flagpole side of the property rather than back toward the driveway side of the property, correct?
Correct.
You would have driven directly adjacent to the area where John O'Keefe's body was later discovered at 6:04, 6:03 a.m., correct?
Yes, correct.
You were seated in the passenger seat of the vehicle, not the driver's seat.
Correct.
You were seated in the front of the vehicle, not the back seat.
Correct.
You would have been closest to the yard as y'all drove past, correct?
Correct.
That's a newer model Yukon. I'm assuming that the headlights automatically turn on at night.
Yes.
So the headlights were illuminated.
Yes.
Did your husband, Matt, did he turn on the brights or did he leave the beams on low? Or do you know?
I don't know.
But certainly the area in front of that SUV, that Yukon, was well lit.
The lights were on, yes.
You did not see anything out of the ordinary as you drove right by that location, did you?
I was looking in the back seat when we were driving.
Did you see anything out of the ordinary on that lawn as you drove by in that SUV?
No, because I wasn't looking at the lawn.
You certainly did not see John O'Keefe dressed in dark clothing laying prostrate in the lawn.
No, I did not.
You said that you were turned around talking to the other young ladies in the SUV, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you were engaged with them about a conversation having to do with bread and maybe peanut butter or something.
Yes.
You didn't, as you passed by that location adjacent to where John's body was later discovered, you didn't hear Julie Nagel say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
You didn't hear Sarah Levinson say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
And according to you, you were turned around, directly engaged with both these young ladies as you passed by that area where John's body was later discovered. Is that right?
When we pulled out, I turned around and I was talking to them about the bread and the peanut butter. I'm not sure exactly where we were driving, but it was when we pulled out, yes.
You certainly never heard anybody say anything like, what was that, or anything close to that.
No, I didn't.
I'd like to turn your attention to your arrival back at 34 Fairview just after 6 a.m. the next morning. You indicate that the visibility was relatively poor and that you could not see John O'Keefe on that lawn from your perspective, correct?
The visibility was extremely poor, and no, I could not see him.
You were in the front seat, passenger side.
Yes, I was.
It was Karen Reed who actually saw Mr. O'Keefe, jumped out of the car, and began attending to him immediately, correct?
Karen got out of the car and ran to John O'Keefe.
And you stayed by the car, and Ms. Roberts ran over to assist Ms. Reed in giving first aid to, at least initially, to Mr. O'Keefe. Is that right?
No, that is not. Carrie got out and walked over, and then I got out and walked over.
You indicated that well, let me ask a different question. Yesterday, you testified in pretty significant detail that when you got out of the car, you could not see anything even close to the flagpole, correct?
Visibility was very bad, yes.
Matter of fact, you used the word whiteout conditions. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Whiteout conditions, you basically can't see your hand in front of your face.
I wouldn't say that extreme, but I used whiteout as there's just snow coming at you.
You were specifically asked by Mr. Brennan, how close did you have to get before you could actually see anything of note where Ms. Reed had gone? Is that right?
Yes.
You testified yesterday that you could see just merely shadowy figures of Ms. Reed and Carrie Roberts, and it wasn't until you got very close over to them that you could see John, in your words.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, you followed that up by saying that that was the first moment, once you got basically on top of them, that was the first moment that you realized that it was John, that there was a body on the ground, correct?
I said as I got close to them, I don't think on top of them.
Fair enough. It's my words, not yours. You did say, quote, very close to them, correct?
I'd have to see it, but
Well, you just
It was
testified
when-
to it yesterday. If you remember saying, I did get very close to them.
I know I said I had got very close to them or close to them, something like that,
Okay.
yes. Mhm.
I don't have a transcript of yesterday's testimony, I'm sorry. Last year, you testified to something very different than that, though, didn't you?
She's trying to be very careful with her words.
Isn't it true that last year you testified that you got out on the passenger side of the vehicle, which is, we'll agree, the furthest side from the lawn, as Ms. Roberts was driving from Chapman toward Crestview, Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes,
You testified that you were on the passenger side, and as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that Karen Reed was already at John. Is that right?
as I got out and walked around the back of the vehicle, the shadowy figure of Karen had already gotten onto something.
You further testified that as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that she straddled John, lifted up her shirt, and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts went over and said started removing snow from John's face. Correct?
I have the page and line number.
Where are you,
Sure.
Mr. Jackson?
May 17, 2024, RT 114, lines 14 to bottom, onto 115, line 4. Is that how you testified last year?
I'm sorry, would you mind just repeating it?
Sure.
Thank you.
You testified in substance that you were on the passenger side of the vehicle, and as you got out, quote, as I got out, end quote, she, Miss Reed, was already at John. You indicated that you saw her straddle him, lift up his shirt, lift up her shirt, and lay on top of him while Miss Roberts went over and removed snow from his face. That's how you testified last year, correct?
Yeah.
Is that how you testified last year?
I'm not sure. I know,
Next question.
Would it refresh your recollection if you look at a copy of your testimony from last year?
So
I
what,
don't think looking at it would refresh my memory. I know I might have used different words, but the bottom line is I got out of the car, went behind the car, went over, and Karen had done that.
Ms. McCabe, I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your, if you don't have a good recollection of how you testified last year, on your own, sitting on that witness stand? I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your recollection to see your transcript from last year?
I don't need to see my transcript. I know what I know and I know what I remember. So
That's not my question. I'm not asking what you remember now. I'm asking how you testified a year ago, ma'am.
whether I said it was as we're fighting over silly words, whether I said as I got out of the car, we were there.
Words matter. They matter a lot.
she's misunderstanding what he's doing right now. He's trying to point out the fact that she's saying that she had no visibility and she was like, we couldn't even see John. But then she's saying, I got out of the passenger seat and I looked over and then look at all of these details that I saw. She thinks that he's trying to catch her up on word usage or whatever. But what he's trying to catch her up on is something much bigger.
Okay, so remember, Mr. Jackson, no comments. Ms. McCabe, can you answer his question?
Okay.
Do you remember exactly how it is that you testified last year?
I do not know.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't think she realizes where he's going with this. She's focused on being as exact as she can so that he doesn't like impeach her on anything. And I don't think that she realizes what he's actually doing. Oops.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to how you testified in substance last year?
I see what it says I said, but it's a little bit different than what you stated.
Okay, then let's walk through that.
We call that
Did you indicate
cross-examination.
last year that as you got out of the vehicle, that's when you could see what Ms. Reed was doing with John O'Keefe, down to the detail of pulling her shirt up and pulling his shirt up to try to go skin to skin?
I object. And
Why don't I see it sidebar? Why don't you bring it into Mr. Jackson's face?
Okay, so yeah, she definitely has cross-examination today. The thing is, he's making very valid points that need to be questioned. What he's saying is like, part of their big thing is like she was able to see him because she knew where he was. And that's why she jumped out and we couldn't see anything because it was like whiteout conditions and we couldn't see anything until we got right up to where they were. And he's saying, well, that's not what you said before. You gave great detail about everything you saw from the passenger side of the car, way over yonder.
All right, now you can go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, is it true that you had the following colloquy last year on this subject? Answer, I was on the passenger side, so as I got out, she was already at John. Question, so she gets out and essentially makes a beeline over to where John was. Answer, correct. Question, and you're getting out of the passenger side, and by the time you come around the car, she's already there. Answer, yes. Question, and when she gets over there, what, if anything, could you see at that point? Answer, she straddles John and lifts up his shirt, and then she lifted up her shirt and went to lay on him, and Ms. Roberts went over and she was removing the snow from his face. Is that how you testified last year?
Yes, that's how I answered the questions.
Okay. Clearly, you didn't indicate last year that it was whiteout conditions. You could see nothing of the kind, and you had to get, quote unquote, very close to him before you could see anything, correct?
objection.
Sustained. It's the first word that's problematic, Mr. Jackson.
Yesterday, you testified that it was whiteout conditions. You had to leave the car, walk all the way over and get, quote unquote, very close to John before you recognized that it was even a body. Is that right?
Yes.
But last year, you testified that you were still at the car when you noted the detail of Karen basically giving life-saving aid to John. You can see that clearly all the way from the car, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you said, Ms. McCabe?
No.
This detail is very important,
Is there a reason, Ms. McCabe,
especially paired with Carrie Robertson testimony.
that you might wish to improve your testimony this year than last year, over last year, with regard to the distance that you could see Ms. Reed engaged with Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Are you trying to suggest or improve your testimony to suggest that you had no idea that there was a body there and nobody reasonably could have even seen a body there as you drove up?
Objection.
Is that what you're trying to say, Ms. Reed?
Miss Reed?
McCabe.
He called her Miss Reed.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Not sure. I'll give it a shot.
I'm sorry.
Are you trying to improve your testimony this year over last year to suggest that reasonably nobody could have seen where John was from the car?
I'm not.
What you're trying to do?
I'm not trying to improve my testimony. No.
You claimed on direct examination today, as a matter of fact, that Miss Reed looked at you at the scene and said the phrase, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." She said it 3 times, very distinctly, according to your testimony, correct?
She did, yes.
That was so impactful that it had the effect of putting you in some sort of shock and horror. Is that right?
I was in shock the whole morning, but that statement definitely was a lot.
And that's an incredibly memorable statement for you to have heard and now recount to us in this trial, correct?
Correct.
Something that you wouldn't easily forget or overlook. Is that right?
Something I wouldn't.
Something you would not easily
Correct.
forget or overlook. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
As a matter of fact, some might say it's the centerpiece of your testimony.
Objection.
Sustained.
Correct. Correct.
Ms. McCabe, you testified at a grand jury in April of 2022, did you not?
I did, yes.
Before you testified, you took an oath, very much like the oath that you took before you testified in this case, correct?
Correct.
You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, correct?
Correct.
And that included the whole truth at the state grand jury, correct?
Correct.
That was only weeks, several weeks, but weeks after this incident, right? April 26th versus January 29th, 2022. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now.
I wouldn't necessarily say that.
Especially something as momentous as an admission from my client that she hit him. Would you agree?
Would I agree that she said that?
Would you agree that that would be fresh in your mind? Something as momentous as that. You wouldn't forget that.
I will never forget it.
You wouldn't overlook that.
I will never forget it.
You would not overlook that either, would you, Ms. McCabe?
I answer the questions I'm asked.
Can you answer the question that I just asked? You're not answer my question. Would you overlook that?
No.
And the reason you wouldn't overlook it is because it was so impactful on you, having heard that. Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Yes.
He's about to call out that she never said that. She always said it as a question until the last trial. I'm speculating. I'm assuming that's what where he's going with this.
May I approach?
Yes.
There were like 12 times that she said that Perrin was asking, did I hit him?
Thank you.
Take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it.
And then last year at the trial, it was then I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Yes, I see it.
Is that a transcript of your entire testimony at the grand jury in April of 2022?
I believe so, yes.
You've reviewed it in the past?
I have read it about a year ago, yes.
You read it in anticipation of your testimony a year ago, correct?
Yes, I reviewed it.
Have you reviewed it in preparation for your testimony today?
No, I haven't.
Yesterday. Ms. McCabe, turn to the page or pages in that transcript where you recount to the grand jurors that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
She's not gonna be able to turn to it because it doesn't exist. He's
This
proving
is
a
over
point.
227 pages.
Take your time.
How long did you say it was, Ms. McCabe?
227?
I'm not going to let her read 227 pages.
He said, take your time.
I reviewed it a year ago, yes.
He said, take your
You
time.
read the whole thing, cover to cover, didn't you?
I skimmed through it.
One of the most important points in your testimony yesterday and today is recounting these jurors the phrase, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Objection.
To the form of that, I'm sustaining it.
Was it important to you to tell these jurors that you heard my client say, I hit him 3 times?
I answered the questions and I'm telling the
Was it-
jurors what I know.
Was it important to you before testifying today that you recount to these jurors the phrase, I hit him, coming out of my client's mouth?
Your client said she hit him. Yes.
That's not my question. Listen to my question, Ms. McCabe.
I'm sorry.
Was it important to you before you testified to tell these jurors under oath that my client said, I hit him 3 times?
As a witness, it's important to tell the truth and to answer the question you were asked.
And in point of fact, in your entire grand jury testimony, you never said, my client said the words, I hit him, did you?
Again, it's 227 pages.
Ms. McCabe, you were there. They're your words. I'm not asking you to rehearse something. You were there. Did you tell the grand jurors that my client said I hit him?
I have testified a number of times, but I was there the morning of January 29th when your client said I hit him,
He's
I
avoiding
hit
the
him, I
question.
hit him.
Did you tell that to the grand jurors?
I'm not sure.
It's because you didn't, did you?
Again, I'm not sure.
Ms. McCabe, you were asked
He's sure. That's why he's
in
asking.
your grand jury testimony no fewer than 12 times, 12 separate times you were asked to
I said
repeat
12.
words that my client said both before, going to, and at the scene at 34th Fairview that morning. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
No.
You were asked multiple times what my client's words were that you heard her say going to and at the scene, correct?
I was correct.
And you recounted those words truthfully and honestly at that time, correct?
Correct.
Because you were under the same oath that you're under today.
Correct.
And things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now 3.5 years later. Would you agree with that?
I hit him, I hit him, I hit him is just as fresh today as it was 3 years ago.
Turn to page 190, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure.
We went through this the
Report and
last
counsel
time.
Lines 10 and 11.
She debuted this answer at the trial and had never said it in any of the 12 times that she ever mentioned it. It was always, she said, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? And she debuted this
Which
at the trial
lines?
last year.
10 and 11.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
You recounted what Ms. Reed said to you over the phone to the grand jurors, correct?
Correct.
And what she said
Correct.
at 4:53 a.m. was, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? She didn't say it. She asked it, correct?
She didn't say that at 4:53.
Did you testify that what Ms. Reed said to you that morning over the phone was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
Correct. C-R-E-K-T.
Just wanted to verify a page number, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes. Why don't you tell Mr. Brennan the page number?
I will, with each one. If you turn to page 192,
He said, take your time. Take your time. I'll wait right here.
line 4. What did you tell the grand jurors my client said in that answer?
Foundation.
What
Did
are we
you-
talking about?
I'll ask it a different way. Did you answer a question on page 192, line 4, concerning my client's statement?
Did I answer a question?
You were answering a question, correct?
Oh, yes, yes.
All right.
I'm sorry.
And the answer that you gave to the grand jurors was, she said, could I have hit him? correct?
Yes, that's part of the answer I gave.
Turn to page 193.
I'd object.
So I don't want to have to see it sidebar. We need context in order for this to be admissible, Mr. Jackson. I have no idea what that said.
Your Honor, everyone,
the answer is.
I can make an offer of proof at sidebar if you
Okay,
wish.
why don't you come to sidebar?
Sure.
And bring them.
Thank you, Courtney. The reason I am not a lawyer is because I cannot fix my face. Because as soon as somebody said something, then I'd be like, excuse me, you said what? And I'd be making faces. And that is why I'm not a lawyer. Other than that, look, I love a good debate. I love to argue. I love justice. I'd have made a great attorney. But, you know, good Lord bless me with some sass and a face that shows it. And that is why I cannot ever be an attorney. All right. So here's the thing with this. This is an important part of the defense because going through the stuff about how, like, okay, you had 12 different statements that said she asked, you know, she was panicking. She was hysterical. She kept saying, like, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? You had 12 different times to tell this, you know, tell people what happened. And that was your time, or that's what you said every single time. And then she got to trial last year and she was like, oh, it was, I hit him, which conveniently was like the main thing that Lally was really hammering in on, right? So now here we are in this trial and she's staying very close to her testimony last time. But you add that into, like, you know, pointing out that Carrie Roberts, you know, gave false information to the grand jury when she said that she heard, you know, the whole Google search thing and all of this. He's showing, like, bit by bit how all of these pieces are coming together to mold all of their stories into one cohesive story. When it's,
Do you have an extra copy for yourself,
I have
Mr.
notes.
Jackson?
I have
Okay,
notes.
thank you.
I think my notes will suffice. On page 192, line 4, for context, were you talking about a statement that was made in Karen's car on that morning before you got to the scene?
192.
192, line 4.
Yes, that was a comment she made in the car.
And she said the phrase, you recounted that she said the phrase, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, that was part of my answer.
Take a look at page 193, line 1 through 2. This was also in the context of a conversation that was in Karen's car, correct?
Yes.
And the phrase that you attributed to my client was, could I have hit him? The question, correct?
Yes.
Page 193, line 23.
he's now walking through every single time that was her answer.
In the context of being in John's driveway at One Meadows,
Yes.
and you attributed the statement, and she's asking if she could have hit him, correct?
Yes, when she showed me her taillight.
Page 201, lines 23 and 24. This is driving to Fairview. She asked, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Can you tell me the lines?
I'm sorry, lines 23 and 24. Page 201.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I've read it.
She stated, according to you, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, she did.
Page 202, top of the page, line 1 and 2. Again, in context, this is driving to Fairview before you arrived at Fairview. And she again asked, quote, according to you and your testimony in front of the grand jury, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, I see that here as part of my answer.
Then turn to page 208, lines 24 and 25.
I'm sorry, what, lines 24 and 25?
Lines 24 and 25, let me know when you've
I've read them, thank
reviewed
you.
those. For context, this is at the scene outside Fairview.
Yes,
And you told those grand jurors under oath, she asked, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
yes,
On page 208, lines 24 and 20, I'm sorry, 208 and 209, going on to page 209, lines 1 through 3. You actually recounted to the grand jurors a conversation that you said my client had with a female EMT standing right there, exactly as you testified to today. Female EMT. You see that?
I do, yes.
That would be.
And what did you say
Laughlin.
my client's statements were in front of that female EMT?
In this, I say that she said, could I have hit him? Is he dead?
It's actually, did I hit him?
Oh, sorry, I missed that part. I apologize. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that was at the scene in front of the female EMT, exactly the scene that you're describing. You attributed the 3 statements to my client to today, correct?
There was many different times when we were talking to different EMTs, the female EMT, the men, the police officers.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Last year, AJ was like, oh, really? You're saying this now? You've never said this before. And he did bring up all of the previous times that she testified to it being a question.
Ms. McCabe, your full statement at page 208, starting at lines 22 through 25, going on to page 209, down to line 4, was, quote, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. And at one point I'm standing with Miss Reed and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me, listening to her yelling, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? It was pretty much nonstop. That was your testimony in front of the grand jurors, correct?
Yes, it was.
And that was April 26th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Not one time. Not one time, Ms. McCabe, did you utter the phrase, I hit him, as it relates to my client in front of that grand jury on April 26th, 2022. Did you? Not once.
I'd have to read through the 227 pages to see.
As you sit here today, do you remember ever saying to those grand jurors, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in front of a female EMT?
I've spoken to in a few grand juries. What I said specifically at different ones, I don't recall at this moment, but I do know that morning your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him 3 times, and there was a female EMT there.
Okay, but also, side note, the way that she answers questions here, and this is not even a grand jury. hold on. The way that she answers questions here, and this is not even a grand jury. Like this has a whole lot more rules and stuff. Like grand juries are, anyway. The way that she answers questions here, she doesn't, when she said, like it's important, like for me to be honest and just answer the question. That's not what she does. Sis wants to tell a story. She ain't going to stop telling a story. So it makes it hard to believe that, like all along it was a question. And then all of a sudden the prosecution is hanging their hat on, this admission. And then all of a sudden her story changes. She's a talker, as she said about Carrie. So she's not going to, like back off of being able to tell something that she thinks is important.
Just the same day, right? January 29th.
Yes.
Trooper Proctor was taking notes
Yes.
about your conversation?
Yes, he was.
You reviewed those notes, as a matter of fact, at some point.
I didn't review his notes. I think I've seen a report at one point or another.
On that very day, January 29th, 2022, when you were asked to recount what happened at the scene, who was doing what and who said what, you never told Trooper Proctor that my client said, I hit him either, did you?
Oh, I told him. Yes, I did.
He just leave that out of his report?
I'm not responsible for his report.
No, you're not. But you have read his report.
So again, no comments, Mr. Jackson.
You have read his report, right?
I have seen it before, yes.
May I approach you?
Thank you.
You looked at that report for another particular this morning. You still recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Can you review that report, scan it, and let me know when you're done?
Okay, is there something specific I should be looking for?
I don't think you're going to find it, Ms. McCabe. I hit him.
So again, jurors disregard the comments. So it's question answer format only.
My question is, do you see the phrase, I hit him, as it's attributable to my client in that report?
Objection.
System.
Let's keep that same energy when Ark is up there on cross.
Do you recall telling Trooper Proctor that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
Objection.
Do you recall that?
Yes, I told him.
He was taking notes at the time.
He was taking notes, correct?
Those notes ended up being memorialized in a formal report.
I'm assuming he,
The report that you're holding.
I object.
Sustained.
Does that appear to be a report of the January 29th, 11:35 or so a.m. interview that you did with Trooper Proctor?
yes, it does.
You said you reviewed that report in the past,
Yes, in the past.
and you're aware in no place in that report does the phrase "I hit him" show up anywhere, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to approach the witness. Sorry, Mr. Brett, I'm sorry. I'm being vague. I was just grabbing the report back. Sorry.
I'm being gay. I was just, CC is not. Closed captions trying. Just ignore it. Let me.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
January 29th, around 4:53 a.m. when you indicated you received that phone call from Kaylee's phone. Do you have that time and date in mind?
Yes, I do.
My client told you that John had not come home, correct?
Yes,
And you knew that Miss Reed at that point was awake and looking for John.
I didn't know what, I just knew that she was awake and screaming.
Right, because she was worried about where John was.
Objection.
Sustained.
You've been asked who you communicated with first thing that morning after you received that first call from Miss Reed. Is that right?
Yes.
You were asked by Trooper Prince in her formal interview. Trooper Prince interviewed you on February 1st, about 3 days after the incident, correct?
I met with a lot. I don't really remember specific days.
Do you remember a female trooper?
Yes, I do, actually.
Okay. In your house?
Yes.
Or I should say at your house?
Yes.
That was around 3 days after the incident?
Was it Tuesday, maybe? Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
I think so, yes, if
Okay.
it's the one I'm thinking.
You were also asked at the same grand jury who you communicated with on the morning of January 29th.
Okay.
Remember that?
Not specifically.
Would it refresh your recollection if we were to take a look at that, a specific page of that grand jury transcript?
Sure.
This would be Trooper Kathleen Prince and Connor Keefe, I'm assuming. Is that where we're going with this? They're about to go to sidebar. The Zoom is a few seconds ahead of us.
Do you need a couple of minutes, Mr. Jackson?
I do, Your Honor.
So juries, why don't you stand up and stretch, okay?
Stretch. So Karen has said that she was told, like, when it started coming out because nobody said that at first, that she said I hit him, but there were reports of her saying, like, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? And then she said in an interview, she's like, so much time has passed. She said she's been so kind of into all of this that she doesn't even remember saying anything anymore. Now she's just been told everything so many times and gone over everything so many times that, now her memory is not, which is kind of ironic because that's kind of the same thing that AJ is pointing out here. He's pointing out, like, all of y'all keep talking about this, and then all of your testimony is all forming into one, and y'all created this timeline that you're, answering questions on, and you're giving things as your own memory, even though it keeps getting proven that these things aren't your memory, and everybody's just making, kind of everybody's recollection go into one, and then everybody's just repeating that one. That's kind of the whole point that AJ is making here. AJ is probably disappointed she's less combative. Here's the thing: when an attorney has to be like a hardcore cross-examination, or even direct examination, like when they have to be like aggressive, bulldog style attorneys, it makes it a lot easier when the witness is either unlikable or also aggressive or both. If you look at her testimony yesterday, because keep in mind, like, the jury doesn't know everything that we know, about statements being different and stuff like that. Like, they don't know anything. They're just looking at her testimony. And as just looking at that testimony, like, if you're a juror, you would feel empathetic toward that, right? You're like, oh my gosh, like, how terrible is that? She found her friend in the snow. So then now so the jury is looking at her right now like she is an empathetic witness. So the jury is looking at her in that way. So if Jackson came out and was just immediately like, let me tell you something. That's not how lawyers, but you know what I mean? You get the point. But if he just came out like straight out of the gate, aggressive, they're going to be like, what the heck, bro? Like, we were just over here, like, empathetic toward her because she had, this traumatic is the word she keeps using. She had this traumatic experience, and now you're hollering at her. That's going to make them hate AJ, right? It's going to make them, like, dislike the defense. So he's going through all of this, and like they pretended like they were, you know what it reminded me of? Like the way they were in the beginning. It's like, you know how like when somebody opens a door and they're like, oh, you go ahead. Oh no, you go ahead. Oh no, you go ahead. Oh no, I insist. But they actually hate each other. And you're like, y'all are fake. That's what that reminded me of when the cross-examination first started, because they ain't fans of each other. And the show that they put on where they're pretending to, like, oh, I'm so sorry. Oh no, it's my fault. Oh no, I'm so sorry. That was for the jury. But as he's going through all of these inconsistencies and all of these other things, she's starting to get frustrated. So he's getting her, like, his aggression can only come out as she's, as it will allow. It has to be like a gradual thing so that the jury can start. Because now, if the jury's like, let's say some of the jurors are still like, I can't believe you're doing this, this is going to be very ineffective for them. But if there's some of the jurors that are like, wait a minute, so her story changed too? Because we just heard about the other one and her story changed. And she told something to the grand jury that wasn't true. So wait, so your story is changing too? Wait, we didn't know this. And then it kind of makes more sense about why the defense attorney is getting more aggressive in their questioning. So it's kind of like a whole process that has to happen in order to make it. And either way, even like you never know who's going to, I mean, look at how social media is. Some people are like, oh my gosh, she's the best witness ever. I've never seen a witness so amazing and spray tanned and, perfect. And then some people are like, she lied the whole time. I can't believe this. I can't stand her. The way that social media reacts to things is a lot of times very indicative of how the jury is going to react to things. Jurors will see things in different ways. That's why they have 12 instead of 1. So some of them may see her and be like, oh my gosh, she's just a typical small town mom. I too am a typical small town mom. I relate to her. And what conditioner does she use? Because her hair looks fantastic. And then some people may be looking at her like, I don't trust anything she says. She looks like my, 7th grade ex-girlfriend who lied to me and cheated on me. And I think she's terrible. You never know what behind the scenes stuff is going on in people's heads to make them trust or not trust somebody, and the things that they pick up on about why they trust or don't trust somebody. And sometimes when we hear juror interviews, it can be the most random thing that you would never think of. And that's happened a lot. It's definitely a balancing act. Definitely a balancing act. And the good attorneys, it's like art to watch them. I love it. Mark Scheiner was one of my favorites. He was one of my favorites because he went hard on those, because they were all lying. Like all the witnesses, is the Travis Rudolph trial for anybody who doesn't know who Mark Scheiner is. It was the Travis Rudolph trial, and those witnesses were lying and they got caught lying, and the prosecutors were terrible and dirty, and the cops were awful, and it was a whole thing. Vanderlyn, we all called her Vanderlazy. Anyway, watching him like go so hard on them, we're all like, yeah, you tell him. And then, and his wife too, his other attorney, Heidi Perlay, she did an amazing job. And when she was doing the cross-examination on Dramanique, she went aggressive toward her, and Dramanique snapped. She got so snappy. They all, but then you have them showing who they are to the jury, which is exactly what they want. It can be artful watching good attorneys.
All right, we're bringing the jurors over. Are we still on schedule?
We are.
Okay.
Loved them. What trial? It was Travis Rudolph. He's a former NFL player. He was charged with murder. He claimed self-defense. He did the stand your ground hearing, and the judge denied it, made it go to trial, and the jury acquitted him, which was the absolute right decision, 100%. 100%. Like the girl he was dating told her brother go shoot his shit up, and then him and like his friends showed up, parked down the road with guns. Self-defense.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
We got about 25 minutes left for today. Jen Save Lakes Years Coach Time. I agree. 100%. I agree. There will always be a little bit of coaching. Not always. There's often a little bit of coaching for witnesses. That's normal. But
The school is in session. Please be seated.
sometimes it's like overly coached.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention back to the morning, later in the morning, after you're back at 34 Fairview, after the police have already cleared the scene, and you're back with your friends and family inside the home at 34 Fairview. We've already talked about the fact that the witnesses were not sequestered in any way. They were not separated in any way by the police. Is that right?
We were just sitting together with friends
Right.
and family. So yeah, no.
Everybody was free. All the friends and family that were in there were free to talk amongst themselves, which you did do, correct?
Yes.
All right. Everybody had the opportunity to say their piece and to listen to others say their piece as well.
We had conversations. It wasn't really nothing more than that.
At some point you did, I think you mentioned this on direct examination, you did reach out to Mike Lank. Is that right?
Yes.
Remind us who Mike Lank is in your world, in addition to being a Canton police officer, police sergeant, I think he was at the time. Who is he in your world?
He was just a local guy that I, knew, was friendly with.
And had gone to high school with?
No.
Was he ahead of you in high school?
We weren't in high school at the same time.
Got it. He was about 5 years ahead of you, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But you'd known him or known of him from basically childhood or young adulthood.
Yeah, just knew him from around town.
At some point, you decided that you were going to call Sergeant Lank back to the scene because there was a piece of information that you wanted to provide him again. Provide him so he needed to come back again.
Yes.
Ultimately, you called him on his cell phone, right?
I did, yes.
So you were close enough that you had his cell phone number. He had your cell phone number.
No, I didn't have his cell phone number.
Where'd you get that number?
I asked Julie Albert for that number.
So Julie had his cell phone number.
Yes, she did.
And Julie is Chris's wife?
Yes.
She was at the location?
Yes.
When I say the location, 34 Fairview that morning?
Yes.
As was Chris.
He came at some point. I don't know if he was there when I called Officer Lank or not.
As was Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes, he was.
He came back over to the location as well.
Yes, he did.
As a matter of fact, it was Brian Higgins who suggested that you reach out to Officer Lank.
I'm not sure if it was him who suggested it.
Someone suggested to you that you reach out to Officer Lank. Is that right?
As I was sitting there remembering things, I believe, I can't say who did or didn't.
So as you were sitting there remembering things, you weren't just remembering things, you were remembering things and then telling others things that you remembered.
Oh, absolutely.
So
yes.
Others were absorbing whatever information you were providing to them and vice versa.
No one was really providing me any information because they didn't know what happened.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just sitting there trying to recount what had transpired since I got that 4:53 phone call.
And one of the things that you decided you wanted to tell Sergeant Lank was a statement by my client.
Yes.
So you call Sergeant Lank on his cell phone, and you're able to get a hold of him, correct?
Yes.
Whatever he's doing, I'm guessing he was busy at the time.
I don't know what he was doing.
He was the first responder on a death of a police officer case that was just hours old. So he had to be busy.
I would assume. I, again, don't know what he was doing.
But in fact, after you got your phone call, you dropped everything and headed back to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he come back to 34 Fairview quickly?
He was there fairly quickly, yes, I would
At
say.
your request,
Yes, I called him and asked him to come back.
because you told him that you had information that was important enough that he needed to get over there so you could tell him in person what this new information was.
I called him and told him that I was remembering things and asked if he could come back.
And he didn't just say, "Yeah, just tell me what it is over the phone." He literally said, "Okay, I'm gonna get in my car, drive in a blizzard." There's still a blizzard, right?
Yes, it was.
I'm gonna get all my gear on, drive in a blizzard back over to 34 Fairview, get out of my cruiser, come into the house, and get ready for this new information that you're gonna give me, correct?
He did not say all that, no.
No, that's what he did.
I have no idea what he did. I called him and then he came.
Well, he didn't
That's,
walk over. I mean, he came over in his car, right?
I would assume so, yes.
Right. So he had to get in his car, drive over in a blizzard, get out of the car, walk through the blizzard, go to the front door, and get ready for this new meeting that he's gonna have, correct?
Yes, that seems like steps one would take.
And whatever it was that you wanted to tell him, you let him know it was important enough to have a special additional meeting. It wasn't something that you were just going to sit on. You wanted to give him this information immediately without hesitation, correct?
He said if I remembered anything to give him a call, so I did.
So when he came back over, he obviously had a notepad and a pen in his hand, correct?
I believe he was taking notes.
And you told him, you testified this morning that what you told him was Karen Reed said, I hit him, right?
Correct.
But when he wrote this report, you said, she said, I hope I didn't hit him. Correct?
I don't have his report in front of me.
Yeah, just wondering.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If you could turn to the orange tab. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Okay, and you've had a chance to read it?
Just the highlighted
Okay.
part.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. In fact, what you told Officer Lank was something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him. Correct?
Incorrect. I told him that she said I hit him.
He wrote in his report, that you just read, something to the effect of,
Objection.
Sustained.
I hope I didn't hit him.
Sustained.
Is this another example of an officer getting a report wrong?
Objection.
Is that report right?
Your Honor. Objection.
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Move on. This is like the big part of
I
his.
hope I didn't hit him, or something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him.
Sounds an awful lot like, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Do you agree with that?
It does sound similar, yeah.
The biggest part of AJ's whole spiel right here is that the jury now knows that either they can't trust this witness or they can't trust the police reports. And that's a big deal. And so for this to be like, move on, Mr. Jackson, that's not sufficient, because this is the whole point of where, this is what we've been working toward. So now they're like, okay, either two
You testified yesterday
at this point,
that
two more to
during
come.
that first phone call, that first phone conversation with Ms. Reed at 4:53 a.m., she told you, according to your testimony, that in that phone call, in that very first phone call, Ms. Reed said she had gotten into a fight. Her taillight was cracked. And she asked, could I have hit him or did I hit him? Correct?
Incorrect.
Tell me where I'm wrong.
In the first phone call, she had said we got into a fight and he didn't come home and I left him at the waterfall. In the second phone call, once I told her that I saw her outside of my sister's house on Fairview, that is when she said, could she have hit him, and talked about her taillight.
So 2 hours after Ms. Reed found John O'Keefe and began giving him CPR, you were interviewed by Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Objection.
Ask the question differently, Mr. Jackson.
2 hours after Ms. Reed found Mr. O'Keefe, about 2 hours later, say 8 o'clock, 8:30 in the morning, after the scene was cleared, you were interviewed by Sean Good, were you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
We get to live. Also, there's a glitch in the matrix, and right now, in another courtroom in this same courthouse, they're talking about Jen McCabe as she's on the stand in this courtroom. Weird, right? Yeah. Dog drama. Somebody may have opened a door. Dogs are on it, dog on it. Woos. Calm down. Chloe?
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. While you were at the scene, after Miss Reed had been giving CPR, Sean Good interviewed you, correct?
I don't remember a formal interview with Sean Good.
Do you remember talking to him?
When he arrived at the scene, I do remember briefly talking to him after all three of us gave John CPR.
And he asked you certain questions about what you'd seen, what you'd heard, what had happened, correct?
I have to tell you that I remember seeing him there and I remember talking to him, but I do not remember specifics of any conversation or any questions that he asked me.
Do you remember him do you remember him asking you about any initial calls you had and you telling him about that 4:53 call and the early morning calls thereafter, the initial calls before you met up with Miss Reed?
I don't recall.
Did you tell Sergeant Good, by the way, he was a sergeant at the time. Sean Good was a sergeant, not an officer.
I'm not sure.
Okay. By the way, you knew Sergeant Good, did you not?
I didn't know him. I knew of him, like I knew his name, but that was it.
How'd you know of him before that day?
Because his sister is a year or two younger than me, and I knew she had a brother that was younger, that was a Canton cop, just through the town, but I didn't know him.
Okay, friendly but not friends.
I wouldn't even say I was friendly with him.
Okay. You actually told Sergeant Good at the time when he asked about those first phone calls that when Miss Reed called you, she was inquiring about John's whereabouts, correct?
Again, I don't recall my conversations with Sean Good.
You certainly never mentioned to Sergeant Good the incessant screaming and hysteria that you've described here in court.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever mention anything about an argument or a fight to Sean Good?
Objection.
Sustained, Mr. Jackson. She said she didn't remember. Next question.
I have to go through the series of machinations. I don't know what she remembers and doesn't remember.
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
Did you mention anything about a cracked taillight to Sergeant Good?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have no memory at all about what you talked to Sergeant Good about?
There were many officers there.
Right.
And like I said, I know I talked to Sergeant Good, but I do not remember the specifics of my conversation during that chaotic scene.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Let me ask a different question. There were many officers there and many officers were asking you questions, correct?
Correct.
Did you ask, did you tell any officer while at the scene that during those first few phone calls, first couple of phone calls with Miss Reed, that there was incessant screaming and hysteria?
Again, there were many officers asking me questions. Most of them were regarding who John was, if he had medical issues or concerns, things like that.
Right.
It was a chaotic scene. I don't remember any specific questions about phone calls. I apologize.
But you did tell at least one officer about the initial phone call that you received indicating that John may be missing, correct?
I possibly said, I got a phone call and that's why I'm here. We all came out to look for him. I apologize for not remembering specifics.
Did you tell any officer at the scene anything about an argument or fighting that Miss Reed said occurred on that first couple of phone calls?
Again, the conversations were very brief and they were with a lot of different officers. There wasn't
yes or no?
in-depth conversations.
Yes or no?
Let her answer the question.
Do you recall, that is a yes or no question, do you recall telling any officer about a conversation in the initial couple of phone calls that you had with Miss Reed about fighting or being in an argument? Do you recall that?
I cannot answer yes or no.
Well, you either do or you don't. If you don't,
I said
just say
there
you
was
don't.
many different conversations. I am not sure.
So you don't recall?
I'm not sure on specific conversations about that. I apologize.
Is there a reason why you're not telling us that you simply don't recall making that statement?
Sustained.
Do you recall telling any officer about a cracked taillight that came up in one of those first two phone calls?
At the scene?
At the scene.
Again, I think all the conversations were about what was happening in the present time.
And literally, this was a couple of hours after this incident, correct? When everything was freshest in your mind.
These conversations were at the scene when Miss Reed was running around screaming.
Were you also interviewed by Officer Mullaney?
Again, there were many officers there that I spoke to.
Ms. McCabe, do you understand my question?
She's avoiding.
Did you understand the last question I asked you?
If I spoke to an officer, Mullaney?
Correct.
Again, I could have. I am not sure. I don't remember every officer. It was a chaotic scene. I had just found my friend on the ground.
So the answer is, I don't remember.
I
Correct?
don't remember speaking to him. No, sorry.
She should have said that earlier. It makes her sound like she's evading it. If she doesn't remember, he said, just say you don't remember. But the fact that she's like, she won't even say I don't remember.
Later that morning, you did have a conversation with Officer Lank that you actually do remember, correct?
Yes, correct.
What you told Officer Lank or Sergeant Lank was that you received a phone call from Kaylee's phone and that Karen Reed was distraught because John never came home, correct?
I told him she was, I don't remember the exact words, but I told him something like she was hysterical and screaming and said John never came home.
You never mentioned that she said anything about a fight during that initial phone call, correct?
Again, I'm not sure what exactly was said during that initial phone call.
You never mentioned that she said something about a cracked taillight in that initial phone call or those two phone calls, correct?
These phone calls with who? Who are these phone calls? Who am I speaking
The
to at this
initial
point?
phone calls that
Mhm.
you had with Miss Reed,
Yes.
you never mentioned to Officer Lank or Sergeant Lank that Miss Reed mentioned anything about a fight or an argument, correct?
I don't remember.
You never mentioned anything about having Miss Reed saying anything about a cracked taillight in one of those two initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember all the things that I told Officer Lank.
And you certainly never mentioned that Miss Reed said anything about could I have hit him in either of those initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember my specific conversation with Officer Lank.
So you don't remember the conversation that you had with Officer Lang when it was the clear light of day. You had a chance to take a beat and a breath, catch your breath, because it's now 11:30, 11 o'clock in the morning. You don't remember anything about that conversation. But according to your testimony, you remember in detail what my client said, waking you out of a dead sleep. Correct?
So I didn't speak to him at 11:30. It was earlier in the morning when he came back to Fairview.
Let's call it 9 o'clock. Whatever.
Okay.
Right? Whatever. It wasn't the same chaos as my client screaming into the phone that John never came home, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
Correct.
But when you recounted that conversation or those conversations to Sergeant Lank, you didn't say a thing about Miss Reed saying that there had been an argument, did you?
I'm saying I don't remember the specifics of my conversation with Officer Lank. I'm also saying that I was woken up out of a dead sleep. Karen showed up at my house screaming. I went out to help her look for John. And then we found one of my closest friends on the front lawn. And she was saying crazy things and acting crazy and
Ms. McCabe,
acting
that's not my
erratic.
question.
And so every
Ms. McCabe,
police
that is
officer
not
that
my
I
question.
spoke to,
Let her finish.
every police officer that I spoke to, I tried to answer their questions the best I could. It took me hours and in some cases days to remember all the things that Miss Reed had said. My mind, I was in a state of shock. But the minute I remembered, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. I called Officer Lank.
And your memory is getting better even as we sit here today, correct?
There are certain things I will never forget, Mr. Jackson.
Including the fact that you never, ever, ever said, she said the words I hit him to a grand jury when you were asked about it 3 months after the incident. Correct?
She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You never told that to the grand jury, did you?
I don't remember specifically that every grand jury and everything I said, but I can tell you with 100% accuracy, she screamed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You never said that to the grand jurors.
I don't recall if I
You were
did.
there to get the truth, correct?
The truth is, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You were asked that specific question at the grand jury. What did she say at the scene in front of the female EMT? And you know what your answer was? You do, because you just read it.
I wasn't asked what she was said at the scene.
What was the answer to that question?
I'm objecting.
The objection sustained. Ask one more clear question, Mr. Jackson.
What was the answer you gave in answer to the question about what was said by Miss Reed to the EMT, the female EMT at the scene? What did you say she said?
I don't know if I was asked specifically what she said to a female EMT.
All right, we're going to end this now.
Your Honor, may I have one more question?
Go ahead.
I can't end it like this. You said
Okay,
she
jurors,
said-
ignore the comments of counsel. Ask one question, Mr. Jackson.
You said that she said, could I have hit him? Did I hit him in the presence of the female EMT? That's what you testified to under oath at the grand jury, isn't it?
Yes, because she also said that.
All right, so folks, we are done for today. You remember tomorrow is the day that we're not in session. So we will see you Friday. Friday is a full day. And I have to give you those questions. You can stay and file out after the jurors participate. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read about the case, please disregard it and let us know, and be very careful with your social media. Have a great night, a good day off tomorrow. We'll see you on Friday. Thank you.
Rise to the jury.
Goodbye.
What are we thinking? How are we feeling? The cross-examination gets a little old. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. Also, it gets really frustrating when we know where the oh
Mr. Jackson, I'm not rushing you in any way. I just want to know how much longer do you think you'll be?
I appreciate that, Your Honor. 10 seconds to end the question.
Sure, take your time.
well, we know where they're going,
Expect that I haven't,
and she doesn't let it happen. And also when
say, an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Okay. Mr. Brennan, do you have any idea how much longer you will be?
With Mrs. McCabe,
Yes.
it depends on how the rest goes, but
Right.
certainly at this point, 20 minutes or less.
All right. So that will hopefully take us to the luncheon recess, maybe, I mean, the
I think that's-
morning recess or the luncheon recess at most. You have witnesses lined up for Friday afternoon?
I do. I have a number of witnesses ready for the next 3-4 days, and I've
Okay.
given notice to them, and I will try to tighten the order tomorrow morning, and I'll let the court and the defense know.
Great. All right. And nothing you need to see me about right now?
Not for the Commonwealth.
All right. All right. We'll see you on Friday.
yikes. Here's my problem. If the judge came at the prosecution with the same energy that she comes at the defense, I wouldn't be as annoyed. I get annoyed because when we're pretending like certain things are such big issues, but they weren't issues when the other side was doing it, that's what bothers me. I love a judge who will be like, you know what, if you're mad and you're, like if leading questions makes you mad, I got you, boo. Get onto both sides and I've got your back. You don't like it, it's your courtroom. If discovery violations are your pet peeve, you do you, boo. I got your back. I support that. I'll be mad right along with you. It's your courtroom. What I don't like is when the judge has a different energy toward one side than she does the other, especially when we see displays like we saw with Brennan and the ARCA witness, Dr. Wolf. The way he was so incredibly disrespectful and all of those comments and the level of just fourth grade bully that he took on. And then we end all that with her saying, I expect you to do a very robust cross-examination on this. Basically saying like, hey, do all this again when he's on the stand in front of the jury. And then it's like we don't care that Sallyport videos are appearing from the sky, but it's blatant discovery violations. If it's just, I need the same energy toward both sides. I need the same rules applied toward both sides. I don't like that. And I get it. Like, she is over their crap. She is over it. But also, they asked her to recuse herself because of her connection to, this is, you didn't want to go anywhere. So this is kind of what we're dealing with now. This is, I don't like the one-sided stuff. And there are some, I'm not saying every single thing is, there are some decisions that I think she's made that have been, that have been good decisions, fair decisions. And then there's been a lot that I'm like, what the heck are we doing here? Why, what is happening? I need an explanation. I like a fair judge. I like a fair judge. I'm just, It frustrates me. I would love to see that same energy on both sides. Also, so one of the big things that Marie Moss with our stats. Stats, witnesses 1, sidebars 11, 68 objections. As good as AJ is considered Bev, she protects the Commonwealth. I do feel like, it is. Oh, okay. Actually, this is exactly, okay. The way she interrupts and makes it seem like AJ is doing something wrong or bullying, etc., is not right. I do feel like that does, I thought about that earlier. I was like, I do feel like that adds to the perception of, of what's happening. I feel like it's an attorney's job to vigorously defend their client, right? And if you've got somebody on the stand who you're able to say like, hey, look at all of these reports and all of these other things where this isn't, the same as what has been said recently or like in the last trial or this trial or whatever, that's kind of like, that's why you're there. That's like, as a defense attorney, that's why you're there. So then to be like, no, don't do that. It feels like they are trying to prevent the defense from putting on a defense, and that can be very frustrating to watch. I don't know. I would love, man, that one judge who the morning that the defense like busted in when Brennan was trying to get the phone data, that judge, he was like hard on both of them. And I was here for, like, I loved it. I was like, oh my, he runs a courtroom. I loved that. What do you think the jury is thinking? I don't know. And the reason it is hard for me to say is because I am trying to think about what the jury is hearing this time in a way that's like, okay, they don't know what I know. They're not comparing everything to all of these other reports. They're not looking at all of these things that have happened behind the scenes and, that have brought up so much reasonable doubt. Yes, Judge Sisitsky. Love him. He put both sides, like he was fair about it. And I respect that. Both sides. He was like, this ain't what we're doing. I'm in charge. I loved it. Like I was sitting over here, like, let me just sit down and be quiet and just listen. I don't even want to give commentary because I don't want to get myself in trouble. He was awesome. I loved him. Could she be forcefully removed from the case? They've asked for that. I mean, they tried and didn't work. Tomorrow is off, like nothing at all. Yep, tomorrow is a no-go. We will have a little break tomorrow. Everybody who's been completely enthralled in jury duty for the last 7 business days has now got a day off. And then Friday, we'll be back for a full day. Not a half day, a full day. Chrissy Bacon says, my jaw is on the floor. No jury duty tomorrow. Yep, tomorrow is law day. What am I going to do tomorrow? Actually work? No. Her conflict of interest. So there's a hearing that we covered on this last 2 years ago. Gosh, it's all running together. A year and a half ago. I don't know. It's all running together. I feel like this has been my life for the last year and a half, 2 years. But they asked her to recuse herself. Her brother was the defense attorney for Chris Albert, who, when he had charges for hitting, it's like a hit and run, and the it resulted in loss of life. And so there was that connection. Then there was Jen McCabe's brother, I think it was, had sent, don't quote me directly on this, it's been a while, but if I remember right, because I remember covering this, but Jen McCabe's brother sent a message on Facebook saying, calling, he was asked if they know Beverly, and he said, oh, you mean Auntie Bev, which is the reason everybody calls her Auntie Bev. So there's that. It's just, and there were some other things too. She just didn't want to do it. The level of disrespect to Dr. Wolf, and there was no interference from the judge. That part made me so frustrated. But get Jen on the stand with the defense, and it's a complete different story. Defense wasn't badgering. I felt the same way. And I think that the thing that frustrates me about it is that some of those points that he's making when she's like, move on, it's not time for that to move on. Like that, those were points that he needed to make. That's important to the case that he's presenting. That would be like telling the prosecution, like as they're presenting, the main parts of their case, to like, move on. It's, they said that they used Bev's summer house in the Cape or whatever. Yeah, their Cape house. So documents are also like available, but they asked her to recuse herself, and she denied, and she's still here. Paul played musical chairs today. Yeah, I guess there. One of the reporters in the courtroom said that the court officers came over after lunch and asked him to move to the back row, the second row or whatever. There's only 2 rows, right there. So, all right. So, what are you thinking today about? Oh, hold on. Let me see what's going on. I guess they just finished with Turtle Boy's hearing. And said they're going to take it under advisement. My camera following me freaks me out every time. They told him he's on thin ice. The judge asked for a sidebar. I guess they're trying to revoke his bail right now for a live that he did. I guess he said something about Tully in the live. And so they want to revoke his bond for that. Among other things. I think that's the last part that they talked about. I'm not sure what he said. Apparently, I'm just going by I haven't watched the hearing. It was going on while we were live. Can you explain why the rules are different here from a grand jury and what the differences are? Well, the point of the grand jury is to decide if there's going to be, I was wondering why it was hot. I turned my fan off instead of turning it up. The point of the grand jury is to decide if there are going to be charges or not. So there's like that saying, like, you could indict a ham sandwich with a grand jury, but it's basically like, they decide if there's enough evidence to even bring on an indictment. And this is like, and it's like a one-sided thing. It's not like the defense says this and then the prosecutor say this. It's basically, all of the information is given to the grand jury, and then they decide if there's enough for them to bring charges. And they're like secret, and it's a whole thing. Which is why they say that you could indict a ham sandwich, because it's like you don't have anybody, you just have one side being presented, like, this is the evidence we have. Is this enough to, go to trial? So, all right. Can we get an overturned conviction if she is convicted because of the judge? It depends. I mean, there are definitely things that can get a conviction overturned. It's a very long process. The thing about that is, in order to do that, the process is so long, but also it's kind of like you have to, like, the rules are something, I can't remember exactly how it's worded. But I went over all this in one of the podcast episodes, but it was like, basically the appeals process, they have to show that there was something that happened that shouldn't have, whether it was evidence that was introduced that shouldn't have been, or like an expert who wasn't really an expert, or a decision that the judge made where she allowed something in front of the jury that could cause, prejudice. They have to prove that something happened that shouldn't have happened and that it made a difference. So, or could have made it, like, potentially made a difference in the outcome of the trial, and they can overturn a conviction for that. So, but it's like a long process, and it's, and pretty much everybody that gets convicted files an appeal, but very few of them are actually considered. So, judge interfering in the case. Prosecutorial misconduct, that's a big one. It took Sean Ellis 22 years to get his false conviction overturned in Boston. If y'all haven't seen that documentary series, it is so good. It is so good. Am I going to cover the next Lori Vallow trial? Probably, depending on when it is. Because that was like the very first one I ever live streamed. Yeah, trial 4 on Netflix. Really good. All right, so that's it for today, y'all. We are done. That's a wrap for day 7. Kind of ironic too, because Jen McCabe will be back on the stand on Friday because we have no court tomorrow. And this is kind of what happened last time too. She was on the stand for like 3 days. So, Interesting stuff. Tomorrow, it's going to be May. Look, the NSYNC jokes come every year around this time, and I am here for them. I love them. Give me all of the NSYNC May jokes. All right, y'all. Have a good Thursday off from jury duty. I hope that everybody gets a tiny basket full of treats. And I will see y'all bright and early on Friday morning. Also, we'll have the recap later this afternoon/evening with all of the highlights and things you may have missed today. And yes, happy Thursday, Law Day, tiny basket full of treats day. Everybody enjoy it. I will see you bright and early. Thank you for hanging out with me. If you have not hit the like button, please do so. If you have not subscribed, make sure you subscribe. 80s Music Man is sneaking in right as we're getting ready to leave. That's okay. He likes to vacuum up once we're gone. I will see y'all bright and early on Friday morning. I appreciate you all.